32 players roll into London on day 2 of the FGS playoffs. Only 12 will book their place to the FIFA E World Cup Grand Finals. Let the playoffs commence.
Welcome to the FIFA Global Series playoffs. The top 64 players battle it out in 4 groups. This is season defining. Each group features a 16-player bracket. Showcase your dominance on the biggest of stages and claim victory. 2 losses and your FIFA season is over. Avoid defeat and qualification is secure. When it's all said and done, the best 24 players advance to the FIFA E World Cup.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the FGS playoffs. You're in the perfect place to be for all of the best FIFA players from around the world, converging in one place, here, live in London, with one goal on their mind. The FIFA E World Cup qualification. 32 players roll into London, 12 roll out. And I've rolled out 4 beautiful people to join me on the desk for this afternoon session. Kyle? Kyle, you've come out of the back. What happened, mate? Welcome to the desk.
Well, I heard that a Richard Buckley promise is a Richard Buckley promise. He sticks to them. And you said yesterday, come and join us tomorrow.
Yeah,
you opened up the spot. You said, Brandon, I've had enough of you. You get back there. I've spent too many years with you. I want to spend some time with Kyle. And here I am.
I've made a mistake, I'll be honest. But Brandon's back there. He's going to do your job for today. Ryan, you've kept your seat.
Yep, he stole my shirt though, but we're here.
I look much better in it, though.
Yeah, no, he
Can I
does
say,
he does
I went for the long sleeve. My arms aren't as big as yours. So, you know, no jokes about what I'm wearing.
Everything.
There was a bit of an issue beforehand, but we're not going to talk about it.
Big shirt, bigger players today.
Yep.
Ryan Pessoa, how are you feeling coming into today? What are you expecting?
Expecting a lot of goals. Hopefully, I'm not going to reveal the matchup that I have, but I'm looking forward to it already. A lot of big names playing today as well. Not just in Europe, a lot of players travelling across the world to compete. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Sam, you're joining us again for today. Were you surprised by what you saw yesterday? A lot of the favourites going through.
I'm back, and listen, I'm going to say Queen of the Jungle, but yesterday we lost the King of the Jungle.
We did.
And there were lots of twists and turns, some surprises in there, some close matchups, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's in store today.
If you'd missed any of the action yesterday, before we get to Mike LaBelle, let me just give you a little taste of what you can expect from our resident American on the desk.
Oh. That guy's passionate.
Mike, talk me through what we're seeing here, because this is throughout the 5 hours of broadcast.
I think it's all from one game. All Palinetto versus Cripaldi. I was losing my mind.
I mean, what a game it was. Mike, are we expecting those sort of reactions today from yourself?
That wasn't planned. I'm telling you, a lot of that's one cut up. If you blow a 3-goal lead and back and forth, there was so many vamos. If you didn't watch the game, both players were crying after the game.
Yeah.
I've never seen one match take so much energy out of each player from an individual. One qualifying, one going home, they both being good friends. Maybe it's going to happen again. I don't know.
I mean, you've played at many a E-World Cup throughout the last...
Had 3 of them.
30.
15 years. What's it mean to the players here? You see,
I've got more than Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah. You've been about 3 times. 3 times.
What's it mean for the players to actually make it and qualify for that E-World Cup? It's a season-long journey.
It's the pinnacle event. Everyone is looking forward to being there. They want to be there. And it makes all the work that you put in, the grind, the ups, the downs, because very few competitors are going to have a year that doesn't have a bunch of adversity. So it's all worth it if you're able to qualify, gather that spot, and then you say, okay, I'm on the biggest of stages, the bright lights, and you might have me reacting similar to what you just saw is the pre-run. I didn't get a chance to. I didn't know that was what was coming. I wasn't ready for it.
Now, obviously, yesterday I was in a great position where I got to speak to some of the players as well. And when I got to speak to Paolo Neto and Tuga before he'd qualified, you could see a player, how much it meant to him having just qualified in Paolo Neto. He was so emotional, as you said. But then Tuga, you could see those nerves of how much it meant to him wanting to actually qualify and be in that position. This means the world to them. We get to do it again today.
You saw the relief drain out of Tuga when he did it. Mike, I can see you smiling and pointing.
I saw Tuga this morning. He didn't even have a shirt on or pants. He just was in a robe. He was in a robe. He brought a book. You talk about relief. He was completely relieved. He was ready to go. He's going to the sauna.
We saw 12 players yesterday book their place at the FIFA E-World Cup. If you join us for today and you want to know who should we be looking out for, who's maybe a favourite from the Americas, Mike LaBelle has given his top 3 to watch for today.
Beautiful people, I'm talking about all of you. These are my players to watch. Some of them have been overlooked, and that's just not right. Lamps, the only American in the competition. We've known about him since he was 13, 14 years young. He's been a prodigy. Made it to multiple EMLS finals this year. Did not take home a title, but it gives you that experience. He's had that consistency as a mechanical player with the razzle and the dazzle, all the intricate details. This man has that at the highest degree. PH Zin, representing Ajax, the Brazilian, one of the faces, if not the face of Brazil. E-Nations winner. E Libertadores, he also won that in 2022. Had an opportunity to go back-to-back in 2023. He fell just short. He's in the prime of his career, and another competitor we've known from early on he was gonna be special. He was gonna be a difference maker, and he's lived up to all the hype. In Rasic, the German that just joined EMLS, new club with St. Louis, rookie season, EMLS Cup holder. But for whatever reason, maybe he's not vocal enough on social media, he's always overlooked. Comes in with a chip on his shoulder. And he just keeps getting results on results on results. Those are my players to watch. Keep an eye on them this weekend.
Well, there are 3 of the players that you want to be keeping your eyes on throughout the upcoming day. As you can see, we've reset the graphic for today. We now have Group C and Group D action, and that is how it currently stands. If you missed any of the action from the playoffs yesterday, let me talk you through this very, very quickly. All 32 players start on 2 lives. If you lose a match, one of those orange icons disappear. If you lose 2, you are out. 12 will remain after the playoffs have finished. Mike LaBelle, we've got our featured games for this opening round. I'm going to start at the end of the table just like I did yesterday. You've picked a nice game to kick us off with.
Yeah, we've got the likes of the Spaniard with JRA, the man with some of the best hair, and somebody that's been in the community for quite some time. I'm biased towards the hair, you know how I roll. And then Mark, and this dates back to going over some of those qualifiers throughout the online period where he wasn't even allowed to play during the week. Well, now he's here in person, he's playing during the week, and he's playing during the weekend. And we'll see if he can cause an early upset. It's got to be said, JRA is the favorite coming into this matchup.
Yeah.
I disagree.
That's fine. I like that. Yesterday, I beat you in all the predictions.
What prediction? Tell me. Tell me.
When you were on the fence, I was choosing sides.
Nah,
We've got games to get into. We can squash this one out. I'm bringing it up later, though. Don't worry,
Easy
Mike.
to disagree when you don't choose anywhere. Yeah.
I'm choosing Mark
Shush.
here.
Sam, your next game, huge match, all South American game. Talk me through it.
Massive. Mateus Bonanno, he won the Team of the Season Cup as well as the La Liga. And PH Zin, who Mike has said is a player to look out for. Let's see. I mean, we know Mateus Bonanno is defensively solid. His defense is terrifying. So can PH Zin find a way to break through? Hoping we see goals in this game. I know you'll probably say that I won't see many goals. Who knows? But I think it will be a tough matchup. 2 players to look out for, in my opinion. And Mateus Bonanno, he just can't stop winning. So let's see what happens.
I'll be watching that game very in-depthly indeed.
Yeah.
Ryan Pessoa, a player that you were talking about yesterday,
Yeah.
Tom Stokes. You've picked his game that you want to focus on. What are we expecting from it?
Yeah, big fan of Tom Stokes. I think arguably one of the biggest personalities we have in the scene. Up against Webb Nasri as well, one of the best players from Asia, of course, ranked #1 in that region this year. Needs to put on a performance, but I think for Stokes, as I said, his play style, his personality, I think it's definitely a game to watch.
Be a big surprise, you got to say, if Stokes wasn't victorious in that match. Last but not least, Kyle Walker, you joined us on the desk. We give you the big day. We'll give you the main stage for the opening round, and what a game it is.
What a game indeed. Ollie Bolly taking on Lamps. We heard from Mike LaBelle about Lamps there. North America representative. What can he do? Can he make his way to the FIFA E World Cup? Ollie Bolly, we've seen him do it on the big stage before, whether it's the Team of the Season Cup, whether it's the E-Champions League, whether it's E-Nations as well. He's been there, he's done it. Can he do it at the playoffs? What a game to kick us off.
You can just see at the bottom of the screen while the games are getting ready to go. A few matches coming in. Hezers and Happy 2-2. Anders Vergang leading 2-0 against Nicholas Razek. All those matches taking place behind the scenes. We'll keep you up to date with Brandon Smith on all of those proceedings. I'm hearing from the admins, the games are ready. The playoffs are set to commence any second now. We'll keep you up to date with the 4 matches on the main stage. Kyle, while we wait for kickoff, it's a big opportunity for Lamps in this game. Ollie Bolly came through the play-ins almost perfectly.
Yeah.
It's got to be said. He suffered 1 defeat in the Swiss right towards the end, but he pretty much schooled the play-ins. Big opportunity for Lamps.
It's a huge opportunity. You've seen there his opponent. We've just listed off what Ollie Bolly's managed to do over the years, and let alone this season, he's looked incredible as well. Lamps has got to come into this full of confidence, and if he can get this tournament underway with a great start, with a win, the confidence that he'll be filled with to go into that second game. You only need 2 wins to go to that World Cup, Richard. We've seen it before. If you can get a great start, if you can go against an opponent like Ollie Bolly, and you get that win, that confidence level you'll be on, that will fill you, not just for today, but going into the World Cup as well.
I also think it's so important as well to stay in the winner's bracket, not to lose a life. As soon as you go down, as soon as you lose that first life, things can get really, really interesting. See a few of the scores coming in. Manu Bashaw, the Dutchman, 2-0 up to the good. Ethan and Feldman, a lot of people watching that game, 1-1. As it currently stands, Nicholas Razek, NR7, getting a goal back against Anders Vergang. Kyle, we're just waiting for our game to get started.
I'm looking over at the pods, and, well, what can I see? All the other games have got started, but where's Lamps?
That's why you stay backstage, mate, because you come out and
Where is he?
you ruined the show.
No, I'm not at all. And this is it. I get to be the eyes and ears for all of the viewers. He's running in. This is what I love, okay? We get to see things that viewers don't. We need to tell them the story. We need to let them know. Lamps is now taking his seat, so hopefully we'll be getting into this very, very soon. He looks like he's good to go. Pops the headphones in, the music playing, coaches at the ready, admins at the ready. It looks like the game will be starting as well. Richard Buckley, we'll be talking about this one because what a game it is. You mentioned Ollie Bolly, Lamps, the chance to kickstart the playoffs and get things underway, and that is what we do. Lamps starting off here. Hakimi down, switches the play across. Richard, looking at this, we talked about Lamps' opportunity. When it comes to Ollie Bolly, though, for him, another great chance for him to make his way through, get to that World Cup, dominance on a world level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from Sweden, there's always that internal battle as well on who is the best player. Olilito, Optole, Ollie Bolly, they've sort of been all neck and neck. Olilito took the advantage, didn't have the best of days yesterday. He's not going to be at the E-World Cup, 0-2. Ollie Bolly from Team Makers will be looking to go a couple of wins further, that's got to be said, in this opening match against Minnesota United's Lamps.
Definitely, right. Well, Ollie Bolly is on the attack, and Cuckoo coming forward. Socrates, Ollie Bolly seems to be looking for that mistake, looking for that chance. Will it come in the first 10 minutes? It doesn't, but he resets, he goes again, looking for that pass. Oh, great save, Van der Sar there for Lamps, managing to keep the ball out the back of the net. Can Lamps do something? Can he counter? Opening 10 minutes of this game right here. But I feel like this one, it's going to be a battle of who can make the least mistakes. It looks like, Rich, in this first 10, 15 minutes, it's going to be figuring each other out. It's so interesting seeing how different styles from different regions, when they're playing this game, if you're from North America, they'll have a playing style, a way that they like to play. We know the Europeans, definitely the Swedes, like to play a certain way, but it is Lamps who manages to kick things off and get his playoffs tournament underway. R9 getting it. I mean, Rich, we've seen this before. We'll see it again. I'm sure we'll see it plenty of times throughout the day. R9 opening the scores.
It's not just Lamps who has taken the scoreline and the 1-goal lead in our featured matches. We did have a goal from down the desk. I heard the reaction coming out. Where did that goal end up? We'll have a look at it very shortly indeed.
Right, well,
And it's coming from Mike LaBelle. Mike, which way did it go? Opening goal.
Ryan's going to be very happy about this. We do have the opener indeed for Mark going up against JRA. JRA's been in control with the possession. You see the step overs here. Beautiful extra pass. Nice little triangle formed. Near post for Mbappe. Always going to convert from that position.
Prediction's already going downhill.
It's still early. It's still early.
There's been a goal in my game. Well, there's been 2.
2 goals between PHZin and Mateus Benano. We'll get them very shortly indeed. Chance there for Oli Bolli. It's quite interesting because Oli Bolli probably had the first 10 minutes or so and then Lamps got back into it. 2 goals from Sam Miller's matchup. Which way did they go?
Well, firstly, Mateus Benano opened the scoring early on with a bullet header, and then we saw an answer back. What a comeback. It was Davies to R9 from close range, and what a game this has been. 1-0. PHZin with a quick reaction to get himself back in the game.
2 goals evenly split. Argentina and Brazil taking place on the main stage.
Well, Oli Bolli still trailing 1-0. Looks like he's trying to get back into this, though. Lamps defensively, we've seen him do this before. He manages to keep Oli Bolli out. Paul puts the ball over the top. R9 picking it up. Pele. Can Lamps double his lead? He's looking to do that.
Goal! It was a big celebration from the desk from Ryan Pessoa. Stokes against Webb Nasri. Which way did it go?
Yeah, it's been a game of quite a few chances so far early on. You'll be able to see the replay. Stokes building up here. Plays it through the middle, recycles around Neymar into Mbappe, and a shot at the near post to break the deadlock. Stokes 1-0 up against Webb Nasri.
Back into our featured matchup, Kyle Walker, and it's Oli Bolli coming forward.
It is indeed. Bellingham got the ball. Oli Bolli trying to find space. He seems to be struggling. Lamps, you've got to give it to him. Defensively, he's done it again. He's managing to keep Oli Bolli out every single time. Little mistake there, though. Oli Bolli picks it back up. Can he recycle? Can he go again? Can he create that moment of magic? Find that space. Defensively, Lamps, incredible stuff so far. Rich, I feel like it's going to be like this throughout most of this first leg, essentially. Lamps with this 1-0 lead. If he can keep hold of this, if he can keep Oli Bolli out, he might be able to frustrate the Swede and maybe force him to make some mistakes and push with that counter like he's done already. That goal came off the back of, well, the run of play. We didn't expect it. Oli Bolli, those first 10 minutes, he seemed the one in charge, and it was Lamps who managed to capitalise on that mistake, on that counter-attack, like he's doing again. Bellingham, he's just looking for that space. He's waiting. He's got time. He doesn't have to rush anything. Great defensive work there, though. Oli Bolli, Delict at the back. Can he take his time this first half? Can he find that moment of magic, that little bit of space? Can he capitalise on a mistake? Can he find an error? Anything he will be trying to play into his own hands. But it looks like he's actually very, very happy just to take his time. However, defensively, once again, Lamps is in complete control of this one.
Yeah, it's all about the game management at this point. How do you start to potentially even start to see the game out from this point? You've got a 1-goal lead. Oli Bolli starting to create for the EMLS representative. For another EMLS representative, it's not been going great so far. Nicholas Razek, NR7, 3-1 down against Anders Vergang at this current moment. Make that 4. The Wonder Kid striking again. No goals, really, from the desk. It's been quite a quiet opening.
There's not been much.
45.
It's been a dominant display so far from Stokes, but again, there's no updates in terms of the scoreline. It is still 1-0, but Webb Nasri yet to register a shot on goal, low possession as well. So
I'll get a word from Mike at half-time in our featured matchup here. Not too much being created. Lamps going to defend this one. Chance, red timed.
Feels like he's not managing to capitalise on those moments. I keep on mentioning it, but he is dominating possession, Oli Bolli. He is in control when it comes to that, but Lamps defensively, you mentioned those 2 words, game management. How many times on the big stage have we seen players, when they've got a lead, not be able to manage the game, manage their time. Lamps is putting in that display. Granted, it's only the first 45 minutes, but if he can continue this in that first leg, he's in cruise control.
1-0's across the board, isn't it? All the games 1-0 as it currently stands.
Mine's 1-0.
Yep.
1-1. So we got, but not too many goals to talk about. Mike, what's been happening in your game? We've not heard too much from you with that early goal, but JRA struggling to get into it.
JRA is having much more commanding possession play. We're into the 58th minute at the moment, but Mark's been a little more efficient right around the final third as the synopsis.
Yeah, not too much. Not too much happening, I can tell you that. Ryan, you signalled me. Was that a second goal, potentially?
Yeah, it's a second goal from Stokes. Again, building up well. Green time shot that ends up hitting the crossbar. Hopefully we'll be able to see a replay of that so you can visualize it. And then it was an open goal header, as I said. We're able to see the replay right now. Played in with Pele. Just biding his time towards the area. A step over into space.
What a header.
Off the bar. Open goal header with Nkunku there. And Stokes takes the 2-goal lead.
Back into our featured game, and it could be joining at the perfect time as a chance comes in there for Ollie Bolly, but nothing really to talk about.
Not really, except for Lamp's great defensive display once again. I mean, maybe there's a reason why there's not many goals. I mean, we've had another one in one of the games, which I'll let you throw to you in a minute, but maybe it's that feeling out your opponent, feeling out the tournament, being here and knowing if you lose this first game.
Oh, it's so important.
It's huge for your perspective of the season, how you see the season. 2 games, you could be done.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the players, a lot of the players who were in that winners bracket who then dropped down after losing a qualifying game, losing another qualifying game, seemed like quite a common occurrence.
Yeah,
yesterday.
Definitely, it's ruthless the way the format is, because as you said, if you sort of start slow, you can find that your dream of making
You're out in an hour.
the World Cup. Exactly, it's just a quick trip. A 12-hour trip turns into a 2-game scenario, which...
Had a few of those.
I wasn't going to bring that
Oh,
Me and Mike Nabel joined on those ones there. Don't worry, Mike, you're not alone. I'm not alone with that one.
Well, you heard the shout from Samantha. Let's head on over. Which way did it go? Evenly poised at 1-1. Who's taking the lead?
it went in the way of PH Zin. I have to say, he had a couple of opportunities to shoot early on. Mateus Bonanno was defending like a brick wall. Nothing could be broken through. And then it fell to Pele, and what a finish into the bottom corner. Absolutely brilliant for PH Zin. He did not give up. He had numerous opportunities. He wasn't getting anywhere. He kept on with the persistence, and eventually he's taken the lead.
Big moments, Mateus Bonanno. So usually dominant in the defensive end of the pitch, leaking a couple of goals as we jump back into our featured game. 29 minutes left to play. Kyle Walker, while we're away, getting a few moments from the other games. Anything really, or not too much?
Not too much, just again, back and forth. It feels like Ollie Bolly, he's persistent. He's not letting this one up. He's not afraid to keep pushing forward, even though that threat of a counter-attack from Lamps is definitely on. Lamps defensively, though, absolutely solid every single time. No mistakes as of yet. Still 25 in-game minutes to go. Ollie Bolly pushing forward. Pele, can he find that right pass? Can he find that space? Pulls the shot off, but blocked once again. Could we have a counter-attack from Lamps right here? We've seen him do it before. Could he do it again? Can he double his lead? No, he cannot. A pause has been cued. We're into that now. It feels like Ollie Bolly's going to be making some changes. Not quite happy with a few things. And Rich, it feels like he's tried so much already. Why not change those tactics, those custom tactics? Why not see what you can do?
Let's head on over while we're in that pause to Sam's game. 3 goals, PH in with a slight lead at 2-1. For people who might have not been up to date with it, Sam, how's it been going so far?
It's been end-to-end. I feel like both has had spells of brilliance. Right now it's Mateus Bonanno in the box. He's really trying to get that equaliser. He's pushing for it. But PH Zin has had his fair share of opportunities. And I have to say, Mateus Bonanno has been defending excellently, even though he's losing 2-1.
You picked some great games yesterday, Mike LaBelle. You've got a 1-goal game at the moment.
Okay, yeah, still 1 goal.
Still 1 goal. Yeah.
I feel more invested in this game now because Ryan's talking about me. He went against me, so now I'm feeling like I got a little bias right now. I'm ready to pop up, okay?
Well, here
I'm
we
prepared.
Are. Well, you can see the last 10 seconds of it.
Perfect. This would be great timing.
Ryan's always watching every game.
Ryan, pay attention, Ryan. Nkunku down the line, extra pass, Mbappe, here we go. R9, unfortunately intercepted. You see where I'm going here.
Well, there you go.
I've got some energy exchange. I want the energy, the gray on gray right now. Say the best gray win. I'm talking about our shirts.
That's sort of Mike LaBelle for now. Ryan, you wanted to get my attention. What's been happening between Stokes and Web Nasri?
Yeah, we missed out on an extra goal for Stokes early on. He did make it 3-0 earlier on in this game. But there was a goal back for Web Nasri. We're able to see this game live right now. Stokes pushing on in the box here with Neymar, playing it across for Pele. At the near post, and we came in right on time. That's number 4 for Stokes. He restores his 3-goal lead.
Talk to me, for people he's got a huge audience.
Absolutely, yeah.
Stokes online. For people who maybe are watching his weekend league, his division rivals, when he gets to an event,
He plays the same way. He plays the same way.
He'll fly through 2-0,
Yeah.
or it might get a little bit.
Might get a bit nasty with the goals conceded. So he's had a bit of altercation with someone on this panel right here before.
It's working. He's playing great. He's playing great today.
I think
But-
after those comments, Mike, you turned his season around.
No, you was yeah, exactly. I transitioned the
actually
season. It all started because of you,
You
Rich.
should get commission actually off
That's
that.
what I'm
to be fair.
saying.
20% of the winnings.
We hugged it out yesterday. We're on good terms.
Yeah, they are on good terms. He's pushed Stokes to another level and he's playing fantastically well.
I got credit. Let's go.
Let's head back to our main game. 13 minutes left to play, Kyle. While we've been around the grounds, what were those changes made? Was there anything particular, maybe a formation or tactics?
Exactly the same, though, from Oli Bolly. He keeps coming forward. He's not afraid to push in that attack, see if he can get an equaliser before the end of this game. But it just doesn't seem to be happening. Lamps, he stood there. He's not afraid. Can we see him push? No, there we go. Will that go out?
Goal.
Oh, there we go. Right, free kick now. He needs to do something. 10 in-game minutes to go. Can he produce a moment of magic? Mbappe picks up the ball, edge of the box. Still keeps it. He's biding his time. He's not afraid. He's not wanting to pull the trigger. Here we go. There it is. Equaliser for Oli Bolly. He took his time, and it was definitely worth it. Every single time he came on that attack, he looked threatening. The ball, the right pass through to Mahrez. Goalkeeper movement, a little bit off from Lamps, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, your game's finished. You're watching that. Goalkeeper movement not great.
I was ready to compliment Lamps as well. His micromanaging defensively has been fantastic throughout this match. He has a mistake, Ali Bali capitalizes. We know what kind of player Ali Bali is as well. Super consistent, reliable, structured, methodical. You saw no emotion there as well. It sets up nicely for a second leg. Got to throw that out there.
It definitely does, and maybe for the second leg, it'll mean that both of these players will change their tactics and actually go maybe a little bit more attacking, especially Lamps.
Big goal between PhD and Matthias Bonanno. It came in the last few minutes, Sam.
Matthias Bonanno with the 90th minute equaliser. It's all come down the left-hand
Great
side
goal.
into Rashford with a great finish there and perfect timing to be able to score just before the final whistle, and it's ended in a 2-2 draw. What a game I've just witnessed.
Incredible matchup, and we've got a second leg to come for everyone at home to enjoy. Final few minutes here, level pegging between Lamps and Oli Bolly. There was a 5th goal from Stokes against Web Nasri. He's now leading 5-1. We'll get Ryan's thoughts on that at full time from that matchup. Kyle, take us through these last couple of seconds.
Well, again, it feels like Oli Bolly dominating in possession, not giving that ball up, still trying to force some errors from Lamps. Can he get a last-minute winner? Can he get this last attack? It'll be extremely important. We saw what he did a few minutes ago, equalising. Not a lot of time left to do it, but can he pull something out of the bag? Can he change the way this game goes into that second leg? Maybe a little bounce of the ball doesn't go his way. I'm sure Lamps will put this out. There it is. 1-1 it ends. End to end, but I'm saying Oli Bolly dominating in possession. 1-1 though, the final scoreline before we go into that second leg.
He's biased.
Why is he
Saying
biased?
I'm just going the other way. I'm so biased that I'm making him biased.
Mike, we'll come to you. Your game, 1-0 at the moment. For people at home who might not have seen it, what can they expect second leg? Is it going to be a similar affair?
Well, we haven't seen any big shifts yet, and that's because it's only the 1-0. Both players feeling each other out. It was one of those opening cagey affairs, and we've talked about it, and we were lucky yesterday to see some of the matchups where people went for it completely, but all in all, a lot of times you're going to see more cagey affairs with elimination games. They only get those 2 lives.
Level pegging, Sam, in your matchup, all South American affair. Who do you think either player will be more happy going into the second leg?
I think definitely Matthias Bonanno to be losing and then just get that late equaliser with the timing. That will give you a bit of confidence and momentum going into the next game. But Very even.
Ryan, 6-1. It finished after the first
Still
leg.
going.
Still
going.
playing?
Okay, now it's done.
Okay, thanks for that. Just
There
like
we go, just so you know.
6-1. Stokes got to be through to the next round.
It's not done yet, but it's an incredibly perfect performance in the first leg. 6 goals to 1. Dominant display, not just in terms of the scoreline, but the performance itself. He's been incredible.
I'll ask. Go on,
I was going to say, how are you feeling? Because I was just looking over at their pod. Someone that's behind,
Yeah, it's got
that you know quite well.
Yeah, of
Shells.
course. My teammate in Shells Man City is behind there coaching him. I can't really see him now, but he's at the back there coaching Stokes. Good friends, of course, and definitely be happy. There wasn't really too much to coach there, I'll be honest, because the way Stokes played it was incredible. And as I said, if he continues with that sort of performance, he could go the way to get qualification.
Just a quick one, Carl, before we head over to Brandon. Same question I asked to Sam. Who's going to be more happy going in to the second leg with a draw, Lamps or Ollie Bolly?
I think Ollie Bolly. I think he's actually coming forward. He's looked the one that's had the biggest threat. He looks like he's the one that could continue that into the second leg of this game. For Lamps, he had that early start, that great start, that goal, but he wasn't able to capitalise and double it, score anymore. So he'll be the one that'll be looking to score again. But Ollie Bolly, for me, he's the one that's happier.
Well, let's see who has capitalised on some good performances behind the scenes. Brandon Smith is joining us on the show. Brandon, how's it going?
Yeah, I am still here. I've been put out on work experience for the day, off the desk. But I'm here with all the games that are going on. We have got 12 matches. As you can probably see, no games are underway because the leg one has just concluded. 36 goals we saw across those first legs. But some of the big news and the big talking points, Anders Vergang, a 4-1 win in his first leg, a pretty comfortable start for him against the EMLS champion. And then some other big European names. Neat, the Spaniard, he leads 2 goals to 1. Ethan, there'll be a lot of UK fans following his journey today. He's in front. The East Serie A champion, Danny Pitbull, also in front in his match. And maybe a surprising one, Manu Bashir, 2-0 up against Abu Maka. Abu Maka coming back to make that 2-2. But as I said, plenty goals going in so far. Still second legs to come. I've got 12 games of FIFA, so I'm going to sit back and leave you guys to it.
Enjoy that, Brandon. It's a dream for you, sitting back, 12 games of FIFA in front of you, plenty of FIFA pros around you as well. Carl, you were there yesterday.
Yeah, work experience as well.
Yeah. All the atmosphere, like, you've been in here, and then you've also been on the main stage, behind the scenes. What sort of things can you give to the people at home, like the differences?
You especially see it when the second legs have concluded and a player's either won and they're ecstatic, they come out, they've got their friends, family, coaches there, or the players that have gone out, which we will be seeing in a couple of hours' time. They're the ones that you look at and you think, wow, they've come to London, they've travelled all this way. Some of them have flown thousands of miles and they've got here and it's done after an hour, after 2 hours, as we've said. They're the ones where you look at them and the emotion, how much it actually means to them. That's where you really get to see it because they're not out here. They're not on the main stage. They've not got all the eyes on them. They can really show their emotions back there. So Brandon is in for a treat. I'm sure he'll be asking the questions. He'll be getting all the content as well. I'm sure we'll see some tears.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be tears indeed. I'm hearing that the gameplay is ready to go. The second legs are right around the corner. Just before we get there, before we kicked off, there a bit of a back and forth, Mike and Ryan. Who's favourite, JRA or Mark 11?
Yeah.
Why do you think it's Mark 11, Ryan?
Okay, this is
I've
a
got
difficult
reasoning
one.
on my end too.
No, I hear. I understand. I understand. I think
for you.
JRA is obviously incredible. Recent success as well. But I think Mark 11's sort of success goes under the radar just because he's not been playing in Europe. We always have our eyes on European qualifiers, European competitions, because we have the most players, I say, the highest level of competition. But I think what Mark 11's done this year can't be overlooked.
I'm going to make this very simple. Yesterday, it was 11 out of the 12, depending
That's
where
fair.
you
I
view
agree.
Nicholas. Of the qualifications were all from Europe.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But
I think that makes him a clear-cut favorite. He also is
Mark
from
weren't
Europe.
playing yesterday, though, you know. Today, it's a new day.
Oh.
We'll have to wait and see, eh? We'll have to wait and see. Back underway with our featured matchup. Ollie Bolly up against Lamps. The winner of this game remains undefeated in the tournament, both lights intact.
Now you're seeing, just like we saw towards the end of it, Ollie Bolly starting the game, just how he finished that first leg, coming forward, not afraid to attack in this one. Lamps, defensively, can he keep it up? All he's got to do is capitalise on Ollie Bolly coming forward, that counter-attack, which we've seen him do in that first leg. I think, though, Ollie Bolly, he'll be onto that. He'll make sure that he's not giving anything up easily. Look at him here, he picks up the ball. Those tackles, these are the little moments that are going to be super important. That ball over the top, can he finish it? No,
Oh,
he times it right there. not what you want to see. However, I'm confident Ollie Bolly, he'll be the one coming forward throughout this game. But he needs to do better than he's just done there.
I can see this going late. I can see it going in extra time, maybe even a penalty shootout in our opening game of the day. RVP legend up against the Commonwealth Libertadores champion, Bashada. That is 3-2 to RVP legend on aggregate. Gabriel Pien from South America, 2-0 up against Lex.
Wow.
Anders Vergang, 5-2 leading against Nicholas Razek. And Mike J from Australia beating LJR Peixoto 2-1. As it currently stands, the Aussies have come to play. Both players,
Hold on a minute.
leading. Let's head back to Carl Walker.
We had a prediction off screen, and I was talking about Mike J again. I just think not giving enough respect. To be fair, Mike doesn't play as much as he used to, but he's had the accolades in the past. He's performed extremely well, and I didn't say he's going to win as per se, but I think he'd give up a good fight against LJR. You wrote him off, Rich.
Yeah,
Rich wrote him off.
last night, Mike J told me he's the best FIFA player here.
Mike is so good.
But he also had something in his hands. So I don't know if he's just feeling a little bit of extra confidence.
Well, we'll see after that one. Let's get back to my game just here. Ollie Bolly, Lamps, 0-0 in the second leg, 1-1 on aggregate. Both of them still just feeling out. Richard Buckley said before he thinks this one could go late. It still feels like both these players quite tentative.
The Aussies from down under.
I know.
Currently
Ryan's going to love this. We have an update. He is going to double his position here. You see him working. You're going to have Mark with a couple key step overs. Love a resurface and a recycle to finish with R9, top of the box.
Lovely. That's the Aussie stuff right there.
Yeah, that's the Aussie stuff.
Well, the Aussie stuff indeed. I don't know what that means, but I'll take it.
Neither do I, Rich.
Back on board with Ollie Bolly and Lamps. Did hear a shout from down the desk. Sam Miller. It was 2-2 going into the second leg. There's been a third goal. Which way has it gone?
Yes, Richard. Oh, and just as I was about to say, Mateus Banano was 1-0 up. PH Zin has just equalised with Hullet. We have to take a look at this goal. It was a beautiful cross into the box, a first-time finish, and that is what PH Zin does best. He answers back. He's got that all-important equaliser, but I have to say, Mateus Banano scored with R9 moments before, and it was a very similar style, to what he scored in the 90th minute with Rashford. Game on here, all square, 1-0.
Right, see Stokes adding goal after goal after goal right there.
Yeah, we saw two of those goals go in for Stokes. He's up 2-0 now in the first 15 of this game. Of course, that's a foregone conclusion already.
I feel like we might have picked the wrong game to have as the main game. Not gonna lie.
I keep peeking around. I've got all the games coming through. 8-1, 3-2, goals everywhere. It's flying in. 3-3. PH levels it up. I've seen another goal between JRA and Mark 11. Which way has it gone, Mike Lavelle?
Oh, we've got to start talking about this special Aussie sauce. Okay. Oh, here it goes. Little Space Jam action for the people. You see him finding the extra passes.
The step over.
Here's
It's just silky.
I don't think Ryan's ever been so excited on the desk.
Oh, incredible stuff. Let's get back into our featured match. A couple of games are starting to pull away. I don't think we'll be seeing much from Stokes. He's 9-1 up now, starting to run away from Webb Nasri. As it currently stands, Stokes plays Rowie Feldman to qualify. He's leading 3-2 against Ethan at this current juncture.
Stokes wasn't scoring double digits until we had that
Altercation.
conversation.
You've picked a bit of a snooze fest here, Kyle. 1-1. We'll join it later.
Yeah.
We've got a game that is heating up at this current moment. 3-3 between two South American giants, Mateus Banano and PH Zin. Sam, take us through what we're seeing here. This is
right now, R9 has played the ball over the top into Bellingham. PH Zin defended excellently. We have a real game on our hands here. It's been end-to-end, as you're seeing right now. Davies' lovely ball over the top. Let's see if PH Zin can make it. He has with Mbappe. Is Mbappe going to get across? A goal! And it's defended well by Mateus Banano. I know I've mentioned it a lot, but Mateus Banano does defend extremely well in those crucial moments. Hullet plays the ball into Mbappe. Mbappe nearly loses out, but manages to keep hold of it. And it's Pele that's played a cheeky ball over the top into Hullet! And there it is! Hullet fires it into the back of the net. Look at the celebrations. What a game we have because you can't keep your eyes off it. There's things going on left, right, and centre. The crowd are going wild. I don't even have time to blink. There's so much
we add
going
Kyle
on.
to the desk, and then we get a snooze
This
fest.
is what happened.
Coincidence?
We might have to make a phone call to bring it.
Whoa.
Pele
snooze
is
fest, guys.
gearing the crowd up, and it is back underway. PH Zin, Hakimi plays it back. Hakimi looking for the forward pass, doesn't find it, goes back to Virgil van Dijk. Wow, will we see an equaliser? You have to stay tuned to find out, but right now PH Zin is in possession. He's going to try and break forward. Bellingham looking for the pass, finds it in Musiala. Musiala down this right-hand side, intercepted. Musiala back with the ball to Bellingham. So 1-2 passing going on, and a cross into the box. Can't quite find Hullet, but it does find R9. There it is, the equaliser. PH Zin, the comeback king in this match, finds his space, slots it into the back of the net. This game is unbelievable. Mike Lavelle next to me is enjoying himself. Can't keep his eyes off this game. And R9, who else?
It's just so well done. Again, remember, game management, 45th minute. He whips it in there. He's triggering runs. You get the second opportunity off the cross, off the clearance. Knows what to do with it. The extra pass, the first time finish.
Well, that game, we'll keep up to date with it as it goes through into the second half. A game that is already in the second half, tied at 1 apiece. Ollie Bully and Lamps, Kyle Walker. Anything we missed while we were jumping around?
No goals, as you can see. However, a chance. Oh, Ollie Bolly managing to get through. It's been the same since, what, the first 20 minutes of that first leg. Lamps getting that goal. Ollie Bolly has just been persistent in attack. It's carried on into this second leg right now. Both of them changing tactics, both of them feeling out the game, feeling out their opponent. I feel like, as Richard Buckley mentioned before, this is going to go late. We will get a winner. In what fashion that happens, I don't know. Will we see a goal? Will we see extra time and penalties? But it feels like every single time one of the players is on attack, the other one, well, they know exactly what they're about to do. Whether that's Lamps in defence, whether that's Ollie Bolly in defence, both of them, it feels like they're one move ahead. They know exactly what their opponent is about to do. And Ollie Bolly, while he's playing at the back, he's waiting, he's biding his time. Can he find that pass on Cuckoo? No, intercepted. Rude Hullet playing it back. Delic Davis onto Pele. Again, Richard, it just feels like they are waiting for a mistake. They're waiting for a moment, which is all well and good because obviously you want to stay in that upper bracket. Whether you win by 10, whether you win by 1, it doesn't matter as long as you get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such an even game. It's got to be said, it'll be a small margin, maybe a mistake or a moment of true magic, which could be right here.
Oh!
Got to go.
So close. But you can't let that frustration get to you because you know, and look at Mike Lavelle, he's not happy. He's trying to get
He did it all right. He did it all right.
He's getting
Reward the man.
more for the show reel for us to show with his reactions.
That desk it making 6 o'clock. Not a chance. Few goals to keep you up to date with. Web Nazari getting a consolation, 10-2. That scoreline as it currently stands. Neat 3-1 up against just Virgil. As it stands, Neat will be playing Mark 11 for a shot at the FIFA E World Cup. We did have a goal from Sam Miller. You heard a reaction, but which way has it gone, Sam?
It's gone in the way of Mateus Bonanno, 3-2. Scored the goal with Pele, a player that lots of people are picking to play with. And this is exactly how you can see why. Finds the pass into the back of the net. A simple finish in the end. Keeper was just about to come out. And he has been clinical, Mateus Bonanno, in this game. And so far, he's got the edge. 5-4 overall over the 2 legs so far. Not too long left to go. But will we see PH Zin with another comeback? You'll have to stay tuned to find out.
You had 16 games, Kyle, to choose from.
Yep.
1-1 is the lowest scoring affair out of all 16.
It's going to bring some drama. I'm telling you, it's going to happen at some point. We've got to get a winner, mate.
Yeah, we have to.
We'll find a winner. Will we have the first penalty shootout of the day? Maybe in this game. That's all that might separate them.
Mike, how impressed are you with Mark 11? He's 3-0 up and he's still looking good.
He's been very dominant in this. He's taken his chances. He's defended well. He's got a clean sheet. He's got a few helpers. I know that Ryan wants to comment on this, so go ahead, Ryan.
I have nothing to say.
This is where you're going with the I told you so.
No, not at all.
Okay.
We get to see a little bit of that brilliance from Mark 11 and what he's doing right here. JRA trying to fight back into it, Mike, but maybe too little too late for the Spaniard.
He's had chances. He's been on the edge of the box. He's been in the right places. He hasn't had that extracurricular. We always talk about making those moments and creating the most out of those moments. As you see, Rudhola building up here. Pele looking for options.
Go.
Fernandez. And I like seeing
no,
Bruno
it's offside.
Fernandez in the squad.
A game that is very tightly contested, unlike Mark 11 and JRA. Here's Ollie, Bolly and Lamps. 15 minutes left to play. 1-1. Extra time will be needed. And penalties maybe even in our first match of the day, Kyle.
Yes, if we don't find a winner in the next in-game 13 minutes, and if this whole game's anything to go by, I don't think we will do. However, I'm happy to be proven wrong. Can Ollie Bolly find some space? He needs that right pass. One more. Oh, every single time defensively, Lamps has been outstanding in this opening game, taking his time. You can tell that he isn't afraid to wait. He's not afraid to hopefully go towards the end, hopefully get that winner. But I have a feeling, whether that's extra time, whether that's in this game, in the final few moments, someone will find a goal. Someone will, I'm willing to put it out there, this isn't going to penalties. I think we're going to find a winner.
A game that's absolutely not going to penalties is Mark and JRA. 4-0 it currently stands. We'll get Mike LaBelle's opinion on it. At full time of this game, it's been one-way traffic, it has to be said. Back to our featured game, 5 minutes left to play.
Yes, indeed, and again, Ollie Bolly coming forward. Great defensive work, though, from Lamps as he keeps him out. That clock is ticking. 85 minutes gone in that second leg. Still 1-1 on aggregate. Lamps took the lead very early on in that game. Ollie Bolly found a way back into the match, but this second leg, it's been end-to-end. No one able to break the deadlock just yet. Lamps is taking his time, looking for that last attack, looking to keep hold of that possession, keep hold of that ball, pass it around, force a mistake, move some players out of position, capitalise on that as he starts to make that move forward. Can he find that right pass? Every single one needs to be perfect right now. He's done it to perfection, except for the finishes before, and this is where, see, there we go. Intercepted, the story of the game so far. Every single time Lamps or Ollie Bolly come forward, the other one knows exactly what to do. Great defensive skills from both, but this one, well, it goes to extra time.
Taxing game for both of these two in the first matchup. Full games currently taking place in this matchup. Mike J, 3-1 leading against LJR Peixoto. Speaking of the Australians, is it full time as of yet, Mike?
It might as well be. It's the 72nd minute, 4-0 on aggregate. I'm maybe equally as impressed with keeping the clean sheet. If we're just being transparent on the desk, that's tough to do. We don't see it happen often where you're scoring a bunch of goals and then you're also not conceding anything. He's been locked down. He's been fantastic. Well done, Ryan. There's something special with the Aussie collective.
Yeah,
Something
definitely.
special. I mean, I'm not going to speak about the Aussies now. I want to speak about Stokes.
Yeah.
Because he demolished Webb Nazary.
11-2. It's still going. There's still 20 minutes left to play. I don't think there's any sort of comeback being able to be sprung here. Is it going to be 12? It's, just cleared off the line there. But Stokes has been playing incredibly well. Of course, you're able to see some of the goals that he did score. And yeah, again, it's a great boost of confidence going into the next game.
Who's going to get a boost of confidence going into extra time? That is the question, because as it stands, neither player has really shown the desire to want to win it. I think that's fair to say.
I think I completely agree with you. There's a first for everything, Richard Buckley. I think you hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, both of them obviously want that win, but they're not showing that desire. They're not showing that passion. They're not showing that grit. And it looks like they're not afraid to make mistakes. However, there we go. What did I say? There'd be more goals in it going into extra time. And we found one just there. Mbappe playing for Ollie Bolly. Lamps, first time he's been down in this game. Does he have to change his tactics now going into this? He's spent 2 legs quite defensive, I would say. But now he finds himself losing 2-1. Ollie Bolly is pushed through for this entire 2 legs of FIFA. And I guess now for Lamps, he has to turn it around, do something about it, because if he doesn't, he's dropping down into that losers bracket. And for Ollie Bolly, he continues in the uppers bracket, continues in fine form, but there's still plenty of time in extra time to go.
left it late, has Oli Bolli in this matchup. Couple of full times to make you aware of. 2 Italians with victories. Hezes 5-2, Danny Pitbull 4-3, Mike J, the Aussie, 3-2 win in the end against LJR Peixoto. Anders Vergang 5, Nicholas Razek 4. That is a full time. Razek nearly performed the comeback, but wasn't enough in the end, as Lamps looks to bring something back from the death here.
Yes, he needs to. And again,
Is it?
is it?
Oh, Pen!
Come on!
Here we
Come
go.
on!
I'm not having that favouritism. You'll be quiet on the end. Take it away.
Here we go.
Great call.
Neymar Jr. steps up for Lamps. You'll know if it's gone in because Mike Lebel, he switches there to Mbappe. Mike Lebel will make a noise.
Let's go! Come on!
2-2. Great penalty in extra time. We're back level where we spent most of the game. And now Oli Bolli, he'll be looking to get back in front. But if this game is anything to go by, Richard, maybe we've seen all the goals that we're going to get, and maybe, unless we see a mistake, unless we see someone capitalising, Ronaldinho picks up the ball for Oli Bolli, unless we see something happening very, very soon, I think penalties will be on the cards.
Ryan, you've been watching this game because you've switched off from Stokes. I'll get your opinion on it at half-time from a professional point of view. That chance isn't going to fall for Oli Bolli in the end. How important was it for Lamps after trailing in extra time to get that goal pretty much instantly back?
Yeah, it's a huge boost. As you said, instantly, I think is the key word there. If you sort of let the game go on, you're going to have to go constant press or push some bodies forward, which obviously would leave some gaps. You'd be susceptible for a counter-attack. So we got it early on where he didn't need to go team press or constant press, so it leaves the game wide open.
Yeah, the game is completely open at this current juncture. Young, the Brazilian, 5-2 up against Di Fernandes. He came through the play-ins.
It's a massive
huge,
result.
huge performance from Young in that game. The second half of extra time is right around the corner, Kyle.
It is indeed. We're just starting it very, very soon. I think that smart work from Lamps because he knew he had to get a goal, forces some errors from Oli Bolli. He gets that penalty. Now, 15 in-game minutes to go. That is it. Can someone find a winner? Can
He was dancing in the box, Kyle. He was dancing in the box.
You know who Mike Lebel wants to win right there. I'm not saying it. Mike Lebel said it himself. Can Lamps, though, he's pulled it back level. Can he go back ahead? He did that very early on in the game. Hullet onto Nkunku, back to Hullet, onto Mbappe, scorer of that penalty. He's dancing in the box, as Mike Lebel says. But he can't find an opening just yet. He's happy to bide his time. He's happy to find the right pass. Those 1-2s between Hullet and Nkunku. Can he find the pass, though, back to Hullet? This is it. This is his moment. This is the big stage. Offside right there. Unlucky, some would say. Smart from Oli Bolli.
You got 3 out of the 4 members on the desk at the moment.
Everyone's
watching
watching
this game. We do have an unbelievable match between PHZ and Mateus Bonanno currently in action. 5-5 at this current point, Sam.
We're into extra time here, and an unbelievable comeback once again from PHZ. A bullet header from Virgil van Dijk, which we're likely to see shortly. It was unbelievable. He was about to go out, and let's just take a look. Look at this. It was absolutely beautiful. But we will go back to Kyle in
We
his
will
game.
indeed, yes. Let's jump into this. Final few minutes here. Extra time. 2-2 on aggregate. I have a feeling that both players now, they'll want to just see this out. Who can get that last attack? Lamps.
Come on, Lamps!
Hold of possession. Can he do it?
It's not fan zone.
I know, yeah. Gosh.
Hold on a minute.
Right. That pass there. Mike Lebel, smile on his face.
Surely
Lamps.
not.
No, surely not. Will we get some last-minute drama? No, once again. Oli Bolli pulling it out of the bag defensively. That is it, surely, unless Oli
He's going to have
Bolli...
one more attack.
Last
You
attack
think?
here.
He'll
Here
go.
we go.
He will go.
Hakimi for Oli Bolli. Survives the challenge. That pass on to Ronaldinho. Oh, great defensive work. Penalties it is. And I'm sure we'll get straight into that one. Right, here it is. Oli Bolli steps up first. Can he put it to bed? He does. CR7 putting that one 1-0 to him. Neymar Jr. for Lamps. What can he do? Goal! There we are, 1-1. Mike Lebel with some celebrations in silence right now. Mbappe for Oli Bolli.
Wait, he missed?
Oh my God, what?
Again,
Oh my
here
goodness.
we are. No one has made a mistake yet. Ollie Bolly. Great penalty once again. Right here.
Oh, we're level.
Saved. Right, we are level. We are level.
It's getting a bit nervy.
It is indeed. Oh, saved once again. Here we are.
Get Mike off this.
Mike LaBelle.
Forget about him. Oh, what a pen.
Go.
This is it.
Here we go. Puts it
Sort of
away.
win.
Scores, he wins.
We're level. However, Lamp scores this. He wins. He stays in that upper bracket.
Come on!
So, Mike LaBelle lets out a massive, massive screen. Come on. Lamp stands up. He looks happy with that one. Ollie Bolly sits back, looks at the screen, almost in disbelief. He was trailing very early on in that game, managed to pull it back and forth throughout it all. It goes to extra time. We had a goal, we had retaliation, it went to penalties, but it was Lamps who managed to capitalise, manages to keep a clean record, keep those 2 lives in the tournament.
Well, it only seems right, Mike, to head off to you. You see the live shots here. That's a big win to keep
Massive.
those lives intact.
Massive. We know from yesterday's experience the mixology of matchups that can happen if you drop down.
We've already seen one penalty shootout. We're potentially going into another one. 5-5, 119th minute. Mateus Bonanno against PH. Sam, you've been watching this game for the entirety of it.
I have. I've not been able to take my eyes off this game. It has been end-to-end, both of these very similar in terms of how they've lined up. The possession has been switched time after time. Are we going to see Mateus Bonanno get the winner with Rashford? No, we're not. It's been intercepted. Now it will be PH Zin who kicks the ball out as the whistle goes, which means we're going to see another penalty shootout on our hands. Unbelievable. Mateus Bonanno steps up. Will he convert from the first shot? Yes, he does, into the roof of the net. A brilliant finish. Now Neymar for PH Zin. Will he be able to convert his first penalty of the shootout? And yes, he does. The exact same spot. Top corner. Mateus Bonanno up again with his second. And it's Mbappe. All of them have been into the top left corner so far. PH Zin. Will he be able to again? What is it with this top corner? They've been aiming for that each time. Will Hullet change it up or go for the same? He's gone for the exact same. What a surprise. Mbappe, PH Zin. Will he score his third? Yes!
Wow, keeper.
Different corner, same result. Virgil van Dijk down the middle. PH Zin up with Ronaldinho. Courtois trying to play mind games there, but it doesn't work. PH Zin with Ronaldinho, top right. Vinicius Jr. Yes, he has scored. PH Zin needs to convert this penalty. Let's see if he can do it. Not relying on this, he scored it, which means they've all scored all their penalties so far. Both Mateus Bonanno and PH Zin. Mateus Bonanno, and it's saved!
Oh my gosh.
Important penalty for PH Zin now. Another save. Courtois on fire. Mateus Bonanno, and he's missed it. PH Zin, can he get the win? Let's see. He scored! Absolute scenes. PH Zin, the Brazilian, slides across the pitch with Hakimi.
Almost took the cameraman out.
The penalty shootout for him.
Go on, PH. I love that. I love the emotion.
Beckett celebrating there. PH Zin. He was the comeback king in these 2 legs. Let's take a look at how he did it. And it was Hakimi that stepped up with the winning penalty for him. PH Zin, what a game, what a player. Absolutely brilliant. 2
penalty shootouts already in the opening round of games. Today is going to be electric, it has to be said. What emotion on show right there. It's mind-blowing, to be honest. We've only played 1 game, and we're already seeing reaction like that. Incredible stuff here from the main stage. There has been so many more games taking place behind the scenes. Brandon Smith, you had emotion like that?
Trust me, there's been so much going on behind the scenes here. I mean, what a way for PH to announce his new contract with Ajax with a penalty shootout win like that. We had over 80 goals in that first round. But two games I really want to speak about is especially the Aussie lads. Mark and Mike, I don't know what they ate on the plane on the way over, but what a start they have had. 2 wins on the board for those guys. But someone else who's had a big win joins me now. It is Manu Bashir from Team Hullet, looking to do what his teammate did yesterday in Emre Yilmaz qualifying for the FIFA World Cup. You come off the back of a stressful 2 legs alongside Abu Maka. How was the game? But more importantly, well done on winning it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the game was stressful because I think I went 2-0 up and in no time it was 2-2 again. So it was mentally very tough for me to still have the confidence to keep like going. And then I scored a kickoff in the second leg, a bit lucky to be honest, and I was 3-2 up, and then again it came back. So at that moment it feels like, okay, sometime like maybe he's gonna go up. Like I need to be careful now. And after that I didn't really give a chance away, and I scored 3. So I'm happy with the win, and now hopefully one more game.
Hopefully one more game, one more win. There's already 2 Dutch players on the plane on the way to the FIFA World Cup. How much would it mean for you to get back there again for a second year?
Of course, it's a goal you start with every season to reach the World Cup. Now I'm so close, so it's all we work for the whole year, the whole boot camp last week, and yeah, so now looking forward to it. I think there's a 1-hour break for me now, and after we have to be ready and give it my all.
Yeah, and about that matchup, he goes up against Caccia, the Italian. There's a bit of a storyline there because I believe you played against him last year in the playoffs in the Swiss stages. But if you win that game, or whoever wins that game goes to the FIFA World Cup. What happened in that game last year?
Yeah, last year was the first round of Swiss, so for us both new experience. I think both didn't qualify for the World Cup yet. Obviously, we both made it in the end, but it was a nervous game. Now I think it will be a bit more of an experience game because we both know what it takes to win the deciding game. Last year I scored like in the 90th minute with a winner. I think 7-6, 6-5, something like that. But of course it's a whole different FIFA. And for now, yeah, Caccia has been playing so well, and I think it's going to be a very tough game. And yeah, let the best win.
Let the best win. A $10,000 game of FIFA, that one will be. Coming up in 1 hour's time, Manu Bashir is 1 step away from the FIFA World Cup. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Great interview, as always. Be seeing karaoke by the end of the day with that microphone backstage. I'm looking forward to it. Great stuff, it's got to be said, from all the players who did pick up a win. I mean, just incredible scenes on the stage. I feel like we've only got to start with Lamps, to be honest. A penalty shootout victory. Just doing the business where it mattered most, Mike.
I think he surprised a lot of people that he was up for that match. Ali Bali is an incredible player. It's a big result for Lamps. And something that I noticed today that's very different from yesterday, there's more emotion in the room. A lot more emotion. I don't know if it's just the competitors or because they watched yesterday. Most of these guys were here, of course, watching the games. But it is popped off early.
Yep.
We caught up with Lamps just before this tournament started. Here's what he had to say about his playoff campaign.
The person I most look forward to playing against from America is Rasek. After he beat me in the EMLS semifinal, I definitely would like to play against him again and get my revenge.
He wants to get his revenge against Razek. It's not going to shape up that way, unfortunately. He was successful. Razek picked up a defeat. Kyle, you watched that game in its entirety. Lamps against Oli Bully. It was a tactical affair. Went all the way down to spot kicks in the end.
It did, and I feel like from the very off, Lamps, I mean, he made the most of the situation. He finds the passes, he takes the lead, and then you think, okay, what can you do? Defensively, he looks strong. However, if you're going to wait 2 legs of FIFA and just constantly sit there, let a player like Oli Bolly, with the experience that he's got over the years, the success he's had as well, let him attack, let him keep coming at you and just rely on that counter-attack to score your goals, just like Lamps did. Well, if you're letting Oli Bolly come in, he's going to score at some point. He did that. You go into the second leg. What can you do? Again, back and forth throughout the entire game. I called it. I said, there's going to be another goal in this. There was. Oli Bolly manages to find that. What can Lamps do? Almost instantly, he finds that equaliser, makes it 2-2. We see what plays out after that, what unfolds, a few more goals, but it goes to penalties ultimately. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because no one wants to lose on that and lose on penalties. Well, how do you pick yourself up again?
And look, I feel sorry for anybody who's got to match Ollie Bully in an elimination game now because he's feeling confident. He's looking to go forward. He only lost on penalties. It was a tight game. And you know what the quality he has. Ollie Bully, as it currently stands, down to 1 life. There was plenty more players who did suffer a defeat in that opening round. Let's have a look as it currently stands. These are the players that are on the edge, and there's some huge names in there. Ryan Pessoa, Ethan, 1 life away from being eliminated.
Yeah, Ethan, one of my good friends as well. Tough game against Roy Feldman, of course, a veteran competitor. We're also able to see some of the other people who did lose their first game. So Gabriel was leading in his game, ended up being defeated. Di Fernandez as well coming through the play-ins. You've got Abu Maka, we spoke about, Just Virgil, Razek losing against Anders. There's so many top names. Diarra, of course, and you spoke about Ollie Bully Challenger as well. There's a lot of top names.
Matti Bonanno, down to 1 life. Sam, you're watching that game. He'll feel hard done by to lose on penalties.
He will, but you know what? I know his mentality. I think he'll be really fired up now for the next game. He was unlucky. I think he created chance after chance in the match, but to lose on penalties won't leave a good feeling.
Let's have a look, as it currently stands, at these brackets and see how these matches are starting to shape up and what we can look towards. Mike, anything that's standing out for you?
I'm looking forward to that Feldman-Stokes matchup. I'm hoping that I'm talking about it a little bit more. And then we also have the likes of Danny Pitbull going up against Mike J. Danny Pitbull, we've seen in action a lot this year. Mike J, we really haven't, but everything that Ryan's been saying about the Aussies has been working. They're on the same page. They're aligned.
As we start to have a look down at some of those other matches in the lower bracket, Bashada versus Happy, Ethan versus Web Nasri. That's a tough game because Web Nasri will be a complete different performance. He's not getting beat by 12 again. You've got to think so. So that game really, really interesting. It's an elimination game as well. On the main stage, 3 elimination matches will be being covered. Let's have a look at Group D and how those matches are starting to take shape. Neat versus Mark 11 might be one of the most entertaining games of FIFA that your eyes can set upon. Anders Vergang versus Young. The winner goes to the E-World Cup. Down to the losers bracket, there's some real tough matchups. The one that's standing out for me right there, Ollie Bully versus Gabriel PN. That will be on the main stage and we'll be keeping you up to date with it. It's going to be tough, Ryan.
Yeah, a lot of tough games, as you say, NR7 and Razek up against Di Fernandez. I think we overlooked Lamps versus Lex. I think Lex doesn't get spoken about a lot. European Frenchman as well, extremely good. He's performed well this year. Probably his breakout year in terms of performance.
Well, it's no longer opening matchups here on the main stage. It's Elimination FIFA here at the FGS playoffs. Make sure you do not change the channel, because after the break, people's FIFA seasons, unfortunately, will be over.
Big screen down in the basement, don't need your verification. I need a stack so big that I can't even spend it. I need a heart just so I can lend it. I need all of the jewels, I need to be a king like Kendrick. I need all the white Air Ones that I can get. I need a Rollie and a Patek. I need a pennant to swing off my neck. You need to be stepping correct, otherwise I might just draw for the sword in the stone and sever your head. I am the daddy, I send him to bed. These men are all shabby, but nevertheless, I gotta stay on my toes. They underestimated me, now I'm the champ and I'm taking it home. So I got my eyes wide to see who's coming up through the pipeline. And if they wanna take my spot, we can swing it out like I'm playing golf. Golden, golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found out very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found out very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. I'm still here, still gravy. It's Tommy B, not Brady. But when I touch down, it's a madness. No long talk, just pay me. Right now I love Declan Rice way more than my unborn baby. My fortunes are always hiding, but I've been going on golden lately. I rise above hate like Suchek on your defender. I'll tell you straight, I'm here to win, there's no hidden agenda. I'm due to blow, but properly, not no 5th of November. Guy Fawkes ain't chatting to Tom, you can check what you want, I'm a don like Repka. Student of the game, but you can never give me a lecture. Ruthless when I aim, find out if you step in my sector. Step into this den here, you won't find an investor. You'll just feel the flame of the dragon. They can't handle the way that I'm at them. Got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden. They didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Yeah. I need a round of applause, I need a standing ovation. I need the plaques on the wall and a big screen down in the basement. Don't need your verification. I need a stack so big that I can't even spend it. I need a heart just so I can lend it. I need all of the jewels, I need to be a king like Kendrick. I need all the white Air Ones that I can get. I need a Rollie and a Patek. I need a pennant to swing off my neck. You need to be stepping correct, otherwise I might just draw for the sword in the stone and sever your head. I am the daddy, I send him to bed. These men are all shabby, but nevertheless, I gotta stay on my toes. They underestimated me, now I'm the champ and I'm taking it home. So I got my eyes wide to see who's coming up through the pipeline. And if they wanna take my spot, we can swing it out.
Vergang, known as the Danish Wonder Kid and set to be the next FIFA megastar. It's a lot to live up to, but does he deserve the hype? Since his undefeated streak in Weekend League, everyone knew Vergang was going to shake up the competitive FIFA scene, and he did not disappoint. With the world watching on in anticipation, Vergang brought his skills to LAN to pit himself against the very best. And we've seen some ups, looking to do something historic after being 4-0 down on the Trevor. But we've also seen some downs. However, in every match, one thing is the same, and that Anders Vergang is the player to watch. But why is he so good? Well, firstly, he's mastered the art of the step over, sending his opponents into a spin and simply finding space that other players can't. His lightning-quick reflexes mean he's going to flick the right stick and maintain the press so effectively, stifling opponents before they can even get set. And once he starts to find that momentum, he is almost unstoppable. He's not afraid to let you know about it either. To top it all off, he's absolutely ruthless in the box. If you give this man an opportunity, he will take it. He's taken the scouts of some of the biggest names around in past tournaments, and the FGS playoffs could prove to be more of the same. Is this Vergang's next step in becoming a FIFA mega star? I'll just say this, believe the hype. I've not used words like that since GCSE English language. I mean, believe the hype. He's the next super mega star. We'll have to wait and see. You're joining us back at the FGS playoffs. Richard Buckley, Kyle Walker, Ryan Pessoa, Sam Miller, Mike LaBelle. Oh, wait, it's a great place to start. He won his opening game. Anders Vergang, let us know in the chat. Is he the real deal? We can have a bit of a discussion. Is he the real deal? I'll start with you, Ryan, because you've been battered by Anders before.
Hold on a minute. Not that bad of a scoreline.
What's he like to play against?
I think he's unreal. I believe in the hype. Even before I played him, just watching him that season, I believe it was FIFA 21. I think it was. It was the online era. Yes. I've been saying this many times. We had this debate. I genuinely think if that was in person, we'd be talking on the same levels as text. Genuinely. I think he would have clean sweeps.
I also agree.
I think he clean
Even
sweeps.
if he, like, we talked about this, you and I,
Yeah.
one-on-one, a mano. Even if he was a fraction of his ability online, I still think he would have won the LAN event. Because people will question, can you replicate the same form in person that you do online?
It was ridiculous.
He was just levels. We talked about it. We've never seen Tugo get beat like that.
Yeah, and other players I'm seeing him play. I've seen him play people and put
6-7 goals.
And in one leg.
So
game done.
When you talk about the mentals, when you talk about the ups and the downs, when he's down, he's like a croissant left in the rain. He falls apart. Kyle,
what do you have prepped over there? How many of these say?
He has to have that written down. That's a good well.
He started smiling before he let it out. He had that. That was on some paperwork.
I saw it formulating in my head as I'm saying it. Kyle, you've been there. You've criticised Anders in the past for maybe what he says on the stage, how
That's
he
a bit of
acts
beef
on
there.
the stage.
Ooh.
What are your thoughts on him?
I mean, you can't deny unbelievable. He's got that record. You've seen what he's been able to do. But you mentioned there, maybe his LAN performances, it would have been great. Maybe he would have had a clean sweep back in FIFA 21. We're not there anymore.
course,
He wasn't competing there. At the end of the day, he's here right now. Do I think he'll go on to do some incredible things? Yes, I think he will. However, that mental side of the game, that's extremely important. I've spoken to hundreds and hundreds of pros now. I've interviewed them before games, after losses, when they've qualified, when they've been knocked out. I've spoken to them, and it always comes up. The mental side of the game. When you're winning, he's so high, he's so extreme.
Yeah.
He's screaming in his opponent's faces. I get it. The emotions are there. My criticism has just been when it maybe steps out into not friendly anymore, and it hasn't come across as
The
friendly
trash talking
at
side
times.
of things.
Yeah,
Yeah, I get that.
I like the trash talking. Don't get me wrong, but when you're in your opponent's face, that's great, but you have to be able to handle it when you lose and you get knocked out of a tournament. And you have to be able to take it from your opponents. I've not been able to see that so far.
I hear that. I understand.
Sam, if he was to not qualify for the E-World Cup, this discussion falls apart? It's no
Well,
longer a thing?
I am jumping on the hype. I am in the hype gang out here. I think
You're on your own, Rich. You're trying to stir up the pot here.
I
You're
think
on
he's
your own.
impressive.
on his
And
own.
he scored a couple of stunning Trivellas, which impressed me personally. And, you know, in the ECL top 4, he did extremely well. It would be a massive blow for him. And like we said, it is the mental side. He needs to be able to maintain the composure. But for me, I think I'm going to back him. I think he can do it. And if he didn't, it would be a disappointment.
If he don't qualify for playoffs, if you don't get through the playoffs and make the World Cup,
Wait,
No, but hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
minutes
hold
of
on.
discussion.
I think there's also some internal responsibility here. With Umit not qualifying after winning last year, Anders, we've been talking about more than Umit. He needs to be there.
Oh, I get that. The format's brutal, though. It's extremely...
That's what you got to play in the, you can only play in the rules.
Okay, okay, let me... Listen, you
We're
got
ready to fire off like here. You
Go on,
watch your words. Watch your words, Ryan.
Listen.
Shots are being
You got to worry
fired
about
out
squad
here.
battles over here, right? We're talking about the real juice, yeah? And the format for playoffs is horrible. The format's horrible. It's so difficult.
I actually,
Can we just call him
you know
squad
what?
battles from now on?
I actually
format's
disagree. I think this format, where all he needs to do is win 2 games,
Yeah, but-
is better for him.
You can turn up, right? Let's say in previous years, where you need to go like 4 and 3 in Swiss, for example, get out of the groups and you're in knockouts, you need to finish top 16 or whatever. This one, you turn up, 2 bad games, you're done. Fair enough. That's the art of competing. But then in other years, if it was two bad games, you can still rebound off of that. You can come back.
We're not
I
talking
think it's
about
more-
other years. We're
Yeah, but
talking
that's what I'm
about this
saying.
year,
That's what I'm saying. I
Ryan.
think this year's format's more ruthless. So I don't think that if you don't make it, it's a huge...
But if he doesn't make it, then how would you? If he doesn't make it, okay,
Yeah.
he doesn't go to the FIFA E World Cup. We get to the end of the season. How would you sum up his season? Because you're trying to compare
Okay,
him to Tex.
all right,
You're
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to compare
Right,
him
he
to
needs-
Desari.
I'm not.
He needs to
He
be
needs to
there.
prove it. He has to prove it. But what I'm saying is, in order to, as you say, in order to get to that level, you need to do it first. It's all good and well saying, oh, he was good enough then. What matters is now. I understand that, but I feel as if like...
I'm not. No, you know what? I'm the host. I'm not having the playoffs is a brutal format. If you ask any FIFA Pro player, they say the playoffs is one of the easiest tournaments of the year.
Okay, in
because all
terms
the
of-
regions
in
come
terms
together
of-
and it's a nice game.
Hold on.
Ryan, you said this.
No, I'm saying
not
in
having
terms of
making
who you
excuses
play.
for them.
I'm not making an excuse for Anders. I think he'll make it.
It's
I
not
genuinely
about
think he'll make it.
consistency.
But I'm sort of talking on the Umit point, for example. We say that the playoffs. Look at the amount of names that are in here, right?
Yeah.
That won't make it. There's tons. And I think the players that do make it, obviously they're there on merit, but there's tons of players that will miss out that are good enough to make it.
I'm going to bring the ball back. Okay, let's get back to business because we've got some games on the main stage which aren't qualifying matches. 1 qualifying game, 3 elimination matches. Anders' game is taking place backstage. We'll keep you up to date with that match as it currently stands. He's taking on the Brazilian Young. I'm sure Brandon will be able to catch a word with them at some point during the next couple of matches. These are the games. Huge matches. Mike LaBelle, you've got a big game. It's a qualifying game in your particular match. You looking forward to it?
Let me walk you through it, present the ultimate package. I don't think Stokes is going to get another 12 goals, but that was so impressive for his opener. And then Feldman is kind of annoyingly good. You saw Yuval qualify yesterday. If you're not familiar with Feldman, he's been one of those guys that's kind of been a staple throughout the FIFA community the last few years, and he's just never an easy win. He always drags out the games. He adjusts to his opposition. He's good tactically. He carries big moments, and to me, he's still been the face of Israel when you're looking at players in the FIFA scene.
Yeah, that is a qualifying match as well between these two. Roy Feldman's already defeated an Englishman today in Ethan Higgins. Sam, next match, it's an elimination game. It's where it gets nervy.
Well, NR7 EMLS champion, there's a lot on the line for him. You spoke about him earlier. He's definitely a player to watch. And D. Fernandez, I think he would have taken a lot from Tuga yesterday and thought, you know what, I am going to play at that level. Look at the way Tuga absolutely blew some players out the water for me. And I think this is going to be another tight matchup. I mean, I have to say, a lot of the games I've been able to do today have been close, so hopefully that carries on.
You've had a few blowouts throughout this journey, Ryan Pasawa.
12 goals. I don't, as I said, I don't think we'll see that in this game. We already saw Oliboli up against Gabriel Pien. Now that's the game I'm focusing on. Oliboli's games tend to be close fought. He did, of course, lose on penalties against Lamb. So this is an elimination game. You lose, you go home. You win, of course, you progress in that loser bracket to give yourself the best chance to make the World Cup.
Well, I'm hearing the games are ready. So a very quick comment on your preview, Kyle, for your matchup. You're watching Mateus Banano in action. Has to win if he wants to keep his E-World Cup alive.
He does indeed, or be playing squad battles with myself for the next
Can't
few
play
weeks.
against each other in that. Just throwing it out there.
I mean, when you look at it on paper, Mateus Banano, what he's achieved so far, he should breeze through this one. However, Ryan is right. Let's be honest, the format can be difficult. If he does lose now, he'll look at this as such a huge loss, crashing out of this tournament, crashing out of the playoffs, not making it to the World Cup. However, sometimes that does happen. Will it happen now? Who knows? Mohamed, he'll be doing all he can to ensure he causes this upset.
Well, let's get the games kicked off. The FGS playoffs round 2 are about to get underway. 4 players will book a place to the FIFA E-World Cup through the playoffs. 4 players will be eliminated. This is where you really have to bring your best FIFA to the party. And where better to start than with our very own Kyle Walker, Mateus Banano up against Mohamed.
Yes, well, they might have felt sorry for me before with how that match played out in the first 2 legs. Very little goal, so hopefully we'll have plenty more in this second one. Both of these opponents battling to stay in the playoffs, hoping to keep that dream alive of lifting that FIFA E World Cup. And I mean, the start, Mohamed here in the Arsenal kit, Mateus Banano in the orange. I'm guessing for Mohamed, he'll just want to stay in this game for as long as possible because he will know what Mateus Banano is capable of, what he's managed to do before. The longer that Mohamed can keep him out and stop him, the more chance he's got.
Yeah, he's a great player in his own right as well. He was the champion of the Middle East FGS play-ins earlier on this year. That's how he got his qualification spot for the playoffs. So a good player in his own right. However, he's up against someone who does not want to be eliminated, Kyle.
And he shows that in the opening 8 minutes. Mateus Banano gets off to a flying start.
Hakimi,
I mean, that link-up play, brilliant, outside of the boot, does what he does best, Mateus Banano, scoring goals. We've seen him do it before. When the pressure's on, he knows how to turn it on, turn it up, and he's done just that. For Mohamed now, I guess it's a case of, right, quick assessment. What do I need to do? What do I need to change? How can I stop that from repeating itself time and time again? Because he's here and he's got to take his destiny into his own hands right now, because if he doesn't, well, he'll be crashing out, he'll be going home. He's made this journey to London. He wants to make sure that it lasts more than 2 hours, but unfortunately, with passes like that, mistakes like that, the pressure, it shows it might be getting to him.
the pressure is certainly on in the lower bracket matches. Couple of goals to keep you updated with. As it stands, JRA is on his way out, trailing 1-0. Up against Just Virgil. Actually, I can tell you, he's just equalised. JRA 1-1. As it currently stands, Abu Maka eliminating Sharon Jott. Also, an elimination match from Group D. No goals in our qualifying games up to date. Danny Pitbull, to remind you, taking on Mike J for a spot at the E-World Cup. PH Zin against Darkley, and RVP Legend against the Italian Hezzers for a spot at the ball. Feldman versus Stokes is on the main stage. That game, nothing to report as of yet. Back to our featured game, 1-0, Matty leading.
Yes, he is, and he had a great opportunity. Held the ball for, some would say, possibly a bit longer than he should have before when he was coming through in attack. That's opened it up for Mahani to come back in. Can he find that space? Can he make that essential pass? It's going to be very difficult. Matías Bonanno isn't going to make too many mistakes. He's great defensively. He's great going forward. Mahani's got to pull it out of the bag. He's got to find something very, very special. But as you said, he's managed to do that so far this season, so possibly we could see him do it again. Right, he comes forward, Mahanid here. He's just taking his time. There is no rush. Davies back to Lucio, back to Bellingham. Can he find something? Can he do something?
We've got a goal between Roy Feldman and Stokes for a spot at the E-World Cup. Which way's it gone, Mike LaBelle?
Ryan's gonna love this. Stokes carrying some of that offensive momentum, penetrating pass, step over, takes the space. Weak foot for Bruno Fernandes, back of the net.
He's been made a believer, as Mike LaBelle of #Stokes. Who would have thought? We got a goal between Oli Bullitt and Gabriel Pien. Big moment. Which way's it gone?
It's gone the way of Oli Bullitt. A great build-up play here with R9. Finds the pass into Penny, reverse elastical, sending Gabriel Pien, and he gets the goal to take the lead.
Back underway in our featured game. Matías Bonanno whipping it into the box. Hello, Hullet.
I know, right, ball whipped in, Hullet on the end of it. However, great save right there. Mahani doing all he can to ensure he stays in this game. It's only 1-0. Still plenty of in-game time to go, but he needs to do better in attack. Every time he comes forward, Matías Bonanno reads him, knows exactly what he's about to do. However, Mahani does the exact same, but interception just there. You cannot do that, not against Matías Bonanno, not against the man who's the current ELA Liga champion. ELIB 2021 champion as well. He's been on the big stage, he's done it before. He will punish you if you give him a chance. But Mahani, now is your time. Can you turn it on? Can you find that space, that pass, that shot, that goal? Can you bring it in? He's taking his time.
Chance here for Mahani on the edge of the box. Good defending from Matías Bonanno. A second goal between Roy Feldman and Stokes. Which way has it gone, Mike?
I think we're gonna have a lot of goals in this matchup. Feldman, extra pass. Pretty basic when all things considered, but a goal's a goal. Steps into space from the top of the box.
Nothing to report yet from Sam's game. Still 0-0. I'm sure we'll join you. There will be goals at some point. Maybe you've got the Brandon Smith curse.
Right, anyway, back to this one. Matías Bonanno coming forward. R9. Oh.
Good defending.
Great defending delict there for Mahani, stopping Matías Bonanno, doubling his lead. Rich, looking at Mahani now, I mean, obviously you've seen so many games, commentated on so many games. It's such an uphill climb for him, being in the lower bracket anyway.
Oh, goal!
Coming up against Matías Bonanno, however, he's coming forward. Oh, he's just recycling, he's taking his time, but...
To me, it just looks like he's a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger. He's a little bit hesitant to go for it.
And if you don't do that against this man, you will get punished. It's happened once, can it happen again before the end of this first half? Matías Bonanno trying to find that pass, doesn't quite keep it.
We had a goal from Sam Miller, the shout was up. Which way did it go?
We did, and it was Hullet that put the ball in the back of the net for D. Fernandes. Unbelievable from him, and he's taken the lead. He did score earlier with Hullet, but it was offside. But this time he was not falling short. He's managed to stay onside, and he's managed to go 1-0 up against NR7, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that finish.
Yeah, this is live shots here of this match between Nicolas Razek and Fernandes. We do have a goal from Ryan Pessoa. He's been very quiet throughout this matchup between Oli Bullitt and Gabriel Pien, but it was the Swede doubling his lead.
Yes, it was. Came from a corner set piece here, played back, first time pass into the the centre-back in Dillit just onside there to get his second goal of the game. Haven't been too many chances, but now it's into the half-time break.
While we're around the grounds, were there any changes at half-time?
You're looking
not too much.
Not too much. I mean, for Mohamed now, I guess, as you said, hesitant. I think that's a key word. But when you've got Matías Bonanno coming forward, that pressure is constantly on. Mohamed will be focusing on his defence whilst also trying to find a way back into this game, switches the ball across to the left side. Davies picking it up. Every single time he picks up that ball, Matías Bonanno, his players instantly on him. That pressure non-stop.
You heard the call from Sam Miller. Nicolas Razic versus Di Fernandes. And the Portuguese player went 2 up.
Goal for Fernandes. He doubles his lead. 2-0 on the 45th minute mark. Moments before half-time. Hullet at the double. Another similar finish to the first. It was a brilliant finish. And I have to say, he looks on fire right now. He's in form. He's carrying on with that momentum. And he's leading 2-0.
Right, well, bringing it back here to this game, Matías Bonanno taking on Mohamed. Matías Bonanno, great defensive work. Every single time Mohamed comes forward, every time he goes into attack, Matías Bonanno is on it. That defensive display in attack, though, that pass went a bit awry. Mohamed now picks it up. Can he find something? Starting in defence right here. He's building. He needs to take his time. There is no rush. There's plenty of in-game minutes to go. But as I mentioned before, that pressure from Matías Bonanno every single time Mohamed's coming forward, well, Matías, his players all over him. And he's not afraid to show that as he's coming forward in attack. Mbappe picks up that ball after a shot, or a pass from Ruud Gullit, I should say. But he managed to find some space. That pass,
good chance.
Great chance there. Defensive, though. That work from Mohamed keeps him in the game.
A third goal between Roy Feldman and Stokes. Who's taken the lead, Mike LaBelle?
And I'll tell you what, this game's had a bounty of chances. Maybe not everyone's collecting the check, but this is gorgeous here. Rework it, Mbappe. Again, right in the middle of the pitch. You can go left, you can go right. You see the conversion for Stokes.
Good chance here for Matías Bonanno. Just dribbled out of play. Let me give you a few updates from around the grounds as it currently stands. RVP legend 4-1 up against Hezers. He is on his way to the E-World Cup. PH Zin leading 1-0 against Darkley. Danny Pitbull 0. Mike J 1. Their qualifying games. We've got some elimination matches as well. Ryan Pessoa, we had another goal between Oli Bolly and Gabriel Pien. Where'd it go?
It went the way of Gabriel Pien. Needs to get back into the game. It came from a switch of play. Trevena out to the side there. Played towards the byline, but cutting it back here, recycling. Getting it across to Jude Bellingham inside to R9 and under the goalkeeper there. A driven shot to bring him back into the game.
Great game that's currently taking place. I've got to tell you, keep you updated with it. We talked about JRA. He was on the main stage in the opening matchup. He is trailing 3-2 against just Virgil. As it currently stands, he will be eliminated from the playoffs. No E-World Cup after a great season last year. He made it into the knockouts of the E-World Cup in Copenhagen. Not going to be there this year if that continues as it is.
Right, well, picking it up here, this featured matchup, Matías Bonanno still leading 1-0. However, Mohamed, he's managed to keep that pressure off. Mohamed keeps coming forward, he keeps trying, he keeps looking for that opening. Can he find it right here? Mbappe puts it across R9, Pele offside. Matías Bonanno, defensive work outstanding once again. So difficult for Mohamed to find that moment, to find that space for him to break that defence up. Pele coming forward, Matías Bonanno. Davis, can he find something? Mohamed puts that ball out, throw in though. Matías Bonanno, he'll take his time. He's not in any rush. Bellingham, corner right here. What will we see? Matías Bonanno whips the ball in. Headed back though, Davies picks it up for Mohamed. Not here, no mistakes. He makes one there though. Matías Bonanno picking the ball up. Pele's got it. Plays it back, he'll take his time. He's in no rush at all. Can he find that pass? Ruud Gullit running, no. Chooses not to go with him, goes with Bellingham instead. One more pass, Rashford. Oh, can't get the shot off. Maybe this game shouldn't be as close as it actually is. However,
what you had? 5 goals in Three legs of FIFA.
Yeah, plenty of chances, plenty of opportunities. However, I said it before, it doesn't matter what score it is. Matthias Bonanno, he'll be happy with this one. He's kept man out for most of it. And we know the threat that Matthias poses, if he gets one chance, he will put it away. He's not managed to do it again just yet. I think that's credit to Mahani for that defensive work. But you're looking at this and you'd say, Matthias, he's in cruise control right now.
After he goes 1-0 up so early, you expect 2, 3, 4. I'm surprised that this game's been 1-0 for such a long period of time after he scored so early.
Yeah, well, he had a chance there to put that ball across. I thought he would have whipped it in. He didn't know, he's looked for it, but capitalised on a mistake. Rashford picking that ball up, passes back to Mbappe. Can he find some space? Rashford, oh, green time, but it was defended.
Kyle can't buy a goal at the minute. Someone who can is Mike LaBelle. A fourth goal, is it 3-1 or 2-2?
I've got all the goals because he Stokes a man on a mission. He's got the offensive selection figured out, feeding Pele, taking space, taking names, near post. Van der Sar can't do anything with it. Green time, finish.
7 minutes left to play. Matthias Bonanno losing out on penalty in the first game to Brazilian PHZ. We do have a penalty as it currently stands in Ryan Pessoa's matchup. Oli Bully versus Gabriel Pien.
Yeah, fell the way of Oli Bully. The arrows it into the top corner. He's up now 3-1. And it's been, albeit the scoreline seems sort of close, it's been a one-way display from Oli Bully so far.
5 minutes left to play. Mahani trying to get an equaliser.
Trying his hardest. Can he find something? That moment of magic in these dying minutes of the game. He's looking for that pass. Can he get the shot off? Oh, he does it! Wow! It's taken him 87 minutes, but Arnine steps up and he manages to pull that trigger. You said before, Richard Buckley, he looked hesitant. He wasn't that time. Manages to score, brings it back level. And I'm sure Matthias Bonanno, he will not be happy with conceding this late on.
Wow. Matthias Bonanno, 1 leg away from potentially being eliminated from the playoffs. No EU World Cup for the Argentine superstar. Representing Team Heretics. A player who is almost there. RVP legend, 5-1 up against Hezers.
Dominant.
At this current juncture. Final chance of the game will fall to Bonanno.
It will indeed. Can he make something of this? He finds the space. Mbappe! Oh,
my God.
Just wide of the post. Inches wide. That game finishes 1-1. Matthias Bonanno taking that early lead, but it was Mahani who pulls it back. 87th minute coming up clutch.
Some big, big moments are taking place here at the FGS playoffs. People will be qualifying for the FIFA E World Cup. Players will be going home and their seasons will be over. The second leg of all these elimination matches coming up in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the FGS playoffs. My name is Richard Buckley. I'll be your host throughout the next 5 hours or so, 4 hours of FIFA gameplay, where we'll be deciding the final 12 players that will be representing themselves at the FIFA World Cup. Incredible scenes so far. We can have a quick look, actually, at some of the big moments. An equalising goal in one of our games on the stage right here. It was a big moment, and big moments require big characters, and this is where it landed too. Kyle, you were talking through this game. I want to get another opinion on it. Mike, talk me through what we're seeing here.
We've seen probing passing. You're looking for options. You're looking for opportunities. Really well done, unlocking some of that space, and then R9 from the top of the box, always a dangerous location, and he's able to slot home something special.
Incredible. It really was. It weren't really in the game.
No, he wasn't. I mean, well, you can say that he was. Those probing passes were happening throughout, okay? However, Matías Bonanno, every single time, it's like he knew exactly what was coming. He was intercepting. He was making the most of it. When he saw a pass that wasn't perfect, he'd make the most of that. He'd intercept, and then he could go on the attack. It felt like for Mohamed, he was a little bit hesitant when it came to pulling that trigger, as you said, getting that shot away. However, when he decides to do it in that 87th minute, the result, a goal. Finally! I had two in that game.
Speaking of someone who certainly wasn't hesitant, was Jesus, who is now 5-1 up in his quest for a FIFA World Cup. He came so close just a few weeks ago, guys, at the E-Champions League. He's a man on a mission right now, and he's absolutely... He's not actually. He's losing 5-1. Okay. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Jesus. You're not winning. RVP legend. He's beating you 5-1. Apologies to all the Italians at home. What I can tell you, you do have an Italian in a game who is also losing against Mike J. FIFA from Australia. 2 goals to 1.
No.
They're going to hate you after that, I'll be honest.
You're not going on any trips coming up soon.
It's okay. You've got the Stokes fans in your DMs. I've got...
Hey, Stokes is doing the business right now.
Speaking of Stokes, he's looking good. He's playing well at the moment.
It's been a wild matchup as well. 3-1 actually doesn't do it justice. It could easily have 5 goals for Stokes, 3 or 4 goals for Feldman. There's been back and forth action, not a lot of possession play, all-out onslaught of offense. I'm here for it. I can't wait for leg 2.
And let's have a look at Stokes' goal that put him up in the game, sort of in front, Ryan Pessoa. You're a big fan of his. What's he like outside the FIFA pitch?
As he is on the pitch, hectic to say the least. But he's somebody, again, in terms of his play style, I respect it because it's sort of gung-ho FIFA where, of course, he does care slightly about the defensive performance, but his main aim is just to outscore the opponent. He's happy to concede 5 if it means he scores 7 in a game. And I think, similar to yesterday's game, we love the Crepaldi, Paolo Neto. It's sort of a perfect game for Mike.
He's erratic.
Yeah.
The way it's organized chaos everywhere on the pitch. He kind of challenges you to outthink him in all instances. I support it. I like it. I'm on board with it. How am I doing? Have we made the comeback here?
Speaking of Stokes, we got the opportunity to have a little chat with him before the playoffs started. Let's hear what he had to say.
I think this weekend, with the introduction of the new players, the meta has slightly changed, and I think 4 at the back is becoming more prevalent, and there's a lot more attacking gameplay, and there's a lot more things you can do to score goals. So I think it'll be a lot of fun offensively compared to some other more defensive tournaments.
Well, he's having a lot of fun, that's for sure. He scored... 15 goals so far. Yeah,
he's so far in this matchup.
Absolutely flying. Someone who's certainly not flying is Nicholas Razek at the moment. He's struggling, Sam, in his matchup. He's trailing 3 goals to 1 against Di Fernandez, and he's on his way out of the playoffs.
Di Fernandez has been in form in this game. He's been on fire, and he's just maintained the possession well. He's taken his chances, even scored a couple that have been offside, so it could have been a heavier defeat. But he just looks so comfortable in this game. And I know I mentioned it yesterday. I reckon he could have a cup of tea and maybe even 2 biscuits this time, because he is cruising through this game. He's in control. And Di Fernandez, what a player.
Yeah, big moments for Di Fernandez. I'm sure a lot of people at home wondering how Team Footways are getting on. I can give you the latest on that game. Ethan down in the 1 life scenario in the losers bracket. However, he is winning at this current moment. 4 goals to 1. This is some of the best moments from Nicholas Razek and Di Fernandez. Pele into Mbappe, that touch away. And Mike, I just want to talk to you about Nicholas Razek.
I already know where you're going. I'm ready.
We saw him at the MLS. You saw him victorious. Why is it not working for him here?
I'll go on record. I actually made the preview a little. He's been quiet this year. He's actually been quiet the last couple years for our own personal expectation. However, winning EMLS Cup, I think, was kind of a reinstatement for a lot of people on the international scene saying, okay, maybe Rasik hasn't lost a step, and then this is his time to prove it at playoffs, and he's going to have to forge a comeback to do that.
Yeah, he certainly is if he wants any hope of getting back to where he was previously at a FIFA E World Cup. Well, the gameplay has started for the second legs, and here we are joining back with our very own Kyle Walker at a 1-1 scoreline.
It is indeed all to play for both of these players into this second leg right here. The winner, they advance through and they remain here in the playoffs with that one life. The loser, that is it. The tournament is done. That journey to the FIFA E World Cup is over, and Matías Bonanno, he'll be looking to regain that lead. He was 1-0 up if you're just joining us. However, Mohamed, he managed to find that equaliser in the 87th minute of leg one. Quite interestingly as well, during the break, Mohamed was re-watching his goal over and over again. Those passes that led to it, the mistakes from Matías Bonanno, how he managed to expose the defence and break it as well. Could we see him try and do that one more time? These passes coming through just like they did. Mbappe, oh, great save. Courtois for Matías Bonanno.
That late goal looks like he's giving him a world of confidence. He's coming out, he's knocking it about a little bit quicker, and we said he pulled the trigger, he might have been gun shy. He's certainly not, he's firing.
Like I said, he was re-watching that goal during the break over and over again, every single pass that led to it. And he's trying to do what I feel like some of the same to find a second one. Has he found something, a little chink in Matías Bonanno's defence that he can expose again and again? Right, well, he is coming forward. Mbappe picks it up for Mohamed. 1-1 it is. He manages to find R9 Ronaldo. Can he play that ball on Mbappe? Who's he going to find? Who's he going to look for? Runs it right towards the goal. Tries to pull it back, but great defending. Matías Bonanno, he's done it throughout this game. It looks like that defence is obviously one of his strong points. We know that. However, he needs to find something in attack as well. Can he do that? Mohamed's coming forward. Can Matías Bonanno? Well, can he counter-attack? Great defence here. It feels like this second leg, Rich, it's going to be a bit hesitant, I feel like. Both of these players know what's on the line.
Have you pulled out a 1-1 extra time penalties again?
Possibly. Maybe that's why it was given to me. But I think what we are seeing, yes, it's not plenty of goals. I know all the other games have got so many goals, but this one, it's like a game of chess, Richard Buckley. Let me tell you, because that first one to make a mistake, they may lose their queen.
We spoke about, it's good reference. We spoke about Nicolas Rasek. At the moment, he's looking like a bit of a joker in this matchup because he's trailing by 3 goals against Di Fernandez. Ooh, just over the bar. Let's have a look at that goal that Sam Miller is keeping us up to date with. Whipped into the box, doesn't fall to the head of Matías Bonanno, and now we can see it.
We are about to see it. It was whipped into the box, and I have to say, Di Fernandez is proving to be a brilliant FIFA player, and it was into the corner, and it is 1-0 but 4-1 overall, and Di Fernandez is taking this game in style. He's absolutely cruising it, and we need to see a reaction.
We have to see a reaction. Joining live footage here back in our featured match of the opening round. We are just about to get into it, Cal, but I'm going to cut you off right there because we have had a goal in a qualifying game between 2 giants, Stokes and Feldman. Which way has it gone, Mike?
And Feldman's on the board. I'm telling you, this game has so many more goals left into what's going to happen here. It's a beautiful delivery, near post. Socrates takes it down, near post finish, kind of taps it home. Game on, 3-2.
Oh, there we go, Matías Bonanno. I was mesmerised by that, dancing in the box. Mbappe with the finish, but leading up to that, it was Ruud Gullit who managed to find that pass, and great finish. Now, once again, Matías Bonanno finds himself in the lead. Can he ensure that he keeps 2 hands on it in this game? Because if he lets Mohamed in one more time, well, it could change, it could swing. We'll see with this one. But for now, Matías Bonanno, he's in the driving seat, and it's Mohamed who's got it all to do.
And one of these players will be eliminated from the FGS playoffs. Few updates for you. Oli Bully leading 3-2 against Gabriel Pien. Just Virgil 4-3 up against JRA. JRA is on his way out as it currently stands. And Abu Maka 6-1 up against Charon Jot. We do have another goal between Nicolas Razek and Di Fernandez. Is the German making a comeback, or is the Portuguese piling on the pressure?
The Portuguese is certainly piling on the pressure. He's doubled his lead to make it 2-2 with Mbappe there. It's an excellent finish, and he is really on fire in this match. He can't stop scoring, and he's leading 5-1 over the 2 legs so far.
Right, we're back into this one. Matías Bonanno now, he's not leaving anything to look. No chance involved in this. He's wanting to double that lead. He's wanting to extend it on aggregate as well. However, great defending from Mohamed. But it feels like Richard Buckley, once again, Mohamed has got it all to do. We talked about uphill battle before. You're losing 2-1 in that lower bracket. If you lose the game, well, that right now, it's like Mount Everest he's climbing, Mohamed.
He's running out of oxygen as well as he gets to the top, because Matías Bonanno is applying heaps of pressure. Oh my God!
My God! Wow, just as we're saying he's run out of oxygen, he must have
He's got the tank gun.
He's found it. Look at this replay, Jude Bellingham.
Oh,
I mean,
144 kilometres an hour.
what a strike. Courtois had no chance. Matías Bonanno, you can't see him, but he's just been nodding his head in approval of his opponent's goal. What a strike that was. 2-2, game on.
Certainly is game on. A few updates to give you. RVP Legend 7-3 up. PH Zin is on his way to the E-World Cup. Another player from outside Europe going to be representing. He's leading 3-1 against Darkley. Mike J 4-2 up versus Danny Pitbull. He's on his way to the E-World Cup. The Aussie doing it in the biggest way he knows how. Shout out Jamodo, I'll probably doing watch along at home. I bet he's ecstatic with the Aussies doing the business. Ethan, he is currently leading as well. Speaking of footways, 7-1 against Webb Nasri. Chance here for Mateus.
He finds it. Oh, wow. I mean, I did not expect that one. What a reply that was. No emotion on his face at all. This is what he does. The ball finds Pele outside of the boot there, finds the gap, pushes it in. 3-2 to end this half. That will be, I'm sure, the last attack of that half. And what a game it's been. We started off with very little goals. Here we are. He's turning it up because he knows what is on the line. Currently 2-1 in this game. However, that makes it 3-2 on aggregate at half-time in the second leg to Matías Bonanno.
Well, let's head on down to Mike. I've not heard from you in a little while.
Oh, yeah, you want to talk to me? Come on.
How's it going? Qualifying game?
It's wild. It's still 3-2, favoring Stokes at the moment. But again, it's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of opportunities, goalkeeper movement, saves being made, chances being missed, one's been converted. The second half is going to decide everything, and both players will have the opportunity. So I'm here for all the action and the drama.
We heard the shouts, Sam, but we've not seen too much from your game. It's starting to be pulled away from Nicolas Razek, unfortunately.
It has, but I have to say, Razek did pull one back to make it 2-1, and then Di Fernandez went down the other end of the pitch to score again to make it 3-1. A lovely finish, and actually, I've scored a couple of goals like this in my time, I have to say, when I was playing football. I'm going to give myself some credit there. It looked quite familiar, but here we see it, and I have to say, Di Fernandez lets Razek score a goal. You think there could be a comeback on the cards, and then he says, nope, not today. I'm going to go and score another.
I've already done this today. I've given a bit of false hope to the Italians. Jesus was leading. He's not leading at this current moment. However, it is 7-4. He's starting to make a bit of a comeback against RVP Legend. If that does turn around, you'll hear about it here first. However, still a long way to go. Ryan, we've not heard from you in a little while. Elimination game. You're watching Ryan's game more than your own. Is it just a tactical masterclass at the moment?
Tactical masterclass. Is that what we're calling this nowadays? It's a snooze fest. as it stands, I'll be honest. There's not much going on, and I feel as if Olibody's purposely playing this way to sort of force Gabriel to push the initiative because, again, he's happy to keep the ball. He's in the lead. He doesn't need to push forward.
Well, Ryan, come on, join me, mate, then, if you want, because second half kicks off underway right here. Matías Bonanno leading 3-2 in aggregate against Mohamed. However, it is Mohamed coming forward. Ronaldinho finds Davies, back to Bellingham, finds that ball, turns Pele, can he? Oh, no, it's gone wide. That was a great opportunity to start that second half.
If Mohamed was to turn this around, you'd maybe say it with the shock of the round, Matías getting eliminated. I'll go one better. K1 John winning against LJR Peixoto. At this current moment, he is leading 3-2. He was a banker for a lot of people, Peixoto, to get to the E-World Cup. As it stands, he's on his way out. Incredible scenes here
really
at the
is.
FGS playoffs.
Right, let's pick up with this one. 53rd minute, Mohamed looking desperately for a goal. He's got plenty of time, though. No need to rush, no need to panic. He knows that one mistake and it could be extremely costly for him. Currently losing 3-2 to Matías Bonanno, current Ila Liga champion. Both of them not had the start they would have wished. When Mohamed comes through, he finds that pass. Oh, great save there. Courtois picking that one out of the air. Easy. Very, very easy. Mohamed will need to do much more if he wants to bring this one back level. As I was saying, both of these not had the greatest of starts, not the starts to the FGS playoffs that they would have hoped for. Matías Bonanno and Mohamed find themselves in that lower bracket. One life essentially left. Lose this one, you're out of the tournament. Your journey to the World Cup is over. And they know now, as that time ticks on, as that clock runs out, how much this means to them. Mohamed here, he's got to come up with a moment of magic, something special. 30 in-game minutes to go. Can he do that? Playing around with it, Rich, in the middle.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where this game does end up. We did have a goal. Ryan Pessoa asked for it, and he got what he asked for.
Yes, spoke it into existence. There was a mistake at the back with Olibody. Patiently dribbled forward there with Gabriel. A touch downwards and a shot with R9 to level the score lines. 3 goals apiece now between Olibody and Gabriel.
Back on board with live footage here. Mohamed still trying to probe this Bonanno defence. Open. Great block. Just
Great
offside.
block, there we go. Offside. Matías Bonanno not letting anything through. We've talked about the experience, Rich, and we've talked about these players that have done it on the big stage. Matías Bonanno, it's not just about in attack, it's in defence as well. If you can ensure that you keep everything out, you don't make any mistakes, it's just as much about not making mistakes, limiting those mistakes, as it is also about scoring those goals. Of course you need to score to win, goes without saying, that's very, very simple, but it's the defence, the defending work. When your opponent is trailing, but they're doing everything, when they're changing those custom tactics, when they're bringing players on, they're looking to capitalise as well. It feels like with Mohamed, he's doing everything possible to find a goal. Matías Bonanno, he's doing everything possible to ensure that he keeps him out.
I'm seeing some unbelievable scenes coming through. K1 John, the Egyptian, as it currently stands, and I'm seeing a full time. He has just eliminated LJR Peixoto from the playoffs. He will not be there. He is out as it currently stands. Let's head on over back into our featured matchup. Mohamed against Matías Bonanno.
I talked about that clock running down. Time is limited now for Mohamed, but we've seen it's only 1 goal. There's no need to panic at all. Matías Bonanno's got the ball, puts it over. Can he find that pass? Mbappe picks it up, looks for another pass. Ronaldo, no. R9 not coming up with anything just yet. Mohamed here looking for that counter-attack. Pele picks it up. What can he do? Everything has to be perfect now. If you want to equalise, if you want that goal, you need perfection, you need the right pass, you need to ensure you find the right moment. That is not it. Unfortunately, Matías Bonanno picks it up. Ruud Gullit battling to keep hold of that ball, does so beautifully. Plays it back, Militao back to Gullit. What can he do? 18 in-game minutes now. Game management, a word, 2 words we've talked about so many times. How does he manage his time? Both ways this goes. Mohamed, he's coming forward in attack. Mbappe, can he find someone? Who's he looking for? He takes his time. R9, penalty! Penalty. This happened in my first game. We're seeing it happen again in the second. Mohamed he steps up. Ronaldinho, what can he do? Facing Courtois. Oh, straight at him, down the middle. Ryan Pessoa reacts to my game, I think, saying, oh my gosh.
He got eliminated. He lost on penalties in the opening game, and now he's just saved a penalty and potentially keep his existence for the FIFA E World Cup. We saw a goal, we heard a goal from down the desk. Elimination of FIFA between Oli Bolli and Gabriel Pien. As soon as this attack comes in, we will get to it. And there's a chance.
No.
Ryan, which way did it go?
There's a lot of drama in Kyle's game, but there's more drama here as well between Gabriel and Oli Bolli. Be able to see the goal that has come into this game, and again, it stemmed from a mistake, trying to play out the back there. Push forward with Hood, it played in to Cristiano Ronaldo, left-footed shot across goal there. And Oli Bolli restores his lead in this game, 4-3.
10 in-game minutes to go in this one, though. Mohamed taking on Matías Bonanno. Mohamed has just missed a penalty straight down the middle at Courtois. Matías Bonanno, as Richard Buckley said, lost that first game in penalty, saved a penalty there. Can he cling on, hold on to this one as Mohamed comes forward looking for that equaliser? I talked about needing perfection. He needs it once again. That wasn't that. Matías Bonanno picks it up. Mbappe finds Rashford. Finds that pass there. Hakimi finds it on to Mbappe. He's in cruise control. He can take his time. He's not got to do anything just yet, but he finds some space. Matías Bonanno with Mbappe. Oh, great save. Manages to stop it, but a mistake. Oh, wow, he's put it. What's he done? How's he missed that? Right, well.
Let's head on over. Wow. Qualifying matches, final 10 minutes between Stokes and Feldman. Mike, we've not heard a lot from you. It's been 3-2 for like
it's gotten tense.
4 hours.
It's gotten really tense again. A lot of missed chances, great saves. The scoreline doesn't do justice to how many opportunities both these competitors have had to extend a lead, to make a comeback, to forge something special. See Stokes here in the yellow. Hazard, a player you do not see in many rotations. Brand new foot item. Jude, looking for options. Assessing, can he go back? Can we see some game management here?
I'm very impressed by this from Stokes. This is not something you associate with him.
It's the shell's influence.
Why didn't it work with you then? Right?
That's cheeky, that is.
He's in.
It's 1-1.
Space to work with Vinicius. Body's tracking back, needs help. Goes to R9, great tackle from De Ligt. Here's that constant press.
Right, back into my one. We'll keep you updated with that one. Mike LaBelle, I'm sure, will be reacting if anything changes. Mohamed coming forward, but he is offside. 90+ minutes, that's it. That has got to be it. Matías Bonanno keeps both hands on that lead, doesn't give it up again. Even with saving a penalty, puts the ball out. Game management is the most important words we've heard so far in the tournament. Matías Bonanno.
Stokes is going to do it. He's going to see it out. He's going to see it out. Sorry to interrupt you. Yep, that's it. Wrap it up. Done deal. You see the pop-off just behind Richard. I don't know if there's a camera back there. Handshakes were made. Shells and Stokes getting the job done. 3-2 against Feldman. And I'm telling you, high-octane offensive game, both ways. Finishes 3-2. So many different chances and opportunities and looks and saves being made. Congratulations to Stokes.
Stokes, E-World Cup. Incredible stuff. He's going in. He's one of those players. He's the 13th man on the team sheet to be going to the FIFA E-World Cup. Incredible stuff. Brandon Smith, has anyone else done it behind the scenes?
Yeah, thank you, Rich. As we said, 12 has now become 16 to the FIFA E-World Cup. We've got a number of different nationalities booking places there. RVP Legends, you are there after what has been an incredible ending to your FIFA 23 season. Do you feel like for some time it feels like you've had a point to prove? You know, people maybe not taking you seriously. You're at the FIFA E-World Cup.
Yeah, and now after the FGS win, now with the E-World Cup to come up, I'm so excited and I cannot wait for Saudi Arabia.
And how does it feel for you to be there on behalf of Romania as well? What an achievement that is for you. How big is the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final?
It's the biggest event and it's the first time someone actually qualifies from Romania, so I made history today.
You certainly did indeed. There's someone else I want to speak to as well, all the way from down under. Mike J, you have just made the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finals, the first Aussie on the plane. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel all right. It's one of them ones, really. I didn't really expect it. I sort of came here just looking to have fun, have a good time, and I guess it's what's come from it. So I'm happy.
You might be one of the most chilled FIFA players I've ever seen. Yesterday, you were just in the lobby, relaxing. I dared to ask what time you went to bed. Did you think that you'd be able to get over the line?
I told everyone all week that I was going to beat LJR. I promised everyone, and it was sort of delusional confidence, but then I feel like I started to believe it after a certain point. But no, look, I'm happy to be at the World Cup. I'm looking forward to it, but it's just another day, really.
Just another day for someone who's just won $10,000 in any World Cup. I've got one last question. The play style from Australia, Oceania to Europe, you've made it look like nothing. How have you adapted so quickly and then just put on that performance today?
I don't know. They're good, but they're not as good as everyone makes them out to be. Like, that's controversial, I know. They've got some great players, but, like, we've got some good players in Australia as well. There's good players all over the world. So yeah, I feel like a lot of people usually play scared against Europeans because they've got the big names and all that. But if you just relax and play your game, you can usually keep it pretty close and maybe nick a win here or there.
So calm and collected. You've got to remember, he was the man that had a run with Dire Wolves here in London at that EA Sports Cup last year. Can he go the full in the FIFA World Cup? RVP legend will be there, and so will Mike J. 12 becomes 16. We've still got 8 more to find.
Well, rewrite the script. EU dominance out the door. The Aussies are coming to take over. Incredible stuff. I love both those interviews for different reasons. Cool, calm, collected, always on the cards, that qualifying position. Stokes has done it as well, Mike. Give us a little bit of a synopsis of that game.
He puts you under so much pressure, and that's what it felt like. I think we're going to talk about it more when we get to the analysis board, but he just gets the pockets of space, and he makes it difficult for you to have to make choices. It's a lot of 50-50s. If you played against him, if you've watched him play a lot, if you've seen this live streams, it's just so many times that you're going to be forced into uncomfortable positions and uncomfortable situations, and it played to his advantage today. And he saw it the game. The game management part, we don't always talk about Stokes. That, if anything, that's been the critique.
Are you surprised that it was only 3-2 when you've seen these goals going in early? Did you expect it to be a 6?
Yes. 6-4, maybe 6-5, something along those lines. Just the way that he plays, there's a lot of space to work with on both ends, and he was able to see it out. Maybe the last 10 minutes is where I'm most impressed, actually.
Yeah.
Sam, let's move on down because you had a great game as well. Nicholas Razek, unfortunately eliminated in the end. D. Fernandez, I think, finished 9-3 in that game. How impressed were you with D. Fernandez?
Highly impressed. He just didn't stop scoring. Every time I looked at the screen, there was another goal. He was calm, collected, like we just saw in that interview. Australians are really making a mark here. But D. Fernandez, an impressive performance. So many goals. And I thought Razek might get back in it when he scored a couple. But for me, D. Fernandez almost gave himself the edge in the first leg. And then going into the second, he just looked unstoppable. And there just seemed no coming back.
Oli Bolly versus Gabriel PN, Ryan. It was a bit of a slugfest.
It was in that second game. Yeah, I felt as if the job was, I wouldn't say done in the first leg, but it made it a massive uphill battle for Gabriel to come back in. But he done really, really well, to be honest, in that second leg. Gabriel came into his own, started to push the initiative, but I think he just left it a little bit too late, and Oli Bolly managed to just about see it out.
Mateus Bonanno creeped over the line in the end. He's got a long road ahead of him, Kyle, but that's the first step on an E-World Cup qualifying spot.
It is, and I think for that performance, for what he managed to do, the fact that he managed to hold out as well, this is a player I keep on talking about what he's done so far, the success that he's had. Has he been in these positions before? He might not be used to it, but he's got the experience that would allow a player like him to come out on the other side. Yes, it's going to be difficult. Yes, it's a position that he didn't want to be in. Yes, it's probably one he didn't imagine himself being in. However, he's here. This is it. You've got to deal with it, and he's doing that right now. You get that win. You save that penalty. It fills you with confidence. Now he's got to move forward. Now he's got to look ahead, and you can't look back. Forget about that one. It doesn't matter. Look forward. Look at the next one. He's thinking of getting to that World Cup. How do you do it? Keep winning.
Don't look back in anger for Mateus Bonanno is the question and answer that he needs. Let's have a look at the as it stands in this potential table and how players are currently getting on. If you're highlighted in gold, that means that you are through. Stokes, RVP legend, PH Zin, and Mike J from Australia all go through to the E-World Cup. Two non-EU players right there, adding up the total. Make of it what you will. If you have got one life remaining, that means that you currently still in the tournament. However, you have suffered a defeat, so you're in an elimination game from here on out until the qualifying rounds. If you're highlighted in grey, Bashada, Mohamed, Web Nasri, LJR Peixoto, JRA, Gabriel PN, Nicholas Razek, and Charon Jot all out as it currently stands. And we'll see all the players still on 2 lives in blue who will be playing very soon indeed. Mike LaBelle, you are having a great watch of Stokes versus Feldman. You want to have a look at it in a little bit more detail with the PlayStation analysis.
Send it my way. I've teased it. We've touched on it. Let's talk about it. Let's review it. The offensive showcase. And Stokes is going to a FIFA E World Cup. And he just does such a good job of breaking down his oppositions and then finding these little pockets of space. You see, he's going to get this pass into Fernandez, and then you have options. And when you have leverage of options, you can get creative. You see the step over, a little bit of hesitation across the body. It's a beautiful finish. And what's better than one is that we're going to double dip. Why just give you 1 goal and 1 celebration when you have more to offer? Neymar with the resurface inside, looking for that option, looking for that spacing. There it is. Now it's go time. Do you want to pass? Do you want a skill move? Do you need that extracurricular? Pele steps through it, weak foot, green time finish all over that near post. We're eating it up. You can tell that I'm probably a little bit excited. And congratulations to Stokes. What do you guys think of the goals back at the desk? I know Ryan was happy. I saw him cheering as I was cheering. Give me some of that energy back to me.
I was very impressed with everything that we saw from #Stokes. And why to hear it from us? Let's hear it from the man himself. He's joining right now with Kyle Walker.
Cheers, Richard. I am indeed, Stokes. I mean, wow, what a day it's been. You've got your #1 fan on the desk, Ryan Pessoa over there. He's had a smile on his face, a secret celebration as well. Not so secret from yourself. You've got a massive smile. You're enjoying yourself. Here you are, FIFA E-World Cup. Wow.
Obviously, I'm buzzing because year-wise, obviously, the E-Prem kind of rescued it. I had a really tough year, but obviously, I knew I had the capabilities going in, and I played so well in the first game. I just thought, okay, now it's just one game, one and done. So anything can happen, you know. It was such a tight game. Like he's such a good player, but yeah, somehow did it. I don't know.
Oh, well, come on, let's be positive right here, okay? Don't give it to Mike LaBelle, because he'll say that he turned your season around if you let him, okay? If you let him. We'll talk about that in a minute, all right? I mean, it's your performance. It's what you've done. How confident are you now that you can go on to actually go against all of the best in the world at the FIFA E-World Cup? Does that fill you with confidence that you can go on and continue this run?
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, I've never, ever lost self-belief. But obviously, it's difficult when you're starting to struggle a little bit. So, yeah, just beating someone like Feldman and obviously having such a dominant performance in the first game, I'm just always going to back myself.
Well, I'm enjoying it. Let's just touch on the comments that I made right there. I mean, Mike LaBelle, other people, this is our job. We've got to talk about your performances, whether they're positive, whether they don't go your way. I mean, he made some comments. You've loved it, though, and you've got a smile on your face. You made amends. You're back as friends. Mike LaBelle is pointing at us right now. You're friends again. And, I mean, you've just put on a performance. No one's going to be negative about you today.
No, of course. Like, listen, Mike came up to me. He didn't leave the lobby till I gave him a hug, and we built our bridges, and yeah, we're back. But yeah, obviously, maybe looking back, it wasn't the worst criticism in the world, but like I just use it as fuel, you know, which is obviously a good thing.
Surprise, surprise, a FIFA player jumps on Twitter and responds to something. But good for you, okay? Good for you for saying that it might have not been the worst criticism in the world. Maybe other players can learn from that right there, Stokes. Congratulations, incredible stuff from yourself. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do for the rest of the season. For now, though, we continue on this journey at the FGS playoffs. We've got plenty of FIFA action to come. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty more after this break.
As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. I'm still here, still gravy. It's Tommy B, not Brady. But when I touch down, it's a madness. No long talk, just pay me. Right now I love Declan Rice way more than my unborn baby. My fortunes are always hiding, but I've been going on golden lately. I rise above hate like Suchek on your defender. I'll tell you straight, I'm here to win, there's no hidden agenda. I'm due to blow, but properly, not no 5th of November. Guy Fawkes ain't chatting to Tom, you can check what you want, I'm a don like Repka. Student of the game, but you can never give me a lecture. Ruthless when I aim, find out if you step in my sector. Step into this den here, you won't find an investor. You'll just feel the flame of the dragon. They can't handle the way that I'm at them. Golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. golden. They didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Yeah. I need a round of applause, I need a standing ovation. I need the plaques on the wall and a big screen down in the basement. Don't need your verification. I need a stack so big that I can't even spend it. I need a heart just so I can lend it. I need all of the jewels, I need to be a king like Kendrick. I need all the white Air Ones that I can get. I need a Rollie and a Patek. I need a pennant to swing off my neck. You need to be stepping correct, otherwise I might just draw for the sword in the stone and sever your head. I am the daddy, I send him to bed. These men are all shabby, but nevertheless, I gotta stay on my toes. They underestimated me, now I'm the champ and I'm taking it home. So I got my eyes wide to see who's coming up through the pipeline. And if they wanna take my spot, we can swing it out like I'm playing golf. Golden, golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. Golden, got the path that I'm molding. Got my cards, I ain't folding. It's a perfect hand I'm holding. Golden, they didn't think that I'd be here now, but I found that very insulting. As it turns out, I'm still patrolling. Golden, I'm still golden. I'm still here, still gravy. It's Tommy B, not Brady. But when I touch down, it's a madness. No long talk, just pay me. Right now I love Declan Rice way more than my unborn baby. My fortunes are always hiding, but I've been going on golden lately. I rise above hate like Suchek on your defender. I'll tell you straight, I'm here to win, there's no hidden agenda. I'm due to blow but properly, not no 5th of November. Guy Fawkes ain't chatting to Tom, you can check what you want, I'm a don like Repka. Student of the game, but you can never give me a lecture. Ruthless when I aim, find out if you step in my sector. Step into this den here, you won't find an investor. You'll just feel the flame of the dragon. They can't handle the way that I'm...
PlayStation.
Welcome back to the FGS playoffs. We started the day with 12 players at the E-World Cup. Now we have 16. 4 more players cemented their place at the biggest tournament of the FIFA year. Now we find 4 more to book their place. You join us on the desk. Myself, Richard Buckley, Kyle Walker, Ryan Pessoa, Sam Miller and Mike LaBelle. The time is over, ladies and gentlemen, at home. We've been off Anders for long enough. It's Anders watch time. Okay. Anders is in the building, ladies and gentlemen, and that is where we're going to be featuring our first match here on the main stage. But before we talk about Anders, we caught up with him at the media day, and this is what he had to say about the playoffs, what he's coming into. I'm looking forward to seeing it very much indeed. He's ready now. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see what Anders had to say.
I know my level is to beat everyone that I'm in group with, but my first opponent, Rasik, he has greater experience, and I also know that probably he hasn't had his best year this year, but I know on lane he can play really good, and I can also lose that match for sure.
Well, that was him talking about Nicholas Razek earlier on today. As you can see from behind us, N Razek is greyed out. He is no longer in the tournament. He has been eliminated right on just on the corner behind Mike LaBelle there. We thought we'd put the MLS champion next to our EMLS representative, and out of the tournament is where Nicholas Razek finds himself.
Disgraceful.
Why is that disgraceful? I'm just talking facts.
You're not going to be able to come to the US. You're not going to Italy. Keep going. Let's run this up.
This is how it currently stands at this current moment. 4 players have done it. What we're going to be focusing on in our next featured matches is 3 games who will be booking places to the E-World Cup, as well as 1 elimination matchup. We're going to start with Mike LaBelle down the end of the table because you've got a great game, it has to be said. You've got the elimination match in this round. It's the Portuguese-man Darkly up against Ethan from Footways. It's a great, great game.
I do indeed, and I don't feel like we've talked about Portugal much as a nation at all in terms of their representation, and you have Darkly here, and then Ethan obviously dropping down initially. A lot of favoritism here, Footwiz being local, and then we've seen a lot of Ethan, we've seen a lot of Nixneb.
He's got the flag ready already.
We believe...
I'd be worried already.
We have confirmation that the hype is real between Ethan's results and Nixneb's results together and then individually. But you bought the flag. We see where you're going. You want to go to Portugal. Understood.
I mean, I'm just saying Darkly's he's brought the flag ready for the win. Do you know what I mean? You're not playing that out if you lose and you get knocked out, are you? Sam, we'll head to your game next. It's a qualifying match and it's a great game. It has to be said. Two players who have been flawless today so far. Lamps did it in a penalty shootout as well as Lex, both winning their opening game via pens.
This is going to be a tasty matchup. One of these are going to take an L. There's lots of L's, Lex, Love. There's L's all over the place, but one of these is going to lose. We'll have to wait and find out which one. And Lex, I might not be able to compete with his FIFA skills, but potentially could compete with the curly hair competition going on there. But I think Lamps has had a fantastic day so far. For me, he's been a stand-up performer, I have to say. I mean, he's not like an EMLS winner, but he's third or fourth, so he is up there. And I think we'll see who wins this one. I'm going to go with Lamps.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure Mike LaBelle will be very happy with that prediction as well. Ryan, we'll come back to you later because you've got our featured match for this round. Kyle Walker is where we're going next, and I hope you've been brushing up on your Aussie juice because that's where we're going. Potential 2 out of 2 for the Australians.
But why have I been doing that? Well, I've known Mark for such a long time. We go all the way back to when we were all on our screens and we were watching and talking about all of these players from around the world. Well, Mark 11, I remember him because he was so young. In this matchup, Battle of the Youngsters, we've got Mark 11, obviously #1 in the rankings of the Oceania, taking on former E-La Liga champion and the youngest ever E-La Liga champion in Neat.
This could be, if you're someone who maybe this is the first time you're watching a FIFA esports event, whenever we go to a Kyle Walker highlight, just watch the mechanical brilliance. Two players who are fundamentally almost perfect when it comes to FIFA played at the very highest of level. That is going to be an extraordinary game. Last but finally not least, Ryan Pessoa, you've got the privilege of Anders Vergang in his potential maiden E-World Cup voyage, and he's taking on the Brazilian Young, who was there last year.
Yep, exactly. Young ranking second in his region as well on the leaderboard to qualify for the playoffs. But Anders, for me, I'm not hidden it. I'm a big fan of Anders. I love his celebrations. I love how he's not afraid to showcase his emotions. Kyle might not like it. He might not like it, but I like it. I'm going to be honest. I like it, and I think it's going to be an extremely tough game. It could go either way, but I'm expecting a lot of goals.
It's already started as well, because when we were talking about him earlier on before his VT, he was looking at us. He was giving it to us.
He loves it. Anders loves it.
I think he's actually looking at you.
He's looking at you.
I think he's directing this at you.
I tried to put a thumbs up at him, but he's ignored me the entire time.
Swiveled his chair. He ain't looking at you.
Mike,
yes,
we've watched a lot of South American FIFA. What does Young pose as a threat to Anders?
Young's brilliant.
Yes,
I think he might be the most underrated competitor in the competition, and I actually think versus many other competitors here, he wiped the floor with them. Young looked fantastic last year, came onto the scene. We saw him in Copenhagen, of course, and now we got a little bit of a showcase with Vergang. I think it's going to surprise some people.
I'm hearing from the admins that the games are just around the corner. 4 more players will be booking their place to the FIFA E-World Cup. 16 are in the diary. 4 more right now will be getting on that plane and going to the biggest tournament of the year. Where better to start the next round of qualifying matches with Anders Vergang against the Brazilian Young. And it's going to be our very own Ryan Pessoa who's keeping up to date with every kick of the ball in this matchup.
As you said, it's an honour to be in the presence of the gameplay from Anders again. The first time that we're going to be seeing him on the main stage in the playoffs. It's going to start off with an attack from Young, though. Playing towards the banner, step over inside, across goal. It's a great save there from Van der Sar. Blistering start from the young Brazilian. Sort of an unorthodox corner here. Just look at a triggered run from Jude Bellingham. He's played it across to Mbappe. It's got to be. It's a red-timed shot there.
We're all watching
almost certainly this game. Almost certainly that was going to break the deadlock there to give Young the early lead against Anders. And I think if there's one slight critique in terms of Anders' gameplay, you wouldn't say he's the strongest defensively. He's going to give up a few chances, but with the way he attacks, he's definitely going to be capable of scoring a lot of goals in this game.
I mean, he only just got past Nicholas Razek earlier on today. I believe he was 5-2 up at one point. NR7, as you may know, he got back into that game. And Young looks like he's coming out all guns blazing in this opening 10 minutes.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see the first goal here. Unbelievable goal from Young there. Just a player locks, using it as a bait. And just a quick, intricate passes in the area. Breaks the deadlock, celebrates as well. What a goal that is, Mike.
Anders is going to concede a lot of goals if this is what we're going to see from Young.
Yeah, look at
You see the decisiveness with the passing. He's fearless, fast-moving, quick.
Should have scored already.
That should be double dip into 2 attacks, 2 for 2. This is going to be one of those matchups. I'm telling you now, this could be a classic.
It's going to be a tough game for Anders defensively. As I said, he's capable of scoring a lot of goals and, of course, representing his team here. He, of course, saw his teammate yesterday.
We do have another goal just happening behind the scenes. K1 John has already knocked out LJ Peixoto. He's 1-0 up against ECL finalist Jesus right now as well. You might have heard a huge cheer from the background. There's a lot of supporters in here, and it went to the Portuguese man Darkly, Mike LaBelle.
He's on the board again into that bread and butter location. Pele, top of the box, across the body.
Bread and what?
Bread and butter? How does I had a couple things. Maybe I made it butter.
It didn't sound like dairy, that's all I will say.
Hold on a minute, we might have missed something in this game.
I think we just saw a pen.
Yeah, a pen has been given here for Anders. The pause was cued.
Goal here from your game, Sam, I believe.
It is, and it's the man that I bigged up so much coming into this game. Lamp steps up from the spot, a penalty from Pele here. You're about to see him convert it. There you go, into the roof of the net. Excellent from Lamps, and he gives himself the 1-0 lead early on.
Neat versus Mark 11. Kyle Walker keeping us up to date with this one.
Mark 11 just come close there. We did watch it before. He had a corner. He managed to pick it up just towards the edge of the box. Whips it in. Hits the post. So close to breaking that deadlock so early on.
As I said, the penalty in Anders' game is about to be taken now. It's got to be to equalise down the middle. We've seen 2 goals early on already between these two. It's a great way to get back into it. But if you can see...
It's 10 men.
That's just about to say that.
70 minutes?
10 men now for just under 80 minutes of the game. It's going to be massive now in terms of Young. If he needs to stay into this game, or stay in this game for this leg. This is all the celebrations from Anders there, and it's going to be massive now.
It comes down to, can he survive?
Yeah, exactly. You need to survive.
Can he get to the second leg where he's no longer in a position to chase? And he came out with such ambition as well, Young did, offensively.
Exactly, and I feel like that's going to be something that's going to hinder his game going forward. I feel as if down to 10 men, you can't play the same way offensively, and of course, you're more worried about losing the ball, which is exactly what he's done here. Look at the space opening up.
This could be floodgates.
Did you just make up a word there?
Fraud.
Fraud gates.
The water gates could be opening.
It's playing towards here. Another player lock bait there from Young. Ball roll inside, greedy time finish, but the keeper manages to make a save. Mike, again, you were able to cast over a game yesterday between Crapaldi and Paolo Neto. There was a red card in that game early on. It sort of maybe set the tempo of the matchup between the two.
If there's good news for Young, as long as he doesn't concede a bunch of goals, Anders, again, is one of those guys that's not known for the game management. He pushes forward. He's going to go for more goals, more opportunities. He just has certain levels of offensive awareness, and he doesn't stop. He doesn't let up. And I say that as a good thing because if you're chasing a game, it means you still have chances.
Of course. But Anders, as we saw earlier, the VT from Rich, he's ruthless. Genuinely, he gets the chances, and he's not going to stop. He's not going to feel sorry for his opponent if he's 8 or 9-1 up. He's going to keep on going, and I feel as if he can get a foothold in this game.
Just have to turn your attention to a game that's happening in the losers bracket right now. Roy Feldman versus Mateus Bonanno.
Wow.
In a losers matchup. Feldman winning 1-0. Early goal from Roy Feldman. K1 John 2-1 up against Jesus. And as we saw earlier, Ethan trailing 1-0 versus Darkly. Big shout from the left-hand side. K1 John now 3-1 up against Jesus. He's eliminating all the biggest EU names at this current juncture. You heard the shout from Kyle Walker. Let's have a look which way it went. Two mechanical geniuses. Who struck first?
Well, I think I gave it away with screaming the name of the player. That's all you got from me. I mean, he comes forward here, as you can see, decides it's not right for him, brings it back, recycles it. What can you do? Find the pass, create the space.
So good.
What a goal. You talked about mechanical geniuses going head-to-head. That is what I'm seeing right now.
Australia with a potential 100% qualification rate, by the way.
It's the FIFA cookbook.
What we're cooking?
Barbecue. And it's out of season for them as well. I have a theory. I think the Australians are coming to play because it's a little bit colder where they're residing right now.
Yeah, it's hot here.
And they've been spending time inside. They're grinding.
Mark 11, qualifying matchup. 1-0 leading against Dux Gaming's Neat. Anders Vergang and Young 1-1, but Young's been down to 10 men since the 20th, maybe 21st minute. Lamps leading 1-0 against Lex, and Manu Bashaw leading 2-1 against Katchia in a qualifying match. Back on board here with Ryan Pessoa as Anders builds up on the edge.
Yeah, tried to get a little speed boost there with the step over. So that's a fortune to retain possession there from Anders, but again, good defending from Young just to sort of stop that attack. As you can see there, just good pressing from Anders higher up the pitch. But again, the way he presses and defends tends to leave a little bit of gaps to be exploited there from Young, and that through ball wasn't meant to be. I think for Anders, he just needs to make use of possession again. It's not going to be able to be incredibly intense pressing from Young with the 10 men.
Just looking to build up on the edge here. Doesn't fall for Anders. Another goal between Lamps and Lex, and the Americans doubled his lead.
He has. Lamps is in form in this match. He's doubled his lead to make it 2-2. He's bringing out all the flair, all the skills. He's having a phenomenal game here. He looks on top. He's bringing out everything in this game.
It's just the step over is deadly with the green as well. The celebration covering his ears.
He didn't want to hear us.
He doesn't want to hit Kyle, but he's happy with that goal as well. Again, I have to be honest there, a little bit of fortune to get the ball back. A swift tackle there after Young defended it, but again, he made the most of that chance to step over into space. The likes of Mbappe with the speed, he has the power. And
how important is it for Anders to capitalise on this leg? He's off 11 men for 75 minutes.
Yeah.
If you're not going in with at least a 3-goal lead, that's an opportunity wasted.
Absolutely, I feel it, again, with someone like Anders, he'll definitely be harsh on himself if he doesn't make the most of it.
Sam, chance for Lex.
There has been a chance for Lex, and he's taken it. He's got himself in with a chance to come back in the game. He's currently 2-1 down. He scored a phenomenal goal with R9, and the comeback could be on. If he can get an equaliser now, momentum could shift in this game. It's all been Lamps, but Lex has given himself an opportunity.
Final closing moments of the first half here. Young maybe can go in level pegging.
Felt as if maybe a little bit tentative there.
That's a mistake. He had to take him on, especially 45th minute, push forward.
We heard a squeal from Kyle Walker. Which way did it go? Who scored?
Well, look at this. Pass after pass after pass.
That's lovely.
Perfection. Lovely, as Ryan Pessoa says just there. Neat is back in it. 1-1 on the stroke of half-time. Both of those, we talked about the mechanics of the game. Back and forth, back and forth. Everything is executed beautifully.
And I saw Gravison from over there. He's in town, of course, supporting Neat. He threw a sandal. It's a new type of celebration. He's feeling comfortable for the summer.
Talking about sandals, Kyle. I think it'll go well with that. Like I've been on Kyle too long.
Grav, come on, give us that. Give us your one. Give us your left.
I want to know where this holiday is. Mustard yesterday. We got a tan
We were there
today.
together. We were there together.
Brandon looks like he's going to Miami in the black shirt backstage. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Danny Pitbull leading 1-0. The Italian against Happy. That is an elimination matchup. Mike, we'll come to your game because it's the only game at the moment that is 1-0. All the other games have got 2 goal scorers in them. Is it Darkly defending well?
Yeah, bring them my way. They're cruising. They haven't made any major adjustments. We haven't got to that point. Sometimes the first leg ends up being a matchup where there's a lot of feeling each other out. No one wants to make a big mistake. And just because you're losing doesn't mean you haven't been playing well. Maybe you missed your chances a little bit. You didn't convert on something. But it doesn't mean that you've been off your game. Speaking of, maybe the curse of the commentator, Darkly has just added to it. You might get a revamp and a reiteration and a replay. There's a lot of R's there. I paid attention during alliteration in my English course.
Do you
He's
feel
doubled that lead.
Do you feel as though there's potentially a bit more pressure on Ethan, given that all other British players have qualified?
Wouldn't say pressure because of that, but he puts pressure on himself, of course, being an FGS qualifier winner this year. But in fairness, Darkly did win as well. I believe Darkly, I want to say qualifier number 2. It could have been 3, but he won one of the qualifiers. Of course, Ethan winning number 1 against Nicholas earlier on in the season. So we started off extremely well. Yeah, Richard did confirm it was qualifying number 2 that Darkly did win. So again, he's got the experience of getting his second goal and winning
right here
tournaments, and that was the goal there. Of course, that Darkly did score to make it 2-0.
Back on board with live footage here. Anders Vergang up against Young. You'll see that little red card above Young's name. That's because he has a Virgil van Dijk sent off. Anders makes it 3-1.
Rounds of applause to himself as well.
Starting to kick into gear, Ryan.
Yep, he is. Again, the celebrations are being pulled out. Young isn't happy with that. It's not the greatest start to the second half. It was an easy goal.
Young's got to be careful. He's pushing too many bodies forward.
Yeah, especially with 10 men.
Yeah, he's acting like he doesn't have a guy down right now.
Yeah, maybe just doesn't want to sort of invite pressure too much. But Anders, of course, going with his standard 4-4-2 formation, something that is used for a very long time.
This was the goal in your game, Sam. Lex getting back into the time.
Let's take a look at it. R9 out here breaking lines. He's got the equaliser for Lex. 2-0. You had to feel that that first goal gave him confidence for the comeback. What a game I have on my hands here. Lex 2, Lamps 2. Let's see if we see another goal in this game shortly.
Lamps just like some drama. We're good.
Speaking of drama,
these parts.
Hezzers 3, K1 John 4.
Oh, must have come back.
4-3 as it currently stands.
Whoa.
Back.
That's Santa Claus? Excuse me?
Back underway with live action. Kyle, not Kyle Walker.
What's going on over there?
Head's gone. My head's
Summer
gone.
Santa has arrived. What's up?
Ryan, what's up?
Take some milk and cookies.
Just the step overs again, just utilizing the space is beautiful, and then the shot there didn't pull off. It's gone out for a goal kick. There's loads of roars around the arena, whether it's from the supporters or from the players, and we're going to be able to see a replay shortly of where that goal did end up falling.
We heard a roar that can only be described as a Portuguese power roar, and that is because Darkly has pushed on in front again against Ethan. Mike, it's a great performance so far from Darkly.
And morphing like a Power Ranger, he's adding to it. 3 goals, and he's had a perfect game thus far. Pulls it back here. Inside, splitting pass, easy finish, and Mbappe taps it home.
Big second leg needed. Young could be in here with Ruud Hullet. Power shot fake.
Oh, green time to Travella as well. Vying for the top corner, but he's got a set piece here. We've seen him work something similar before. Plays it to the edge here and tries to trigger a run. Pay attention to Alfonso Davies here. In fact, he plays it back to him to cancel the run. He's working the passes. Got a bit fortunate there, and it's still falling to Ruud Hullet on the edge of the box. We couldn't find a way through here.
Kyle Walker, we're not heard from you in a little while, and that's because Mark 11 is putting on a clinic.
He is indeed. Why was I screaming, oh, 3 times? Because it's 3-1 to Mark 11. We missed the second goal, capitalising on a mistake. It's the way the ball bounces sometimes. You've got to take your opportunities. Mike LaBelle likes it. I'll give you one more if he scores
It's
again.
my mistake. It's winter time in Australia. I understand. You were on brand. You were on theme. It was my mistake.
A player who is taking advantage of every opportunity he's getting right now is K1 John, 6-3. Wow. He leads against the ECL finalist in Hezzers. That's an elimination matchup. Speaking of the ECL, Anders Vergang was there. He had to win about 6 best-of-2s from the losers bracket in that particular tournament. Right here, he just has to win one more leg of FIFA, Ryan, and he's going to the E-World Cup.
He really does. I'm trying to keep an eye on this game, and there's a lot going on in others. Of course, we'll get some updates. Young needs to push forward here. Try and get a goal back into this game. The pass wasn't meant to go through there. It was well defended by Anders. We're approaching the last 15 or so minutes of the first leg. In all honesty, I feel as if being down by 2 here for Young, if you manage to see this game out, you take that.
If it stays.
If it stays.
It's a big if. There's a lot of time left, and we know Anders can score quickly.
right, we've seen this for that third goal for Mark. Well, what about a fourth? Yes. Sometimes you need a bit of luck. We can talk all about mechanics. We can talk all about the geniuses that they are. But you've got to say sorry when the luck goes your way, when the ball bounces for you. That is what happens. These are live images of this game right now. Mark 11 not letting up at all. He knows he wants a bigger lead. Coming down that side once again, unsuccessful this time.
He's hitting him down that byline every single time. He's clearly identified something there.
And he's been successful from it. So surely that is something that needs to look at. Maybe that's what Gravison was throwing his sandal at him before to get his attention and let him know, stop letting him go down that byline.
If there's any other goals in that game, we'll be straight on it with Kyle Walker. Anders Vergang, 17 minutes left to play. It's only the first leg, however, the importance for it from a young perspective, Ryan, you consolidate, you take a 2-goal deficit and move forward and hope to turn this game around in the second leg.
Absolutely, but I think credit here for Anders with the way that he's pressing. He knows that he can push the initiative. He knows that he can keep on prodding and forcing Young into mistakes. He's given away possession a number of times in defensive areas where sooner or later against someone like Anders, you're going to get punished. But that attack stemmed to nothing.
And maybe in this circumstance, if you're Young, you're hoping, like his Brazilian brother with Crepaldi, to add something late. Similar red card scenario, and he was able to really push a different initiative, a different storytelling situation in that second leg against Palinetto, where he forged the complete comeback.
Yeah, it almost seemed as that game was done and dusted, but again, some late goals put him back into the conversation and almost got him that spot in the World Cup. As Anders pushes forward here, just trying to find space to step over. Did find that space, played across goal.
Easy.
He's even green timed the open goal, cupping his ears to the...
I think that one was towards Kyle. That
round of applause.
Definitely towards Kyle.
He doesn't care about me. He does not care. Oh, he's looking at me.
Let him know. Let him know.
He does care about you. There we go, the celebrations. Green timing an open goal as well.
You can't see it, but Anders turned all the way towards Kyle to celebrate, just as a light reminder. Maybe a heavy reminder. A statement for you, Kyle.
He listens to everything. Don't you worry about that. Anders Vergang 4-1 up. Rowie Feldman leading 3-0 against Mateus Bonanno in an elimination match. The Argentine, who was at all 3 FIFA E-Majors last summer, won't be making a repeat again. Only be Argentina, where he will be present as it currently stands. Danny Pitbull, the Italian, 2-2 against Happy. And we're just seeing here the final few moments from Anders Vergang and Young, as full times from the first leg come in from around the grounds. Ryan closes out here with this result.
Yes, looking like, let me not speak too soon here. Great full power through ball. In behind for Rashford. He's going to green time it across goal. He's not. He's going to ball roll inside. Sort of close the angle down the further he went towards the byline. And straight down the other end here. Anders pushing forward with Mbappe to seal the game off. The green time. Great save there from the goalkeeper for Young. It looks as if there's going to be one last attack, end-to-end FIFA right now between both of these players. 2 minutes added on. If Young needs a goal to sort of give him some sort of lifeline and some sort of hope going into the second leg, he needs to get it now. I think he's onside here. Mbappe step-overs, shot across goal, and he's got the goal. 4-2. Anders devastated with that. Of course, you see the player cams from Young there.
He's absolutely livid, because he knows that 4-2 isn't that good of a result after being 10 men down for so long. You come away from that, Mike, and you're thinking, I should have been winning. I should have even been going into a second leg. It should be 5 or 6.
And we know the margins in FIFA, little mistakes, little errors. He had the opportunity, sure, to add another goal there, but Anders could have played for the last attack. So maybe he scores, and worst case, you still keep that spread, that 3-goal spread. And that's a major difference. We've seen so much competitive FIFA. We know how this works.
Just went from a difference of potentially making it 5-1 to 4-2. He's devastated. That's what I'm saying. His outpour of emotion, he's not afraid to showcase that. I'm looking at the grimace on Kyle Walker's face. He's not.
Oh, no, I'm focusing on my game. I don't want to get myself in any trouble. All I'm going to say, though, the mental side of the game, we've talked about it. Your emotions are very high when you score. Can you also deal with it when you concede? 4-2, not the best result. Doesn't matter. Forget about that. Yes, you're celebrating. Yes, you're enjoying yourself. What can you do in the second leg?
Let me catch you up to date with what you might have missed so far in this round. We've got 4 qualifying matches at this current juncture. Anders Vergang leading 4-2 against the Brazilian Young. Mark 11 from Australia against Dux Gravison. That is a 4-2 lead at this moment for Mark. Lamps and Lex tied at 2 apiece. And in the final qualifying match, Manu Bashor leading 3-1 against the Italian Caccia. Knockout FIFA is also in play. Danny Pitbull happy, 2-2 going into the second leg. Darkley leading 3-0 against Ethan. That's the game that I'm going to get Mike LaBelle's opinion on, as he's been watching it very shortly indeed. Feldman versus Matthias Bonanno is 3-0 to Feldman. And the final game, Hezzers 3, K1 John 6.
Wow.
In the final elimination matchup. Mike, let's head on over to your match because it is elimination FIFA. It's the only elimination game on the decks that we've got. Does it feel just a little bit more tense than the games that you're watching to your left?
I feel Darkley's been in control. And I'm hoping that Ethan kind of changes the rhythm of the game. It didn't have that tempo control. He didn't have a lot of time on the ball. And in many ways, Darkley, start to finish in all formats, or when you're looking at analyzing a game, he's been better in all ways here. So Ethan's going to have to change things dramatically. And I have a question for the board here. I've been writing down some notes. My notes are dangerous, but I've been writing down some notes. So I was looking at this, and I'm thinking like Tex, Desari, Nicholas. I put them in their own little category. Now, that next up group, I have the likes of Matthias Bonanno, who's losing right now. I get the likes of Anders, who I think's right there. I probably should put Umit as well in the Nicholas category, notch him up one. We got Yilmaz, who's just won ECL. We've got, I put Manuel Bashur in that same situation, even Palonetto. What are we saying for that next up category of maybe overtaking? Because you brought it up in your takeaway video, or Brandon brought it up in his video. I'm just going to put you with Brandon, because why not? Brandon's not here. I don't want to throw it on Kyle. You've already thrown enough shade towards his squad battle. So yeah, so I want to throw it towards the room of like, what's the next group kind of going up before we get into the second leg? Is there anyone that I'm missing that has to be there?
Oberon.
Yeah.
100%. I think Oberon's probably closing in
Yeah,
further
you're right.
on.
You're right.
Tuga?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He was there
Tuga's a
already.
vet. He's
I
already
said both
kind of
of
in
those
there.
yesterday, just to say I was
He
ahead of
did.
the
He
curve.
actually did.
Yep.
Rich criticised him, but he said it.
There you go.
No criticism. It's just the easiest prediction you could ever make. I think Tuga's not missed a qualifying for a tournament in about 8 years.
Okay.
He's going to make that he won
Matthias
the cup.
Bonanno,
RBP
you would have said
legend.
that at the beginning of the day.
He's coming in there.
Maybe
I think
not.
RBP Legends
You would have
up
looked
there.
at the poster on your wall.
He isn't getting the respect.
No, exactly, and he was successful in, of course, the most recent FGS qualifier in Europe as well, winning that. So I think he's definitely a name to watch out for.
I thought I was going to get a call up last night from Paolo Neto asking to be his coach for future tournaments.
You
it hasn't
might
happened
get
yet.
that call up.
Okay, I'll
just
wait.
give it some time. I saw him walking around the room. We chatted about it a little bit. I said, hey, did you hear the commentary? He said, I did indeed. You're nuts. You're crazy. I don't know what's happening with you.
Well,
I was like,
we spoke about Ethan just then. We had the opportunity to catch up with him before the tournament started, and here's what he had to say.
The time comes, hopefully I'm looking forward to playing Stoke. So it'll be UK versus UK for World Cup, and I'll be hopefully looking forward to seeing him play there.
He's got to make it to World Cup. Stokes is there. Ryan, you're good friends with all the English FIFA talent. Sometimes your enemies, sometimes your teammates. However, always friendly at the end of it. How much will it hurt Ethan not to have made it when Tex, Stokes, Stingray coming into the tournament are already there?
Yeah, it's devastating for him, but it's not over yet. It's down by 3. He can still come back into it. He's come back from worse scorelines before. But again, I think it's not even down to the fact whether it's other English players have qualified. I think just him as a person, he'll be devastated. That's what I'm saying. He started off extremely well.
Yeah.
Was arguably the best player in Europe for the first few qualifiers. And of course, if he doesn't make it, it'll be a huge disappointment. But again, they still got potential. He's had a fantastic season, and he still have other competitions this year as well.
I mean, look at this board behind you as well. 4 more of those names are going to be turning gold very shortly indeed.
Shoto's the biggest surprise. I know where you're going here for me.
I was actually going to say, biggest surprise in terms of qualifying.
Okay.
The 4 we've got so far.
Mike J would easily be the one to grab out of the 4 that you heard his nonchalant interview. And Australia doesn't really get the respect that maybe they do deserve. And they've been performing at a certain level. Today, we're all trying to figure it out. Only Ryan knew the scoop.
Well, we'll be seeing who continues.
No, hold on. I appreciate that, Mike. You gave me credit. I appreciate that one.
Yeah, I'm a fair man.
No, okay.
He stopped you to say I appreciate you.
I know.
Oh, man.
Watch where you're going. Out the pocket. The second legs of action are right around the corner. Let's get into it because we've got some great games that are about to be taking shape. 3 more players will see their live reaction as they qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup. 1 player will be going home. Will it be Ethan? Will it be Darkly? We'll see it live on the main stage. Plenty more action behind the scenes as well. We'll be keeping you up to date with every single kick of the ball. But where better to start than with Anders Vergang? He conceded a late goal against the Brazilian young Ryan Pessoa. How disappointed will he be with his performance not to have won by more?
Yeah, I think the disappointment, of course, will stem from him just having that chance at the end to make it 5-1. Of course, conceding down the other end from the last kick of the game to turn it from a potential 4-goal lead down to just a 2-goal lead. And I think that's going to be painful for him. But again, Anders is still going to look to push forward. Whether he was 5-1 up or 4-1 up or 4-2 up, it doesn't matter. He's still going to play the same way. Going to utilize step-overs in offensive areas, going to try and push forward, press high up and start well. And that's exactly what he's looking to do, stepping over into space, diagonally there to try and get a shot in that goal. But for Young, again, that's going to be a massive, massive boost in confidence, knowing that it's just a 2-goal deficit.
We'll give you a couple of scorelines that we're coming into us right now. K1 John started the second leg with a 1-goal lead. He is now on aggregate 7-3 up. Roy Feldman and Matthias Bonanno. There was an early goal and it fell the way of Roy Feldman. Matthias Bonanno would have to turn this game around with a 4-goal swing if he wants to go through.
It's Young building up on the edge here again. Oh, sensational. Whoa, my God.
What a play,
that
by the way.
Incredible. The passing, that's beautiful.
Goodness.
That's a great goal there. For B-Boys, that's a fantastic. Look at the little nod there. Yeah, that's... Go on,
I like that. You get a little something.
I like that. And this is celebrate. So can he. I like that. Just a quick, snappy passing. The space opened up. You could argue the goalkeeper maybe it was straight down the middle of the goal there, wasn't arrowed into the corner, but it's a great build-up play, utilising the player switching the player locks as well, cancelling that. It was wonderful.
And I said this earlier. These Brazilians are fearless.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what that was there. You get a little head nod, a little...
Well, there was a 4th goal, Mike LaBelle.
I was hoping you weren't going to come this way with that. Yeah, there was indeed. It's a penalty kick.
Yeah, Darkly against Ethan. And Darkly is now leading 4-0. It came from the spot.
Absolutely. Mbappe from the spot, top right-hand corner. Ethan's going to have to make major shifts in order to formulate some sort of comeback.
Chance here for Anders.
Got the space. Yeah, got the space opened up. It's all got stuck underneath Mbappe's feet. It's going to be a corner. Tackle straight away after being played short from Andy. He's going short again. Just step over him, back away. So on at Ronaldo. Ball inside. Green Trivella into the corner. Step up.
He's on his feet.
Anders on his feet there. He loves it. The celebration in game is exactly the one he does, putting his hands or his fingers over his eyes. Let's take a look at the replay. Just a bull row there to open up the angle for the green time Trivella. Arrow into the top corner. The power behind that makes it impossible for the keeper to stop as he restores his 2-goal lead. 5 goals for Anders now, 3 goals for Young.
Every time Anders reacts and he looks this way, I just know that Kyle's not doing a handshake.
No!
I'm ignoring that comment. I'm focused on my game.
Anders, 5-3 up. Danny Pitbull has gone in front against Happy. That's an elimination matchup, leading 3-2 on aggregate. Hezes has got one back. Keep you up to date if that does turn around. I very much doubt it does. However, it could, as we get a goal between Lamps and Lex.
We do, and it's actually Lamps that takes the lead 1-0 in this second leg. Virgil van Dijk, a player that a lot of people are picking now, can play centre-back, can also play centre defensive midfield
Young
now.
is in here.
And he's darted.
It's the first time chip. Oh, it's a great way to get a goal back into this game. Defence to attack in a blink of an eye. And it's a way back into the game for Young now. Anders isn't happy conceding. Again, checking the visuals, but a beautiful chip there. The new shapeshifter's item of Pele with the 5-star weak foot, increasing the accuracy, of course, on weak foot attempts at goal. Brings it back into now just a 1-goal deficit.
It's getting a little bit nervy if you're an Anders Vergang fan, it has to be said. Such a dominant position he was in the first leg. You're up 4-1, you're going into the second leg, and Young just got that goal back, and
that goal back
you
changes.
saw something give him a bit of confidence.
It really does. It changes a lot, as Mike emphasized it as well. It was a massive, massive thing there to score so late on. It's here, Rich, a lot of celebrations. As Anders builds up, reverse elastico. If that wasn't blocked there, that was definitely going in. The goalkeeper moved to the opposite side there from when Anders shot. Very smart to angle Chicharella towards the other side of the most predictable way to shoot there from Anders, but good defending. Last ditch there from Young.
It does have to be said, I'm not sure we'll see it, Mike, because the goal swing margin is starting to get drastic. 5-0. Darkly is leading. I'll get your thoughts on what I'm about to say, Mike. The chance hasn't come, so I'll get it from you. It's really, really tough matchmaking.
That's the nature of playoffs. Ryan touched on it a little bit. It can be kind of cruel, but these are the best players in the world from all around the world. It's what I expect, and we're going to have upsets. We're going to have big names going home. We're going to have big names progressing. That's the nature of the beast.
Beasts. In the E-World Cup, every player wants to get there and potentially slay it.
Oh, that's a timeout. That's a 5 minutes, Rich.
Richard Buckley, everyone. Richard Buckley.
God. All right, back to more important things. And
Kyle's gotten real quiet. I'm just going to say.
Yeah, I said to Kyle off camera, but anything happening in your game? No, nothing at all.
Give you a quick update if you want.
I think that's offside here. Reverse pass there from Anders, trying to get, I think it would have been offside. Of course, the free kick pulled it back there. For Young to play out there from the free kick. He's trapped in here. Good pressing from Anders, utilising it. Second man press as well. Closing down the angles. He's got the ball with Pele to step over again into space. Just couldn't find that pass into the box there for Mbappe.
There was a goal to put some separation between Lamps and Lex, and it went to the American Sam Miller.
Yes, let's take a look at this goal. Lamps doubles his lead in this game, and it was on the rebound, a diving header from Pele. Absolutely brilliant. And Lamps has now a comfortable lead in this game.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, he's done him. He's got a bit of fortune. It's fallen back to him. Mbappe couldn't play it across there to Pele. Still got possession, Young. It's just offside. That was great play with the player lock.
We just talked about that for a minute. That's mid-bounce to switch to the player lock for the through ball after... Come on.
It's beautiful play there with the player lock to play the...
Off the juggle.
The through ball over the defensive line. It was beautiful. Great play there.
Goal!
Give you a couple of updates from games that you can't currently see. Hezers 4, K1 John 8, Roy Feldman 4-1 up against Mateus Bonanno, a goal back for the Argentine, however it could be too little too late. Danny Pitbull against Happy, 3-3. Chance coming in here for Young, he's looking to level this game up. Mistake out the back from Anders, but he does a turn for his error. Another goal between Lamps and Lex isn't going down without a fight.
No, he's not, and Lex gets himself a goal back. Currently losing 2-1 as it stands, but we saw this in the first leg, and he was able to turn things around to get the draw. We'll have to wait and see if he can do it again, but this time it was Pele that scored for Lex.
Not being over to you in a little while, Mike. Is it Ethan being eliminated from the playoffs?
There's a reason you haven't been talking to me. I just haven't had much to talk about other than Darkly scoring goals, controlling the game, giving you a little bit of extra, everything.
Someone else we've not talked to in a while, Carl Walker.
He's been hanging the lights over there.
Is it Mark 11 just seeing the game out?
No, Neat has actually been mainly him that's been the one attacking throughout. I feel like Neat's trying different things, trying different techniques to get back into it. Currently attacking in this one. Can he find a goal? Not just yet. Currently still 4-2 on aggregate. We can see some live images right now. Mark 11 doing well to defend, but I've got to say this, Neat is trying so many different ways to push forward, to find that mistake, to force a mistake as well. Can he do it? We'll see. You'll hear from me if he does.
I look forward to hearing that indeed as we head on down.
I'll stick with my game. There we go. Okay. They stuck with my game. They must have knew something I didn't, because
they read the script.
Nate has brought it back. ever so close. 4-3. Let's look at the... Oh, we won't get to see the replay. They cut there. Some changes from Mark 11. I thought we were going to see a replay, okay.
This is what you don't see when we're in game. Mike's off his feet watching other matches.
He doesn't care about my game.
Watching the
He wants to
Anders
watch
game
Lions.
Let's get back into the Anders game. Mike, you can take a seat. Watch on your monitor. Stop being greedy. 5-4.
There was almost an equaliser we missed there from Young, building up towards the byline. It just couldn't get past, and he's in again. A through ball in behind with Mbappe here for Young. Attempted green across goal. Incredible goalkeeper movement there from Anders, just to close down the angle, making it harder to score there for Young. It's been a great start to the second half from the Brazilian, trying to get back into this game, of course. He was down 4-1 at a period in this matchup. It's now just 5-4, so he's only within a 1-goal margin. Anders needs another goal, in my opinion, just because it seems it's very nervy right now. The pause is cued and a free kick given for Anders.
Yeah, absolutely. There was another goal, Mike. Darkly extending his lead to 6-0. There was also another goal in potentially a comeback happening behind the scenes between Roy Feldman and Mateus Bonanno. It's now 4-2. Mateus starting to work his way back into the game. Not too long left on that one. Live shots here from Lamps and Lex, Sam Miller. 4-3. Lex is getting back into the game.
He is, and Lex nearly just scored with R9, a save from Van der Sar to deny him. And he's back with Hullet now. Will R9 score? No, he won't. It's been intercepted, but Lex is trying absolutely everything in his power to try and make a comeback. He's not far off. He's had plenty of chances, but right now it is Lamps with the ball on this left-hand side with Davies. Once again been intercepted. Both teams cancelling each other out right now. Hullet for Lex. Will he find that forward pass?
Let's head back to Anders Vergang against Young. Chance here, Ryan.
Oh, perfect time to come back into this game. And Anders is on his feet here, gesturing to the crowd, and of course...
I think he's saying, where are you? He's gone full Delia Smith.
The celebrations to one of the coaches in Red Bull Leipzig and Ferminator there as well. Able to see a shot of the pit with the players from yesterday and today. Anders is happy with that. It's a great goal to give him a 2-goal cushion again.
I think he's looking at me.
Oh, yeah.
Send Kyle for the interview afterward, please.
Please
send that interview over there.
Woo, let me focus on my game.
Incredible stuff. Speaking of your game, starting to get back into it, isn't he? He was building and now it's 4-3.
Yeah, 4-3. He's trying. He's on the attack right now. He's pulling it back. Hakimi coming through. Mark 11, though. Great defending, pushing it out. Goal kick. Mark now, game management. We bring this up, it feels like, every single round. What can he do? How can he ensure he doesn't make any more mistakes? He doesn't let Neat into it again. He was leading 4-2 coming into this one. Very quiet first half. Second half, Neat scores 4-3, 30 in-game minutes to go.
Breaking news, we have another E-World Cup grand finalist. Manu Bashir is back on the big time. Huge win, 5-1 on aggregate. He beats Katchia. Katchia goes down to the elimination matches. He's only got one life remaining if he wants to get to the E-World Cup. Manu Bashir, very well done. Huge congratulations. And he will be there on the biggest of stages. Mike, it's just not been Ethan's day.
We don't have to talk about it. It's 7-0. This game's been done, dusted. If anything, the game next to me, I'm just going to foreshadow there's some action.
There is some action. Lamps and Lex. It's been an incredible game. We'll wait until we see the goal because it's 4-4.
Well, let's take a look at this. Lex with the comeback, plays it down the middle, and he shoots, he scores. There it is, the all-important equaliser. It's been coming for Lex. He's been very persistent. He's been trying so hard, and eventually he gets it.
Let's head back to Anders Vergang, 6-4 up, just scored the last goal in this game. And now Young back having to bounce, hopefully, into this matchup. Ryan Pessoa.
Not happy with the throw there, was it? Ryan, silence.
Looking at him like... That's Anders again, just beautiful, making use of the space that Young starting to leave open as he's trying to push forward here to try and get back into this game. The clock ticks on, 25 minutes or so left to play for Young to get 2 goals, just to level the tie, and there could be some space here. But it's just a hopeless through ball played where Anders could easily intercept it. So look at the speed boost they get off of the step overs into space. Played across goal there, and it's offside, of course, from Mbappe as a pause is cute.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go on record for the day. This is some of the best FIFA we've seen. I would not want to play the loser of this matchup. I'll just throw that out there. You talk about guys that are going to come up, they're going to battle through, they lose a life. Right now it would be Young, but if it's Anders or Young, you don't want to see either of them.
We've got a great game with only 10 minutes left to play. Could be extra time on the cards here, Sam. Live footage as we go into this final closing moments.
Yes, Richard, not long left to go. It's been end-to-end. Lex with a couple of comebacks. Lamps, he's thrown away 2 leads. Will we see a goal before the final whistle? It is looking like it's going to go to extra time as it stands.
I can't wait to see it. We do have a big, big moment.
Well, it's Lex here with Mbappe. Mbappe with a shimmy, a couple of skill moves, and there it is. R9 off the post and in. And Lex, that could potentially be the winner in the dying moments of this game. He's been the comeback king. He's gone down, but he's back up now.
Mike LaBelle, it's the best place to be right now for you. What's happening? Lamps is going to have to go down.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, we don't have to, because we're back to Anders Vergang versus Young. Collect your thoughts. Still time left for Lamps in that matchup. There's plenty of time left for Young. And he's got 11 players on the pitch, unlike the first leg, Ryan.
Yep, there's still time to get back into this. He needs to change, or sorry, he did change something to go slightly more offensive, commit a few more bodies forward. But of course, I always say that leaves you defensively open, of course, for counter-attacks, for Anders to make use of. Bringing on the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, helps aerially as well as a get-out option from defence. Just playing it around the corner here. You can look at the stamina bars, of course, significantly lower. For Young, a mistake here. This could be game over, and that is it there. That's the goal for Anders. The celebrations.
With that goal, that could be the FIFA E World Cup qualification spot that his entire season has been building towards.
All the doubters that are silenced.
I'll tell you, he is the most entertaining FIFA player
I love it.
we might have ever had. Because he reacts when he misses something, he reacts when he concedes, he reacts when he scores, reacts on a corner kick, everything, he gets some sort of reaction.
Just while we wait, Anders Vergang leading 7-4. We have another E-World Cup grand finalist, and it's that Australia juice proving too strong in the end. Kyle Walker, Michael Evan got over the line.
It is, and he's currently tweeting. I can see him. I think he's sending a tweet out saying, I am going to the FIFA E-World Cup. It was close at one point. Neat brought it back 4-3, but Mark 11 turned it on. He had a sip of that juice that Mike LaBelle was providing, and he said, here we go. Let's get ourselves to the World Cup. Scores 2 goals, courtesy, well, one of them was a penalty. After Neat, he just had to bring him down because Mark 11 was going to score 1-on-1. So then he scores another. 6-3, it ends. There you go.
Maybe you take the Kyle Walker squad battles sleigh.
The big
the FIFA World Cup.
Not only Mark 11 making the E-World Cup, but now Neat is down in a loser's bracket.
Dangerous.
No one will want to play him. He still has E-World Cup aspirations of his own that he wants to get to. Anders Vergang leading 7-4 at this current juncture. Let's head back into it and see what Young has got to offer. Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, I think it's a mission impossible task here for Young. He's got 3 goals in 13 minutes. That's just to level the tie, to get into extra time. And the way the game's been going, it sort of petered away from him. I think he started extremely well, could have got a couple goals early on. But I think it's just a task too big now for him to get back into this game. But trying to get a goal straight away from kickoff. The space on the side here with Rashford, lateral heel to heel. What could have got back into Mbappe there? He's played it back to Nkunku on the edge of the box there, blocked. The clock ticks on here for Anders. I think we'll be seeing him at his first World Cup. Another corner routine, triggering Davies there at the back post. The pass couldn't be made into the box there. Just passing around here, triggering the run to try and force an attack into the box as quick as possible, but there's just no room for him to break forward. Defending well there from Anders. The press is pushing Young all the way back here. Speak about the ruthlessness of Anders. He's not going to stop. He's going to go for goal if he can. He's going to wait and see if more space opens up. But again, at any moments that do happen in this game are sort of irrelevant, because Anders, for me, secures his spot at his first World Cup. And of course, Young isn't eliminated. He drops down into the loser bracket, so he does have another opportunity to try and get into the World Cup. I believe that would be his second World Cup back-to-back years if he could make a run through the losers bracket.
Anders Vergang is going to be there, and he's going to be noisy. That is one thing for sure. He was at the FIFA Nations Cup last year with Denmark. He wasn't eligible to compete in the Global Series. He has taken the Global Series by storm. Anders Vergang, the Danish wonder kid, will be at the FIFA World Cup. Incredible scenes. Didn't go about it easily, but he got over the line in the end. As you see his family there with him. He's a real deal. That was the question at the top of the show. Is he the real deal? I think he's just proven it. Even in those pressure situations, Mike LaBelle, he pulls through.
I don't think anyone's ever questioned his ability. It's just our first year really seeing him at the LAN experience. And you see someone online for a couple years just be so unstoppable. Everyone wants to know, is he that different? And the simple answer is, yes, he is that different.
As you really see, the live shots here, the coaches, the friends and family in there with him. It's always great to see. What a performance. Incredible scenes from Anders Vergang. There's been eliminations from behind the scenes as well. That's a nice shot. Get nice and close. Get all my paws. Come on, bring it to me. Incredible stuff here on the main stage, but behind the scenes, there has been some remarkable performances. Brandon Smith, I believe you're there. Brandon, who's been eliminated? Brandon? Brandon, where are you? I can't deal without you.
Do you want me to go find him? No.
Kyle, you can do double duty. You go and get some interviews.
He's on work experience. That's it. He's done. He had his one chance. He's absolutely done.
Get your game out.
Very quickly, let's just talk about this, because Anders, what a performance from him. And we did talk about it early on. I know we've had some jokes we've laughed about. Me criticising maybe the way that he reacts at times. I've got no issue with it. Let's be completely honest. When he's winning, when it's entertaining, for me, in previous tournaments, it went took a step too far, but this time he should be celebrating. Yeah. This is his chance to be showing us, and he stands up and he goes, "Yeah, that's it. I'm done. There we go. I've qualified."
The job's not done. It's a qualifier at the end of the day. He will celebrate if he gets his hands on that FIFA World Cup. Some person, and Brandon Smith, has got close to the World Cup before. Who won't be there, Brandon? Who's gone out?
Yeah, lots of names falling out. I think the biggest name, as we've been talking about on the desk, is Ethan. Huge 7-0 defeat, another UK player that's had such a good season. He won't be amongst the best at the FIFA World Cup final. Someone that has had a good day, though, is Team Hullet, or a good weekend, you could say. Manu Bashir, you are there at the FIFA World Cup for a second time in a row. How are you feeling right now? Explain some of those feelings.
Yeah, obviously my teammate from Team Gullit, Emre, and teammate from Vitesse, Damien, they both made it yesterday, so it put kind of a pressure on me as well to perform, because otherwise I would be the only Dutch guy here who didn't qualify. And yeah, I think I got it to a slow start in the first game against Abu Makka, but against Kassi, I think I was just flying. And yeah, then I think he missed a couple of chances who would have gone in on the other day, but that's the luck you need in these kind of tournaments as well. In the end, I think 6-1 doesn't reflect the game that well, but I won't complain. I'm at the FIFA World Cup, and hopefully I can do better than last time.
And we keep always speaking about Team Hullet, the boot camps, you know, weeks before tournaments, you're there, you're grafting. I mean, firstly, what are they feeding you at Team Hullet? Because they just produce beasts, FIFA beasts. But how much does that preparation come into play? Because look, everyone who goes through this team, this esports organisation, is just producing results.
Yeah, of course, preparation is the most important part of like every sport. If you want to have success, the preparation needs to be well. I think we went from like Sunday up until Wednesday we were in boot camp, and Thursday we were flying to London. So there were like 4 or 5 days of only playing FIFA, only being together, talking about FIFA. So it kind of puts you in the mood, and you're also around winners. Emre just won the ECL. Paulo Neto won like the MLS like I don't know how many times this year. So it kind of like gives the mentality throughout the whole room, and everyone is there with one objective. So I think also the level, but also the mentality helps to improve and to be ready for these kind of tournaments.
Amazing stuff. Well, winners win by the looks of it with Manu Bashir and Team Mullet. We'll leave you to celebrate, my friend. Congratulations again. I tell you, it was a handshake between the two of them because someone else is joining us. Speak about the Aussies. Aussie.
Wait.
I mean, why not? Because they're on absolute flames right now. You're at the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, it's just a dream. This is my first ever 1v1 LAN, and it just feels amazing to be here. I've also got 2v2 E-Club and E-Nation, so I've done the 3 this year. I'm really proud.
Amazing. Honestly, I can see how excited you are. You flew over here. I mean, you guys, it's much more than a FIFA tournament for you guys. It's such a long way to come over. You extend the stay. You see pros that you never really get to see all season long. How much does it mean for you to make it to that extra step forward? Because it is a season-defining moment, qualifying for a FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, I had to come here a week early thinking to foot whistle when we played the headquarters, and then I came to practice. I wasn't that good at practice, but I ended up making it. So I played amazing on the day. That's all that matters.
Incredible scenes. I'm sure there's a big Aussie community watching right now. There's 2 of them going to the FIFA World Cup. It's Mike and Mark. They're on their way in a couple of weeks' time, wherever it will be in the world, to the biggest FIFA tournament yet to be played. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Great stuff. Getting the reaction from all those players. I mean, you see the smiles on the face. It's unbelievable stuff. It really is. It made me laugh when he said Manu Bashir. Yeah, we play around winners. Emre Yilmaz won ECL. Paulo Neto won everything in North America. Yeah, you're just such a good team. And Mike, Team Hullet for so long have just been that driving force in FIFA esports.
I'm still convinced they're cooking up something different. I don't know what is that they're feeding them, what they're drinking, what they're consuming, the people they're around, the coaching staff, the infrastructure. They got it all. They've been so consistent the last few years.
And as you can see, this is how it currently sits with only a couple of rounds left to play. We've got players through. Those bathed in gold. We add 4 more names to it. Lex from Olympic Lyon, Manu Bashir, Mark 11, and Anders Vergang joining Stokes, Mike J, PhD, and RVP Legend. The ones that are greyed out, they are out of the playoffs. Danny Pitbull, Ethan, LJR Peixoto, Mateus Bonanno, Nicholas Razek, Gabriel Pied, so many big names won't be at the E-World Cup. One player who is there, it was inevitable. It is Anders Vergang, and he's joined by Kyle Walker.
Thank you, Richard. This is the interview all of you wanted. Anders Vergang, incredible stuff. What a performance from yourself. We'll talk about our history and we'll talk about your reactions a little bit later on. I want to talk about your performance on the virtual pitch today. What did you make of it?
I mean, I played good, but I also said in the interview before the matches today that if I can't win my 2 first matches, I don't deserve to qualify. But I'm happy that I managed to win the first 2, so I don't have to go through the lower break. I knew the opponents would be very good and it would be very hard to get it done.
Now, you say it was very hard. At times, it looked like you were being very hard on yourself when it wasn't going your way as well. Talk to me about that last game, because there was a point where one of the goals went in, Young scores. You did not look happy at all. You carried that kind of through into that second leg, essentially. But what did you do to get over that, just to leave that and forget about it?
Nothing specific. I mean, like, I think I deserved to win the first game 5-1, and it would pretty much be over there, but it was 4-2, and there was like the match was close at that point, and he got the first goal, I think, like after 7 minutes or something. But I knew I'm better, and I knew if I just like play good and don't like get too frustrated, I will also win the match.
Right, elephant in the room, okay? I've been quite critical sometimes about your reactions, not in a bad way. I like them. I'm not going to lie. I really, really enjoy them. Hands up, I did say that at times I think that you've maybe gone too far. So I've said that. I've been honest. But I do enjoy when you're scoring, when you're letting everyone know. Who were you shouting at over there in the pit? When the cameras were focusing on people over there, I was trying to point out, who was it that you were shouting? Where are you? Who were you looking for?
I actually don't know who it was, but there was one guy who screamed very loud every time he scored. So I would just make some fun and do the exact same the other way. So I mean, like I think he has no problem with it since he did the same. So I think it was just like we just did some fun things with each other. And if he had won, I would of course not like be happy. But like when I do it, I also expect to get it the same way, and like I like that.
I really enjoy that because you can give, but you can also take. How much do you feed off that energy when you're giving it out there, when you're receiving it? How much does it actually help you perform? Because we've obviously been talking about all the incredible things that you've done online. When you're here at LAN, you can use this energy, you can use your family, you can use people that want to see you fail as well. How do you use that to be successful?
I mean, I won't lie, I was not happy when I found out that my first match was not on stage. But I prefer to play on stage because there's like viewers, there's more photographs, there's like it's more intense. You play for something, and I like that, and I like when the crowd is also supporting my opponents. It's just giving me more energy, and I know there's so many hopes that I failed, but now I have made 3 out of 3 majors. So in my first year, so I know how good I am, and hopefully I can win one of the 3 biggest tournaments.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if you can do that in just a few weeks' time. I mean, amazing stuff. Make sure you're on the main stage next time, all right? Because he's not happy. He wants to be on the main stage all the time. However, you've not got to be on the main stage again today. You've not got to play again today because you have qualified for the FIFA E-World Cup. Your foot item has turned gold on there. Enjoy it. I like that smile. And take it all in. You can go and have some fun with all those people over there. We'll be back very, very soon. There's plenty more action to come. This is crunch time. Who's going to go through? Who's going to qualify? Who is going home? Don't go anywhere. There's more FIFA 23 action coming up after this short break.
There's been eliminations from behind the scenes as well. That's a nice shot. Get nice and close. Get all my paws. Come on, bring it to me. Incredible stuff here on the main stage, but behind the scenes, there has been some remarkable performances. Oh, nearly as white as some of the players been eliminated. Like a ghost.
Shout out to production. I love I don't know. I looked up like they're there.
Whoever it is, I look up to you. We are in your hands. Welcome back to the FGS playoffs. Myself, Richard Buckley, Kyle Walker, Ryan Pessoa, Sam Miller, and Mike LaBelle. We're starting to get to the crunch time. We're getting to those moments where a season can be made or broken. It's unfortunately heartbreak for some of our players, and the matches get tougher and tougher every single round. Let's just have a bit of a reflection on what we saw there. Kyle, you were in there talking to Anders Vergang. It just seemed like business as usual.
Yeah, it is, and I think he understands there's a lot of pressure. There's probably a big target on his back as well, and well, you heard what he had to say. He uses that. He likes that. He's not afraid to feed off that energy. When people are giving it to him from the crowd, he wants to give it them back, and he'll show you on the pitch, but he'll also stand up. He'll call you out as well in real life. The biggest thing I actually took from that interview was the smile on his face. I think sometimes we forget how young he actually is and the achievements and what he's actually doing in this game. And he's probably been waiting to do this for a very long time because he was too...
He's been about from way back.
But he was too young to be able to compete and to be able to do it.
When you said FIFA 21, he's the best player, he's probably at home sick going, I could have wiped everyone.
Yeah. And I never forget
there
was a tournament in maybe FIFA 19, I want to say, or 20. It was just a smaller domestic tournament. It was held in the Netherlands. I'm sorry, in Denmark. I'm losing my train of thought here, but there were some established players in that tournament as well. Aggie was there, Houston was there, so many players, Hassan from Denmark as well, and Anders won it. Comfortably as well, by the way. He was so good.
Well, no one's going to be winning comfortably here as we get into our final couple of rounds to bring you. We still have spots available at the FIFA E-World Cup, but who will snatch them as we head into 3 elimination games and 1 qualifying match? This is the lay of the land at this current moment. Players are in. When you look at the players on the edge, Neat, Katchia, Lamps, Young, Feldman, D. Fernandez, Ollie, Bolly. Some incredible games that are coming your way. 2 qualifying matches, Happy versus Darkly and Feldman versus K1 John. Mike LaBelle, you've got an elimination game. How do you see your particular matchup starting to take shape?
It's difficult to say. I really like both these competitors. Katchia, we were very familiar with him, one of those leaders of the Italian community. Actually did some coaching recently as well, successful coaching at that with Hezers. And then Fernandez, who has been on fire today. Of course, representing Diogo Jota, who is, I think, the best FIFA player of any pro athlete, or maybe any celebrity that we have in the scene.
Up next, Sam, you have got Lamps again. You've been watching him quite a bit today, and you get to see him again. Now he's in Elimination FIFA with only 1 life remaining.
I'm not sure I've brought him luck yet. I did big him up in the last round. He nearly produced the goods, just fell short, and I feel like that's going to fuel his motivation for this one. And just Virgil ranked 20th in the EU, so hasn't been too consistent, which means I think Lamps could have the edge on this one.
Serious player. Ryan, we'll come to your game in a second. So you've got a qualifying match. Even though it's down there in the elimination bracket, it still is a game where someone is going to the E-World Cup. Kyle Walker, the featured match of this round. I mean, what a game it is as well. Neat versus Ollie Bolly.
I mean, this could be incredible, considering what is actually on the line, where both of these players are, what they've got to do to ensure that this journey to the FIFA E-World Cup continues as well. They both know this is their time. They have to perform. Look how difficult it is. Yeah, exactly. Look how difficult this will be. They'll both be looking at each other knowing, wow, I've got it all to do. This is potentially going to be an iconic match, and I get to talk about it. Oh, what?
Right.
Come on!
Quick comment on your game. It's a qualifying matchup. One of these 2 players is on their road to the FIFA E-World Cup.
Yep, it's an all-important game, as you said, the qualification game. And it's key to mention, this is through the loser bracket, so the loser is eliminated in this game. And of course, we spoke about Darkly earlier on, up against Ethan. emphatic performance. But happy, we haven't spoken about much of him as well. Ranked second in the leaderboard.
Danny Pitbull.
Just beat Danny Pitbull again, the young man from Mexico, proving a point at the playoffs and hopefully can secure a spot in the World Cup for his point of view anyway.
Well, we are underway in our featured match of the round. Neat against Ollie Bully. Kyle Walker keeping up to date with it. There has been an early goal. Young 1-0 up against Abu Maka.
There has indeed, but let's focus on this one. We know what's on the line. We know they're in the lower bracket. We know that, well, one of them had a great start, that being Neat. He won his first matchup 4-1, then he loses in the second one, drops down into the lower bracket for Ollie Bolly. Well, it's not been his day, 2-2, then loses on penalties. But he does get that 4-3 win in his last matchup. Can he continue that form into this one? Well, we've got 2 legs of FIFA to see who goes home, who stays in, and who keeps that hope of getting to the FIFA E World Cup alive. Well, both of them here, it seems like, well, he's had a great start. Can he find something? Can he find the right pass? Pele? Oh, he can't manage to make anything come of it. But as I said, there's still plenty of time. There's loads. There's no need to rush it. There's no need to do anything.
Quick question for you, Ryan. Gravison's just rocked up into the arena.
Yeah.
When you've been in this situation before, not many other FIFA players have. Your boss, the guy who's potentially, Gravison's not looking at the contract, but
yeah.
he's got ownership in Ducks Gaming.
Yeah.
Does it add a little bit more pressure? Obviously, you were there with #United. Mike, I wouldn't have said you were there, but I think you finished playing by the time you were on hashtag. So it doesn't relate.
I was just a supporter of the organization. Appreciate that, Rich.
No, it's
you just played at HQ.
So clean up the mess when we're done. I'm joking. The camera can see his face.
I expect this from Rich. I expect better from you.
We're both here. We're both not good enough to be here, Mike. But yeah, having your manager there, it depends. It adds a bit of motivation, knowing that they're there to support you, rather than actually put pressure onto you. So for me, it works in a positive way. But again, it kind of depends on the person you are, if you see it as something that's more detrimental or motivational.
Well, we'll see how he does in this one, knowing that Gravison is here. Neat on the back foot at the minute. Oh, and a mistake. He hands the ball. He passes it straight into his opponent's feet. On Cuckoo there, making the most of that mistake. Maybe the pressure's getting to him, Ryan.
Yeah, that's a crucial error to make early on in this game, giving the advantage away. That is a horrible mistake to make again, but Ollie takes advantage of it. And again, those moments, Kyle, of course, are very difficult to swallow when you make those mistakes in the game.
They are indeed. Well, here we are. Ducks Neat, he finds himself losing 1-0 already. What can he do? Can Ollie Bolly hold on to it? We will find out.
We certainly will. Roy Feldman has been coming through the losers bracket. He's took up a match against K1 John, and K1 John is 1-0 up. This man has had an unbelievable performance so far here at the playoffs. Beat LJR Peixoto. He knocked out Hezers. As now he's taken on Roy Feldman in an elimination qualifying matchup. The other game that's got a couple of goals at this moment, Young and Abu Maka, that is 1-1 at this current juncture. That isn't a qualifying game, I have to remind you. The 2 qualifying matches for the E-World Cup, Happy versus Darkly, which will be covered on the stage, and Feldman versus K1 John. Back to Kyle Walker's games. No goals from the desk, other than what we have seen in our opening game.
And this is to be expected. Yesterday it happened. You get into the late stages, each of the competitors knows each other, everyone's in form, but everyone's also looking to eliminate mistakes. Even though the irony there, the moment might have gotten to the likes of Neat going up against Ollie Bolly with just a rare mishappening.
It happens though, but does it happen at this stage in the tournament? Is that what Neat will be looking at, that mistake, looking back thinking, oh, I had it in my own hands and I was the one to let it go? Or can he be the one to drag it back? Not with that attack just there. Neat coming forward, Ollie Bolly defending. Feels like both of them still a little bit hesitant. Can he produce something? He can! Yes, he can! Mike LaBelle enjoyed that one. He doesn't care about his own game. Mike, what did you make of it?
That was unforgiving. Giving you a little bit of that elastical action across the body. Good material. Phone home. Call your mom. Call your dad. Call your fam. Give them another notification, a little nudge.
It's a cracking goal, it has to be said. And I think one thing about Neat, everyone has always said we know how good he is. We know the mechanical brilliance that he has, but has he done it outside of Spain?
Starting to.
And now he's starting to do it. You've played it probably against him, Ryan, in your time.
He's so good. In practice is so good.
We talk about mechanical, and we mean some of the details of FIFA, your natural FIFA capabilities, how you work the ball into the box. Where would you say he ranks? We were talking about this. I think he's top 5 in the world.
For me, he's top 5. I agree. I think he's top 5 in terms of fundamentals of the game, the way he plays it. He's got a brain for it. He's very smart, and he always seems to make it look very easy.
I would say he's top 3.
You could argue that as well.
Top 2? I think Tex is probably...
I think Nick Sneb.
In the conversation.
Nick Sneb is gross with it.
Yeah.
In the best of ways.
And then Neat's right up there. Neat's in that combo as well. Ollie Bully and Neat 1-1 at this current moment. We did have a goal from Mike LaBelle's matchup. Katja versus Fernandez. Which way's it gone?
Oh, we have the opener. It's Fernandez. Gets a penetrating pass, a little step over for the people across the body. Van der Sar can't get down to it, 1-0.
Approaching half-time here.
We are. Can Ollie Bolly do something before that whistle? Doesn't look like it. Again, a mistake though, that pass straight to Ollie Bolly. That's what caused the first goal. That's how Neat conceded. Can Ollie Bolly do something with this? He's picked it up, he'll get the last attack. Biding his time, he's not in a rush at all, looking for the pass, waiting for it. Can he find something? Is anything going to open up? Is this it? Is this it? It is it? Oh, it's not! No, it is not. The ball goes out, surely. That is half-time, 1-1. That first leg between Neat and Ollie Bolly. I mean, not the most exciting in terms of goals, but when you're looking at it in terms of technical ability and what both of these players are capable of, he's got it all. All to come.
It certainly does. There's plenty of moments. Sam, we've not come to your game yet. Has it kicked off? What's been happening?
It feels like it hasn't kicked off yet, but it has in reality. There's just not much going on at all. I mean, this is putting me to sleep. I would love to tell both these players to step up their game. Give me something. I want more to happen. There hasn't been any clear-cut chances. It is a 0-0 game. It's got 0-0 written all over it. And I have to say, I've been very lucky with all the games I've done. There's been goals galore. Are we going to see one now? R9 with Lamps. He's twisting and turning. Opted to go backwards. Mbappe, and it's taken off his toe. At the crucial moment when he was about to pull the trigger, and he's back. Mbappe for Lamps. Again, Mbappe keeps losing out. He's managed to keep possession at the moment. He won it back. Pull it.
Now you know how I
chance
feel.
to jump in. Good chance to jump in because we've got another game taking place, and it's happy and darkly. Qualifying match, Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah.
0-0.
Not so happy right now. Oh, hold on a minute. There could be a goal. You might have tuned in at the right time.
Still on.
Good defending again there from Happy to tackle him on the edge of the box there, but genuinely there hasn't been. There's been nothing in this game. Nothing.
Let's head back to the main game. There was some noise from Kyle Walker. What happened?
Neat looking to, well, go ahead. Honestly, 1-on-1 with the keeper, blast it over the bar. I thought it was a guaranteed goal. However, no, he has that opportunity to take the lead for the first time in the game. He scuffs it over the bar. Coming forward here, though, can he do something with it? Hullet to Pele. Intercepted Hakimi right there. Ollie Bolly knows that he's under it a little bit. He needs to take his time. He needs to recoup. He needs to breathe for a second. But he doesn't choose to do that. He's going forward.
Could be a chance here for Ollie Bully out wide. Keeps it down the byline.
Keeps it in. One more.
Oh, just wide of the post. We had a second goal between Katja and Di Fernandez. Which way did it go?
I think we might have added to it. I'm just going to throw that out there. But Katja with a little bit of a reply back into the game, able to get himself onto the board and building some of that momentum, building some of that confidence.
Back on board with our featured match. This is live action for you. Neat versus Ollie Bolly. We did hear a shout. It sounded Portuguese.
And it was Rich. You're going to be able to see the replay. Just a driven pass towards the end of the box. They played across and again to Jude Bellingham. Oh, down the throat of the goalkeeper. Maybe could have saved it, but to give credit to the goal there.
Oh, okay, Ollie Bolly looking to go ahead. 60 minutes played in this one. First leg, currently 1 apiece between Neat and Ollie Bolly. The winner, well, they remain in the playoffs. The loser, well, they are out. That is it. Their journey to the FIFA E World Cup is done and dusted. It's all to play for. There's less than 30 in-game minutes in the first leg to go. Switch of play. Switches it from one flank to the other. Delict to Virgil van Dijk. Bellingham's got it for Ollie Bolly. Puts that ball across. R9, Socrates. Can he do something with it? Finds the pass. Hakimi back to Socrates. Mbappe tackled last minute by Neat. Manages to snuff out that attack. Can he create something of his own? Pele to Ronaldo. R9 passes it to Ruud Gullit. Pele picks it back up. What can he do? Who's he find? Davis back to Bellingham. Back to Neymar Jr. Can he do something? No. Once again, taking his time, leaving his opponent to figure out what he wants to do. Both of these have been doing that throughout this entire game. When someone gets close to scoring, Richard, when it looks like they will do, no, the opponent says, I know what you're trying, and I'm not going to let you do it.
I think in the majority of your games today, you've had a 1-1.
Yeah, could this be another one?
No, not right now. We did get a goal between Kachia and D. Fernandez. We'll get the thoughts of Mike LaBelle on which way that went very shortly indeed. Here it is.
Chef Fernandez is not playing around. You see some of the build-up play, looking for the extra pass, whips it in. Again, Mbappe, right around the spot, always converting.
Great finish right there from D. Fernandez, moving like Jose Katonga. Kyle Walker, back to you.
Richard Buckley, absolutely. Wow, sensational form from yourself, sensational from Neat and Ollie Bolly as well. Both of them coming forward, none of them hesitant at all. Let's have a look at this one though. A goal.
2-0, Ryan.
2-0.
Darkley's on his way to the World Cup.
That was a big goal there from Darkley. Again, you hear the celebrations. I respect the support from the Portuguese, rooting for their fellow countrymen as well.
Well, back with this one. Who is going to break the deadlock? Will anyone do it? Currently 1 apiece, 80 minutes on the clock as these two look for that last attack. They bide their time right now. No one wants to lose it. No one wants to go too early. Will Ollie Bolly decide now's the right time for him? Pulls it back, Hakimi to Mbappe. Socrates finds Bellingham, just Pele though. Couldn't get hold of it. Comes back for Neat, Van der Sar, Virgil van Dijk. He'll start building that play from the back. Ruud Gullit finds R9, finds Mbappe. Can he do something for it? Time those runs right. Hakimi picks that ball up. What will he do? Keeps it in, just finds Neymar, Bellingham, Ruud Gullit. He's building something, finding those passes, but it comes to nothing. 86 minutes. This is it. What can you do? End of this first leg, 1-1. Are you happy with it being a draw? Is it a good result for you? Or do you want to find the winner?
I think both players, you go into that second leg somewhat confident that you've got the game still in your hands. You've not been blown away. You're going into an elimination game with a one-leg shootout. It's a very, very tight rope that you're walking, and I hope that you've got the balancing being with you to navigate the perils that maybe lie below.
Those perils, well, elimination. Goodbye. See you later. You're leaving London empty-handed. No $10,000, no spot at the FIFA E World Cup. But 1-1, it ends. 1-1, that first leg finishes. And we jump straight across to a replay. Mike LaBelle.
What's been happening, Mike?
The chef is back at it. Oh, a little cancellation for the people with the fake shot. Resurfaces. Mbappe causing problems. 3-2 for Mr. Fernandez.
Pretty good indeed.
What
That's the game.
He's moving is making me feel uncomfortable. You can see this, you know?
That's the game that we all want to be paying attention to at this moment. 3-2. The Fernandez is leading. We've got a qualifying match at the moment. Ryan Pessoa is watching it. How's it getting on, Ryan?
Still 2-0 to Darkly up against Happy. Of course, Darkly leading in this game. And again, there hasn't been too much in terms of Happy to try and get back into this game. It's been relatively comfortable for Darkly. And then he'll be happy with this. It's approaching the last moments of the game. There will be one last attack for Happy to try and get back into it.
We're going to see some goals from our featured matches. However, I'm going to be going to you, Sam, because you've got no goals as of yet, really. How's it looking, your game?
Let me just describe this game. It's 0-0, and it's got Ryan Pessoa all over it because it's just like it's sitting on the fence. There's no movement, nothing happening. I'm throwing a bit of shade here.
Hold on a minute.
Ryan.
I thought y'all were friends.
We are. I just gave him my sweets for a bit of sugar. But I have to say, it's as if it's 90th minute, your players have run out of energy, and there's just no steam anywhere. What's happening, Mike?
3-all, baby. This is the game. I'm telling you, this is the game.
3-all. We'll see that goal very shortly indeed. Incredible stuff. Let me keep you up to date with what you might have missed so far. Young and Abu Maka in an elimination matchup, 1-1 at this current juncture. And Katja De Fernandez, 3-3. We'll see that game. That's the only game that's still in progress right now. The second legs will be right around the corner. Let's have a look at that goal. And this is how it went in, Mike.
Katz has been applying pressure. He's always got the answer. He's got the rebuttal. He's got the reply. And there you have it.
And Mike,
82nd minute, 3-all.
You've sold me. Let's watch the game.
I think we should watch the game. Last attack here, potentially, for Mr. Fernandez. He's, like I said, he's been cooking up. But apparently there's multiple chefs in the kitchen.
Sous chef.
Sous chef. Hakimi, down the line, space to work with. Looking to pull it back. He might recycle just to be safe here with Fernandez. Love to see Lucio still in action. Mbappe turns. Surely a goal with the step over. Great defending there. Lucio with the chase back, corner kick. Pele, early step over. A little bit of a speed bump, of speed boost to speed burst. Back to Hakimi. All the pace in the world. And we're swinging. Should be the last attack of the first leg. Remember, this has been 3-all, back and forth action, a lot of intensity. These guys are trying to get a spot for the FIFA E World Cup. There it is, he's onside, pass it across, Shirley! Oh. There's the finish! You tap it home! Last touch of the half. Are you not entertained? Desk, I'm gonna need some energy from you.
No,
I'm gonna need some energy from you, Desk.
We're entertained.
They're giving you 7 goals in one leg.
Mike,
7 goals.
It's the first leg. Sit down.
7 goals.
Sit down. Sit down.
We're on pace for 14 goals. Or you can watch the 0-0 next to us. Nothing. 0-0. Fence sitting with Ryan Pessoa. Episode number 2.
What'd you put this down to, though? 4-3. I mean, it's been end to end. Where'd you see? Do you see this game progressing like this, or will it slow down?
I don't want it to slow down. You know what I'm on board with?
What do you think is going to happen?
I think we're going to have a lot more goals to come. This is not finishing 4-3. These guys aren't slowing up. They're not holding possession. They're too efficient. An offside trap gone wrong. You see what happens. They punish the mistake.
A game that's not got a lot of goals. However, one is separating 2 players and 2 players from a FIFA E World Cup spot. Roy Feldman 0, K1 John 1. He is leading at this current juncture. This is live action.
Well, why not get another reply? We got time. We got time. One more attack. Oh, that's good move. Good
Here
move
we go.
Neymar. Can he hit a 1-2? Mbappe looking for options. Needs some help. Needs some support. Couple good step overs. Rude hole at top of the box. Beautiful. Dino goes for the fake shot. Cancellation doesn't happen. Van der Sar grabs it. 7 goals. I repeat, 7 goals in 1 leg.
It's a great game. It really is. I mean, when you look at these 2 in the tournament so far as well, I'm pulling up the results from their previous matchup. De Fernandez beat Nicolas Razek 9-3. No surprise that he's at this situation.
I think that should be a surprise. That's a lot of goals versus Mr. and Razek. I don't know why I gave him extra. You got it, Mr. Razek.
But then Katja beat De Fernandez. No. Manu Bashor beat Katja
there we go.
earlier on today, 5-1. So Katya's just a rebound machine. Get knocked down, what's he do? Get back up again. That's what he does.
Well, you play the song. Cue it.
Katya. We can see the players, how it currently stands behind us, who's gone through, who's been eliminated. I've asked everyone on the desk pretty much this question. But I'll come to you, Ryan. You play with these people day in, day out. Who are your banker out of the players who's been eliminated, who you thought they're at the E-World Cup no matter what?
Oh, that's been eliminated. I felt Danny Pitbull.
Oh.
I think that's a major, major upset. Hezes as well, of course, coming off the E-Champions League runner-up there. I think that's a disappointment. Of course, Mike has spoke about LJR Peixoto as well. I think Ethan as well, coming into this, playing well in practice, very confident. So for him not to make it or to perform on the biggest of stages is definitely an upset.
There's one that Richard Buckley's looking at, tears in his eyes, Matthias Bernardo.
I left that for him.
Yeah,
I didn't say nothing.
he didn't want to say anything because he's so heartbroken. That poster on his wall.
It's been teared down.
It's been
I'm a strong Matty Banano believer.
I don't think they understand. His wallpaper on his phone is him and Matthias.
I'm surprised you're not wearing an Argentina flag here.
Because I've got to be professional. Come on, Sam. That's for later. That's what that party's for. We've got some big games currently getting back underway. The second legs are right around the corner. Elimination FIFA is what we have on the line. One qualifying match is what we have on the main stage. There's one game taking place behind the scenes, and I can tell you, Roy Feldman has equalised 1-1 between Feldman and K1 John. That game potentially could be going late, and it could be going great. We'll keep you up to date with everything that happens. Back into our featured match, not a qualifying game, an elimination game. You're one game away from entering the qualifying matchup. Kyle Walker, Ollie Bolly, and Neat all square.
It is indeed. Richard Buckley, thank you so much. We get into this one. Second leg, the first one ending 1-1. You can see that aggregate score under the score for this game. Starting out, will both players be as hesitant as before, knowing what's on the line, knowing what's at stake, knowing one mistake could end in tears. We start this one. Neat coming forward. Hakimi, can he find that pass? He does. Neymar picks out Bellingham. Tackled there though by Ollie Bolly. Both of these players know they win. They can use that motivation. They can use that confidence. They can keep pushing forward. They can keep doing something with this. But they also know that it could go horribly wrong, and neither will want to do that. Ollie Bolly, there we go, starts that game. Those passes waiting for that moment. Mbappe picks it up, slams it into the back of the net after finishing. And we can see this one just here. I mean, Richard, Ollie Bolly, if you're looking at him, looking at that build-up play, looking at what he can do. Mike, I'll come to you. You want to talk about it. That build-up play, what did you make of it?
I'm just looking at Ollie Bolly. I'm telling you, his hair's got more flow since when he started the day. He's sitting in, he's feeling more comfortable, he's cozy, he's playing his game, he's structured. It's actually a very different matchup between these two. You've got Neat, who's known for the skills and the intricacies and the details. Ollie Bolly is one of the most methodical players we have. Does not make mistakes, follows the rule book of FIFA 101.
Very rarely will you ever see Ollie Bolly embroiled in a back and forth as well. Typically, gets a couple of goals up and just shuts the door on you. I think what Neat is trying to get him to do is play his style of FIFA, getting to that potential back and forth, basketball-esque, you attack, I attack style of game. If that happens, Neat comes out on top 95% of the time.
And Ollie Bolly will be hoping not to do that. I mean, the difference in this game compared to Mike's game, let's say, where that one is back and forth, plenty of goals, right here, they're not thinking about that. Ollie Bolly's not being enticed into that type of game. He wants to keep that ball. Methodical was the word Mike LaBelle used before when it came to Ollie Bolly. And he'll be thinking through all of this, looking for that right moment. And that one isn't it. Neat knows if he goes another goal down, well, essentially, that could well be it. 2 goals down, you are looking at being eliminated from the tournament, because there is slim chances that Ollie Bolly would let you back into that game. But for now, still 2-1. For now, it's Ollie Bolly who's in the lead. And for now, it's him that's progressing through the playoffs, and it would be Neat that's going out. But we've got 70 in-game minutes to go, Richard.
Just to further back that up as well, when you're talking about Ollie Bolly and his style of play, he lost penalties earlier on today against Lamps. That game 2-2 over the course of 2 legs of FIFA. He went down to loser's bracket, 1 live scenario. He won 4-3.
He did.
A 1-goal swing. He's not really been beaten in any of his matches. He lost penalties, and then he's had a really good performance against Gabriel Pien earlier on today. He'll feel hard done by to be matching up against Nate here.
He will, and this is the game where he'll want to capitalise on that and make sure it doesn't happen again. Can he do it? He comes forward. Tackled, though, by the last man, Hakimi, for Neat, who starts to make his way up. But that one tackled right here. Neat's got the throw in. What can he do with it? Who can he find? He finds Mbappe. He's waiting for that overlap. Doesn't go with it, though. Blocked, intercepted, taken off him by Ollie Bolly. This is it. It's crucial, this play in the midfield. Who'll come out on top? That battle in the midfield. As Neat looks to do something special, picks up the ball with Mbappe, finds Hakimi. What can he do? Hands it back. Oh, that one there. Not quite the right decision, maybe. Goes for a corner. He goes short. Pele picks it up, teasing, dancing on the edge of the box. R9 finds Mbappe. Manages to keep it, but then he lets it go. Bellingham picks it up once again. Over to R9. Pele, Rui Hullet. He looks for the pass, manages to find Neymar, who finds Hakimi. He's building something. What can he do? The ball chips over to Hakimi.
Oh, good touch. That's a goal.
That would have been a definite goal. Brilliant touch right there. Sometimes it's about those fine margins. And Ollie Bolly, well, he manages to save himself right at the very last second. Mike, looking at this one, looking at these two players, we've already mentioned the 2 different styles. Think this is playing out that way right now?
Oh, goal!
I'm entertained. You're looking at 2 of the best trying to outthink each other, and I've figured out why Neat's so revered. He plays FIFA the way you wish you could.
Yeah.
He's had so many different details and decision-making capabilities. I know he's losing this game, but when you look at some of the offensive decisions, I just don't have it in my locker. I wish I did.
You then try to play like him and lose like 6-0.
Correct. Correct.
What is this game all about? It was 0-0 for a very, very long time. Sam, there's been a goal.
It was 0-0 for a while, but no longer. It is just Virgil that has broken the deadlock, and it was with R9. It was a little roll across his body, put it into the back of the net. It's about time. The fence has been broken, the deadlock's been broken, and it is 1-0 to just Virgil.
The Italian looking to continue his road to the FIFA E-World Cup. It'd still be a game away. However, it would be eliminating last year's E-World Cup finalist Lamps in the process. Approaching half-time here, Kyle. Has it been around the grounds? Anything really to report?
Similar to the same, similar as before. Ollie Bolly still trying to find some space to double his lead. Neat's not allowed that. Neat counter-attacking as well. It feels like it is not, I wouldn't say end-to-end, but both of them aren't hesitant in moving forward. Both of them know that, well, for Ollie Bolly, oh, there's been a goal somewhere as well, you can hear that. For Ollie Bolly, he needs to double that lead because
I see
Neat
Portuguese
could come
flags.
in. I see Portuguese flags as well, draped around one of the chairs. For Ollie Bolly, he knows that a 1-0 deficit isn't enough. For Neat, he knows he can easily get back into this. He just needs one chance. So we'll see 45 minutes to go.
It was a goal in Ryan Pessoa's game, and it went the way of Darkly.
Yes, it did. The Portuguese one finally breaks the deadlock in the second leg. A simple finish. Great play to find the space on a 5-star weak foot for R9. Ronaldo in front of goal to make it 3-0 on aggregate, giving him a step closer.
Right, well, we're back into this one. Second half has kicked off. Ollie Bolly, he knows he's in the driving seat, but we know that Neat, he's following him. What can he do? Can he do something? Well, somebody else has round the grounds.
Goals all over the place here. Mike LaBelle, there's been another one.
And Catch has been all over him, but I'm telling you, the chef is back to work. He wants to add some dessert to the menu. With the finish, Fernandez up 5-3 now.
5-3. D. Fernandez from Diego Giotto Sports on his way to the next round. If he continues, there has been another goal in Sam's game. It looks like it's just Virgil doubling his lead.
Just Virgil has just doubled his lead. It's 2-0 and it was R9. Let's take a look when we get a moment. But for now, I'll just talk you through the goal. He found R9 in the box. And it was a lovely finish. But I have to say, Just Virgil has now just found his flow. And he's leading 2-0 against Lamps.
Ollie, he's coming forward, not managing to do anything with that attack. Capitalises there, picks up the ball, but Neat knows that defensively he's got to remain solid. He can't let any of those mistakes creep into play again. He manages to find some space. Hakimi coming down that right wing right there. What can he do? Who can he find? Decides to play it back. Virgil van Dijk, where will he go? He'll look for Hakimi once again, taking his time. Neat, and Mbappe skips forward. What can you do? Nothing just yet. Finds that pass. It doesn't seem to be happening just yet for Neat.
He's playing well. He just can't create a clear-cut chance. And you can already start to see how this game's going to shape up. Neat's going to put more bodies forward, and Ollie Bolly's going to hit him on the counter.
Exactly, because that's what Ollie Bolly can do. Frustrate your opponent and then capitalise when he comes up and he says, do you know what? Thanks for giving me that space. Thanks for coming on the counter. I'm going to pop you off right here. So we'll see, as that time ticks down, well, when does Neat decide to push? When does Neat decide to throw more men forward, like he's doing here? And can he defensively keep Ollie Bolly out of it as well?
Big moments for the quest for the FIFA E World Cup are starting to take shape. Mike LaBelle, what is happening? Chance, 3 times. Mike, take it away.
Oh, we've got an update here. And we're in London, so would you like some fish and chips? Because the chef is back in action. Look at this setup. Again, Elastico, but after the La Croqueta, it's beautiful. You got a little crowd celebration. A lot of Portuguese in action right now, it's got to be said. And they're all delivering the goods.
Saw Tuga there as well. I think that's one thing that the Portuguese players, Brazilians, the Spaniards, they do better probably than any other nation. They all get behind each other.
Yeah, they do. We need that in our setup in England, I'll be honest. I think the support needs to be a lot more vocal, but for the Portuguese, especially Tuga qualifying
yesterday. Gives you an edge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming yesterday as well, he qualified yesterday. He's turning up on the day 2. He doesn't need to be here, Tuga. He's here to support his friends and his fellow countrymen, and yeah, I commend it.
Incredible performance from among the stage right here. Sam Miller, Lamps is struggling, and he's been another goal down. The Italian, he's on his way.
Yeah, let's take a look at this game. Just Virgil in with another chance with Neymar and fires it into the back of the net to make it 4. These goals are like buses. I've waited for 1 all day. I've now seen 4. And Just Virgil, he's stepped up his game. He's found his rhythm. I'm not sure what he's had, but suddenly he has come to life. I'm no longer falling asleep. This game has energy to it, and it's all fallen for Just Virgil. Lamps really struggling to find a way to score, and that's been the story of this game.
Right, well, here we go. Oh, great opportunity. Ollie Bolly not making the most of it. What are you doing? But wait a minute. A mistake. And it means that Ollie Bolly looks to the heavens, looks to the skies with a sigh of relief right there. That is what you've got to do, Richard Buckley. For Neat, head in hands right now, thinking, what have I just done? Twice.
And those are mental lapses. There's nothing more there. Because Neat's been probing. We've been watching this game. He's been on the horizon. He's right there for those big moments. But you can't have mistakes like that and win tournaments or progress to the FIFA E World Cup.
Speaking of the FIFA E World Cup, we've got a qualifying match currently underway, and there's been a goal back. Is Happy potentially going to do something historic?
He needed a lifeline. He's got one back into this game. Turn on Mbappe's weak foot to find the bottom corner there. It's 3 goals to 1 in that game.
It's now all on Neat to pull something out of the fire, really, Kyle.
It really is. 3-1 down. And it looks like Ollie Bolly, he's the one that's going to find another. That pass goes through Ronaldinho. What can he do? Well, there was a tackle, but it falls to Mbappe. Sometimes that's just the way it happens. Richard Buckley would say that's how the cookie crumbles, and it does indeed. Neat looking at the screen in utter disbelief. Sometimes you're just unlucky.
And we've seen a lot today. But when you look at Ali Bali, that man is emotionless.
Yep.
You see nothing, feel nothing, and he's on to the next matchup or on to the next qualification, on to the next whatever it may be.
It's going to be such a disappointing day as well for Neat, given the expectation coming into it. We know what he's got in the locker. We know how well he can perform. This is live scenes here between Di Fernandez and Katchia. These two battling it out for a chance at the qualifying matchup later on in about 20 minutes' time. And Di Fernandez will be eliminating Katchia as it currently stands, Mike.
And it might sound wild. You see some of the play here. Can we get a finish? Let's let Mbappe work. Great pick out. Socrates, not quite. Katchia's had so many chances in this match. It doesn't tell the whole picture, but some of that deals with your finishing. Misreading goalkeeper movement, you name it.
Couple of updates for you. 2 qualifying matches. We know that Darkley's leading 3-1. K1 John against Roy Feldman. 3-2. K1 John is leading. Not long to go left in that one. As we head back into our featured game, 14 minutes on the clock.
Too little, too late. I think that Neat will try and do everything to get one just here, but 13, 12 minutes on the clock. Ollie Bolly, he's going to come forward. He's going to look for another because he knows this game is completely in his hands now. Ronaldinho picks it up, edge of the box, skips through. What can you do? Find a pass. Oh! Hits the post. Maybe that was one pass too many. Could he have struck it with CR7? He decides not to. However, Richard, I don't think he's going to be thinking too much about that Ollie Bolly because that clock is ticking down. I'm going to say it. There's no way he comes back into this game.
I very much doubt it. Game, set and match. Mike LaBelle. It was a fantastic performance, it has to be said, from Di Fernandez, and that shout, we heard it echoing throughout the arena. Could be job done.
Done, dusted, he's moving forward, he's moving onward, and it really came down to being more clinical. What a cross, what a read, what a finish. Mr. Fernandez has chefed it up. I just like calling him the chef.
You've pulled that out quite a lot, haven't you? Well,
I'm pushing it. It's on my narrative with him, the Portuguese chef.
Full time, Abu Maka beating Young, the Brazilian, 6-2. Abu Maka will play the winner of this game. Ollie Bolly and Abu Maka for a spot at the E-World Cup looks to be penciled in.
It does indeed. Neat, though, he'll be just looking for consolation goals right now. I wonder what is going through his head. 2 huge mistakes. One early on, one in this second leg. I think both of those just put that game out of reach, and I'm sure he'll be questioning himself, he'll be questioning those moves and those decisions and everything he did, because he knows ultimately that has cost him a spot at the FIFA E-World Cup. However, I'm not putting it down to just mistakes. Ollie Bolly, what a performance from him as well. He goes over, he shakes Neat's hand, he goes through and continues. Neat's out. And you can see by the look on his face and that disappointment.
Heartbreaking.
Absolutely, but Mike LaBelle said emotionless for Ollie Bolly. He knows he's still got more to do.
Heartbreaking scenes right now. As you hear a roar from around the arena, that means one thing, and that means Darkley has just confirmed his spot in the FIFA E-World Cup. He beat Happy 3-1. He has got the job done. That's the reaction from all the Portuguese-speaking people and players and friends and family in the arena. Incredible scenes. Ryan Pessoa, you were watching that game. Look at what it means to him.
It does, and it was superb game management for the last 30 or so in-game minutes. There's still another game going on, another Portuguese player, in fact, to put himself in the next round. This isn't a qualification game, but this is just to progress into that game. And it's going to be a fantastic result, it looks like, Richard. Di Fernandez looking like he's going to be defeating Katchia. Of course, Di Fernandez coming through the play-ins as well at a last gasp attempt to even make the playoffs.
Mike, take us through the final few closing moments of this game here. Katia will be eliminated. Di Fernandez moving on.
And again, in many ways, I feel for Katia here. He just hasn't been efficient with his chances, and it's made it where, as you see, another 1v1, goalkeeper movement, going to tap it home. Add some insult to injury with Di Fernandez pushing forward and eliminating Katia.
Mbappe sealing the deal, you would say. Incredible, incredible scenes here at the FIFA FGS playoffs in the hunt for the FIFA World Cup. Just unbelievable, to be honest. You see the unity, you see the support for all the Portuguese-speaking players. Brazilian, it doesn't matter. If you speak Portuguese, you're getting that support.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. And just fantastic scenes, it really is. What a game.
That explains a lot for us, not getting this support.
I've got one word to
See it, yeah.
say. Vamos! I love the celebrations from the Portuguese. Incredible.
You see, just look at what it means as well. Some players are quite nonchalant when they qualify. The emotion that we get to see, that's what we do it for, right there.
What's the camaraderie as well, and it keeps you accountable. You're training together. Remember, we talk about this. Sometimes to get to this point, it's not even just 1 year of training. It's multiple years that you've really got to dedicate completely to the game and to your craft and getting those small margins, improving on the little aspects that give you competitive advantages. As we're back in action here, Vinicius, plenty of space to work with. We might see a couple consolation goals. Bodies are going to be flying forward.
It's just too little too late, isn't it, really?
Again, fresh legs here with Vinicius Jr. Should be able to wind out the clock if he wants to resurface, recycle, take it back, or not. It allows Katia some time on the ball, but again, there's just not enough time on the clock, especially now with a 5-goal deficit. This got out of hand relatively quickly. And as I was saying, Katia made a lot of chances in the first half, but when you're not able to convert, you start to question sometimes internally if it's just not your day, not your tournament. As he's got space to work with, knocks it down, takes it down, little halfway bicycle attempt from Mbappe, asking for a lot.
With this game sort of petering out, let's open the discussion up to the rest of the panel. Portugal, are they the dominant sort of nation at the moment? And you see how many players from Portugal are qualifying through, Ryan?
Yeah, you could say that with the amount of players that have qualified. I'm trying to calculate how many have so far. We've got, of course, Darkley, we've got Di Fernandez potentially en route. We have Tuga as well. So they have a lot of names and household names in the Portuguese scene. Of course, newcomers as well, making it their statement. And of course, you still have Italy. I know that they have had a number of players that didn't make it, but they do have Oberyn, they've got Montaxa.
Virgil's one game away.
Even for England, though, I mean, you still got the likes of Stingray, you got Tex, you've got Stokes today. You might as well claim Nicholas at this point. He lives here.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take. That's 4 out of 5.
Incredible stuff, it really is. Di Fernandez hasn't qualified, we have to remind you. He'll be 1 game away, and that game will be coming up against the man we just mentioned, just Virgil. Italian against the Portuguese for a chance at the E-World Cup. The other match, Oli Bolly versus Abu Maka. 2 games remaining today is what we have in store. This game has been finished for about 20 minutes. Katia just seeing out the clock. His FIFA solo season comes to a close. Mike, you watched that game throughout. Quick thoughts.
I enjoyed it. A lot of offense, bodies were flying forward, a lot of goals being scored, a lot of goals being conceded. This is the type of FIFA that I personally enjoy. It wasn't as much with some of the tactical side, just bodies flying everywhere, a lot of havoc.
We saw that incredible reaction from Darkley as he qualified. Di Fernandez, 1 game away from doing the exact same. And I'm sure the reaction won't be toned down one little bit. Brandon Smith is behind the scenes, and I'm hearing that he's got an interview with a brand new E-World Cup finalist.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. I do indeed. He's had quite an incredible story. It's K1 Johnny's on the plane to the FIFA E-World Cup final. Talk to me right now. How are you feeling?
This is crazy. I don't know. Like, I can't describe this. Like, first of all, I want to thank my brother. He's like one of the most important reasons why I'm here. The first game I lost, it was like I needed 3 games in a row to win, and it needed like the mentality, and I did it. Like I played 3 of the best players in the world, and I beat them all. That was crazy. And the first Egyptian, so I'm proud of representing my country. Like, I'm really happy. I don't know how to describe it, but I'm really happy. I'm confident for the World Cup, and the target, I hope that I win the World Cup.
And I think there's so much context to this player as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, your first ever FIFA LAN event of the playoffs. You just qualified for the FIFA E-World Cup finals and you lost your first game. You're in the losers bracket since the start. Can you just like come to terms with what you've just achieved there? That is ridiculous.
Yeah, like first of all, like I won't do it without my brother. He's the one who was talking to me, was giving me tips. Like without him, I will never be here. And like, yeah, he's one of the reasons he was speaking to me and my friends. So yeah, this is the reason. And mentally, I was really good. I was focused. The first game, I didn't start the well, like in a good shape. But like I returned back, I beat everyone. And the target, as I'm saying, like to be the world champion.
Is he a bit like Jose Mourinho then?
Yeah, he is.
Better, Pep Guardiola?
He is. He's better than everyone. He's the best coach.
He's the best coach in the world. He is on the plane, as we said, to the FIFA World Cup. Egypt will be there this year in a couple of weeks' time. That is it from me. And guess what? I'm coming back to the studio, so get ready.
Brandon Smith, he's on his way back. Oh, it means everyone's out of a job here at the FGS playoffs. Incredible
sitting
stuff.
next to you.
Yeah, Cal can keep it. Cal can keep it. He's done a good job for today. Incredible stuff. I think when you hear about K1 John speaking about his family and his brother in particular, that mindset and the mentality, it really does just go to show, or a bit of a mouthful, won't it? How important it is to have people around you that really do support you. It might not always be a gameplay coach. It might not always be a mental coach. It's the right person. It's the right coach that you need in order to succeed. Kyle Walker is being on the floor. He's from the desk onto the floor to speak with a brand new E-World Cup finalist.
I am indeed Richard Buckley. Thank you so much, as I'm joined by a man with, I think, currently the biggest smile in the arena. Congratulations. We've got his coach translating as well. Unbelievable stuff right here. I've got to start with the stuff on the pitch. How are you feeling about the way you played today?
Pá, foi sem dúvida dos melhores dias da minha vida. Acho que joguei muito bem. Tive jogos muito difíceis. Contra o PHzinho foi sem dúvida jogo muito difícil contra um irmão, literalmente. Gosto muito dele. Mas sem dúvida senti-me muito confiante. Tinha que ganhar 2 em 2 e foi isso que eu fiz.
So it was a very exciting game. He was very happy with the performance. First of all, one of the deciding matches to go through was against PGZin, which is a Brazilian that we are very fond of as well. So it was a very tight game. But in the end, he kept his focus and he was able to keep the level that he was at throughout the competition to go through.
And you did just that, and that means that you've earned your spot and you're going to the FIFA E-World Cup. Just saying that, how does it make you feel? Because I mentioned your smile. I mean, you look absolutely delighted.
É o momento mais importante da minha vida, literalmente. Faço o meu primeiro Mundial, o meu primeiro World Cup. Mas sim, trabalhei para isto o ano inteiro, todos os anos, e é sem dúvida muito especial conseguir alcançar o primeiro Mundial da minha vida. Foi por isso que eu trabalhei, ganhei o FGS 2, que me deu um grande avanço para o resto da temporada, e foi isso que eu fiz, e continuei a trabalhar e garanti então a pertença no Mundial. É sem dúvida o dia mais incrível da minha vida.
So to start off, it's the best day of his life, and he's very happy that he was able to put all the work in and see the results by the end, where he was able to get, after FGS 1, the number 2, he kept his level to be here, and then he was able to go through and be now in the World Cup.
On the desk, we've been talking about Portugal as a region and talking about the players that have come through. We were just mentioning, all right, this player's gone through, this player's gone through. Do you think you're one of the strongest countries currently in the FIFA esports scene?
Sim, eu acho que Portugal é sem dúvida um dos melhores países do mundo no FIFA. Temos o Tuga, que é o meu ídolo e que eu acompanho desde o início, e acho que ele mete-nos no topo e só nos faz a nós querermos jogadores novos e melhores, melhorarmos dia após dia e chegarmos ao nível que ele atinge todos os dias, literalmente. Por isso, é literalmente agradecer a toda a comunidade portuguesa também pelo apoio, e é isso, basicamente.
So he believes Portugal is a very strong country. He sees Tuga as an idol that every player in Portugal should look at in terms of results and aim to be as good as him. And in the end, he's very happy for the support from all the Portuguese that are here and all those that are home backing up him to his achievement.
Incredible stuff from yourself. Once again, congratulations. You had the flag ready. He knew that he needed to do something special. He did exactly that. You are going to the FIFA E World Cup. Hopefully, you'll have a smile at that tournament as well. Don't go anywhere. We've got one more round of games to come, and this is another big one. Who's taking those remaining spots to the FIFA E-World Cup? You can find out after this break.
Welcome back to the FGS playoffs for one final time. That will be the last break you get before the E-World Cup grand finalists are confirmed, all 24 of them. 12 were done yesterday. 10 have been done today.
Crush that.
That's me.
You crushed that.
We've got 2 spots remaining. Live on the desk, Kyle Walker, Ryan Pessoa, Samantha Miller, Mike LaBelle, keeping you up to date with everything so you don't miss a beat here in this clutch final round. Tuga, the inspiration, Ryan Pessoa. That's maybe where we're going wrong in England, when you're people's inspiration.
Your math is where you're going wrong. You're like,
Yeah.
C level.
Thank you, Mike. There we
What is that,
go.
or D level.
That's
I don't
the
even know how many levels you have. It's a low level.
We can see who's left in the tournament. We've got 2 games remaining. That's all we have. Look at the players who have gone through. Let me keep you up to date with it. RVP legend, PhD, Mike J, Stokes, Vergang, Mark 11, K1 John, Darkley, Manu Bashore, and last but certainly not least, Lex. We have 4 players left. D Fernandez, Ollie Bolly, Abu Maka, and Just Virgil. Only 2 will remain as we jump into the preview of our featured games right here on the main stage. We'll start with Mike and Sam. These are the moments where the game is won in here. The game is won in the mentals. What are you expecting from it, Mike?
When we talk about, I look at Ali Bali, I'm kind of surprised that he's in this position, and he's got to be the favorite coming into this matchup. That's where I'm leaning. I think everybody on the desk would probably agree with that. So much experience, so much consistency, but anything can happen. It's one game. This is the decider of the day.
One game. You've seen a mix of matches throughout the 2 days, Sam. You've seen some high scoring, you've seen some low scoring. What do you think we're going to get in our final game of the day?
Well, I'm hoping a high-scoring one, but I have to say,
I doubt it.
Your game, Just Virgil, he started to find his rhythm, and at the end of the game, this is how much confidence he gained. He started doing rainbow flicks with Ronaldinho in the dying minutes. So I'm just saying, Just Virgil's coming into this high on confidence.
Do you think, Ryan, that the Portuguese fans in attendance, the atmosphere could potentially give him an extra 0.1% in order to go and get that victory?
Maybe in terms of confidence, you know that.
Okay, just say no. Just shoot
goes,
down my point. Just say no and say whatever you want to say.
If he goes down by a couple, we could use that to fuel him just to keep going and not give up. But again, I think Di Fernandez, in terms of his actual performances, has been spectacular the last couple of weeks, let alone just today.
With 2 players left, Kyle, what an World Cup we're in for. 24 of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, if this weekend is anything to go by, we certainly know that it's going to be sensational in a few weeks' time. And it really is the best of the best. Has there been some surprises? Yes, of course there have been. Have there been some names that we expected to get there that haven't? Yes, of course there have been. But there's been plenty of names that I wrote down, we all wrote down, we all thought they are going to get to that FIFA E-World Cup, and they've not disappointed. Now, though, obviously only one person can get their hands on the trophy. Who it'll be, I have zero idea.
Well, the admins have given the thumbs up. The kit selection is in. The noise is picking up here at the Here East Arena live in London. Your final 2 matches of the FGS playoffs are underway. I'm going to leave you in the hands of the desk. We've got the commentary pair of Kyle Walker and Ryan Pessoa, Samantha Miller and Mike LaBelle. Guys, enjoy this one.
Right, well, we kick things off right now. Ryan Pessoa, you join me right here. D Fernandez, Just Virgil, going through some of those results from before. I mean, D Fernandez, 5-2 loss in his first matchup. Then you win 9-3. Then you win 8-3. He certainly has made the most of these last couple of games and ensured that, well, what happened in the first one is not happening again.
Yeah, and I think he's done really, really well. I think Samantha spoke about him coming into his own as the game progressed against Labs, I believe it was in his previous game, winning that confidently and comprehensively as well. Give him a huge boost of confidence. But for D Fernandez, as I said, he's somebody that I think is a massive underdog coming into this competition, just because I think he's an unknown quantity for a lot of players or a lot of people outside of Europe. But for those that compete, knowing how good he's performed, especially even to get here through the play-ins, he's an incredibly consistent performer and again deserves to be fighting for that World Cup spot.
Right, well, it is Just Virgil who's trying to find some space, find some time, and do something a little bit special, but he's denied right there. D Fernandez, all black kit, brown socks. And Just Virgil's got that red kit just here. What can happen in these opening minutes? Right, it feels like in that first 15-20 minutes of the game, maybe even longer at times as well, you're just trying to feel out your opponent. Just trying to see a mistake like that one. Great goalkeeper movement, gets it perfect just there. It feels like, yes, you're trying to just figure out, well, okay, what's my opponent doing? What are they playing? How can I find a little mistake from them?
Yeah, exactly, and I think the mistake was almost punished there, straight over the top there. A heavy touch and a red-timed finish.
0-0 in your game, fellas. However, we do have an early goal. Samantha Miller, which way is it gone?
It is Abu Maka that opens the score, and we spoke so much about Oli Bolly being the experienced one, but Abu Maka, he has set the pace in this game. We will get Mike to talk you through the goal. It was a fantastic finish.
We already saw it on screen. You guys saw the repeat. It's going against the grain, though, and you love to see that. At the end of the day, competitive FIFA, you decide your own outcomes.
Back on board with our featured match for this first leg. Di Fernandez, Just Virgil, 0-0.
It is indeed Di Fernandez looking to break that, though, and he does! That ball goes across the box. Pele finds it, connects at the end of it, makes it one. The arena erupts. All of those supporters coming out in numbers. Ryan, you mentioned that support from the different regions, and you mentioned that maybe the lack of support that we've got here in England. I mean, do you think that could possibly hold us back?
I think 100%. I think every nation, of course, it's a 1v1 esport primarily, especially in these competitions. However, I feel as if you're not up against somebody that you're good friends with or another countryman, I think you should be supporting them the whole way. Obviously, if you're playing against them, of course, you root for yourself. You go for your own personal glory. But if they're in another side of the bracket up against another opponent, I feel as if you should be rooting for them, especially in these important games, these important tournaments, because it's life-changing for some of these players. You saw the emotion from K1 John, somebody we didn't get to see a lot of today. Incredible run, by the way. Went through the losers bracket, had to win all 3 games. He beat the likes of Danny Pitbull, Roy Feldman, and some other huge names as well. And again, it means a lot to a lot of these players just to even be here, but to even make it the distance is incredible.
Well, Just Virgil's got it all to do here, still in this first half of the first leg. He's losing by 1.
Could be a vital error here. Manages to redeem himself. Giving it away again, Kyle.
Errors all over the place. But it is Di Fernandez who picks it up. Slow the game down, take your time. But no, he pings the ball across, loses possession, picks it up once again.
There's been a second goal between Oliboli and Abu Maka. Which way's it gone, Mike?
You got to give a special shout out to Abu Maka. Wow, wow, wow. Finish, goalkeeper, wrong place, wrong post. He's doubled his lead against Ali Bali.
Something we weren't expecting to see. Short corner here from Just Virgil.
Yeah, but nothing comes of it. 30 in-game minutes gone. Ryan, when you're looking at both of these, when you're looking at how they've started the game, who would you say has actually got the upper hand here? I know, obviously, Di Fernandez, he's the one that's winning, but it feels like they're both making errors.
Yeah, they're both making errors, and I think there have been a few chances there for Just Virgil to get back into the game via those mistakes from Di Fernandez. But I think, again, it's you spoke earlier, just as the game kicked off, about using the first periods of the game with the first leg, just to sort of feel how your opponent plays. Of course, these players, they would have played to get together in previous tournaments before in practice groups, where they join other calls just to get some practice in before tournaments and qualify. So they sort of would have an understanding of how one another would play, but you still use that first leg just to see how the gameplay goes and just to get yourself adjusted to it. Look at the space there.
Well, we can hear reaction from the other game, some sighs, squeals, whatever that was. I'm sure we'll get the action from there quite soon.
Samantha's microphone over
yeah.
3-0 to Abu
3-0.
Maka.
3-0 again.
We've seen another goal. I think Mike is just as excited as I am. Abu Maka, I would say the underdog in this game. The third goal early on in this first half. He is absolutely dominating. Mike, you absolutely love that goal.
Incredible, incredible. He's just been very efficient. Ali Bali, we haven't seen him make these types of mistakes.
It's a driven shot. That driven shot again there, of course, from a different type of angle, but it's the same shot there. Again, just utilising it. 3-0 Abu Maka against Oliboli. I'll be honest, did not expect that.
Ryan, I'm sorry. You've got the game with me where we're going to probably have one goal throughout both legs. I apologise. I can only apologise. Just Virgil there was looking to come back into it. Denied, though. Di Fernandez keeping him out. Ryan, many occasions when I've been commentating today, we've had someone score quite early on.
Yeah.
The other person trying so hard to get back into the game. How difficult is it when you know if you lose, you're out? To commit forward, you've got to get back into the game, knowing that behind you, you've got to protect your goal as well.
Absolutely. I feel like, especially when the importance of the game is as high as it is now, you don't want to make any mistakes. We saw mistakes earlier with Neat and Oliboli. I hate to go back on it, but again, as a player, it's very easy. I've fallen into that mistake as well, where I made the mistake or the opponents made the mistake, and you kind of capitalize. You feel a bit guilty, so it's a difficult situation.
Don't worry, we don't have some sort of inter-desk rivalry. We're just separating the games so you can see each other's monitors.
She just tried to pass me. Sam tried to pass me a note, but her handwriting's so bad I have no idea what it says.
Both games, very, very different at this current juncture. 3-0 and a 1-0. I mean, Mike, no one expected this. We thought Ollie Bully, literally,
what we talked about is
rewind the stream about 45 minutes. We said, yeah, he didn't get blown out. Very rarely do these games happen.
He's not conceding goals. We always talk about his structure, everything that's happening with his game. He's down 3 goals in the first 30 minutes, in the first half.
Do you put it down to Ollie Bully playing poorly or Abu Maka just frying?
Both. It's a mix of both. Ali Bali's had a couple mistakes. Abu Maka's done what he needs to do with those mistakes, so credit to him. And the finishing has been perfect.
Up this
Don't
end
be
of the
speechless
table.
on this side of the table now, okay?
up this end of the table.
Maybe we are versus each other.
Let's go.
We're winning. We're winning on this side.
Enjoy it, Mike. Only thing you won in FIFA.
That is disgraceful.
I can't believe the way I'm being treated.
That wasn't me. That was it. I'm not even involved.
No, you're on that side of the table.
You're on the team. Don't back out now.
You're in his sleigh, all right? Y'all are riding together.
Let's talk about this game for a second. 1-0. It was an early goal. Ryan, what you seeing to sort of take away? Let's have a look at the goal, actually. The only goal of this game so far.
Yeah, of course. Again, just a step over into space, sort of anticipating just Virgil thinking he's going to cut back, but he didn't. He pushed towards the back, then passed across goal, an easy finish for an open goal. And again, that's all we've seen. There's been a few mistakes, though, but it just didn't lead to any goals.
We're back underway with live action.
We are indeed. That second half kicks off. Just Virgil, what can he do? Ryan, what do you think he should do differently? Because you said been a few opportunities, just not capitalised on it. What would you look to do now in this second half?
It's a difficult one. You obviously wouldn't look to change anything tactically or personnel. It's way too early. But again, it's sort of like a mindset thing. I'll speak about after this chance comes. This could be it. Goalkeeper movement, fantastic there, just to put him off and make sure that it gives him the high percentage chance to save that chance. That could have easily been 2-0. But again, in terms of competing from a personal perspective, there's sometimes in game where Shells calls it punching the ball in. So basically, literally pinging the ball driven from midfield to attack when you get the space. But sometimes you're sort of scared to do that because you don't want to give away possession and give your opponent a chance to potentially counter-attack or not. But sometimes you just need to trust yourself and push forward. And I feel as if he hasn't done it yet, but there's still a long way to go.
Now, something that I wanted to pull up and talk about was having that confidence to wait. You mentioned no tactical changes, no substitutes just yet.
Yeah.
But surely in the back of his head he's thinking, I could change this, I could change that. But he knows this time, 55 minutes gone, it's not the right time.
Yeah.
You've got to just wait sometimes and trust everything you've done so far.
He's come this far, practicing and perfecting his craft in a certain formation, his play style, the way that his attacking sequences are set up. There's absolutely no need this early on to change anything, and I'm sure he's 100% aware of that.
Right, well, that time is ticking down. 58 minutes on the clock. Di Fernandez winning this one currently 1-0. Just Virgil, though, he seems to be one dominating this second half, looking for an equaliser. What can he do? Di Fernandez, every single time he's picked up that ball, every single time he's managed to tackle Just Virgil, counter-attack.
Yeah.
He knows that the ball's in his hand, or it's at his feet, literally, and he can be in cruise control. He can be the one driving forward, as he's doing now, and he gets in. Ryan, I mean, against the run of play.
Definitely, that ball over the top there. We're going to be able to see a replay of that shortly, but that ball over the top was genuinely perfect. It was just above the Alphonso Davies, so he wasn't able to jump and clear that out. We're going to the other game.
What on earth are we joining?
Carnage.
Absolute carnage. Ollie Bully tried everything. Both games in a pause currently. So we're going to join us back on the desk here. I mean, that goal right there, you asked, was it against the run of play? I've been watching it. Looked like it was a little bit.
Yeah. I think that when you're looking at Just Virgil, he was trying so hard to get back into it. And we talked about this. How many times have we seen that counter-attack? How many times have we seen committing players forward? Yep. You're leaving yourself exposed at the back. It's a difficult game to play. Unfortunately, that trap there, he was caught in it.
One thing as well, we've watched that game quite a little bit. Going down to the Ollie Bully and Abu Maka game, how's that game been going? Has Abu Maka just controlled it? Because we've not had any highlights. We've not seen an instant resurgence or a reply from Oli Bolly. What's been happening?
Oli Bolly's had a lot of the ball, but Abu Maka's done the most when he does have those opportunities. If anything, you could talk about Ali Bolly's a couple finishing, those final third plays inside the box. You saw a calamity of things that were happening when you switched over. That's happened a few times. And sometimes it's a matter of you get a bounce, you don't get a bounce.
Well, for me, I think Abu Maka's played really well. And so far, he has got the ball in the box, gets it to Pele. It's unable to do anything with it. And it's now with Oli Bolly, who's desperately searching for a goal, being 3-0 down. He's lost out to Abu Maka, who has the ball with Bellingham. Bellingham to Hullet. Hullet finds space out wide to pass it to Hakimi. Hakimi to Mbappe. Can Mbappe find the pass? Yes, he does to Pele!
It's a driven again.
And you see what we're dealing with. He gets it into the right spots and he completes the finish, completes the purchase. He is going to be efficient every single time. And we're seeing a lot of these low-driven finishes, which aren't that common. And I actually think Ali Bolly might be in shock here as well.
Let's just talk about his run as well today. He suffered a 6-3 defeat earlier on, Abu Maka against Manu Bashar. Since then, win against Charon Jot 7-2, win against the Brazilian Young 6-2, and now he's 4-0 up inside, 70 minutes against Oli Bolly.
And Young looked unstoppable. We saw him earlier.
He looked so good against Anders, yeah?
I was saying early on, I said I'd be shocked if he loses again. He's out of the competition.
We jump back on board here with Di Fernandez and Just Virgil. 20-ish minutes left to play. Pretty hefty pause there. Too many changes being made on either side.
It's hard to tell. We weren't able to see it, but the pause was cued by Di Fernandez, so I'm wondering maybe if he's brought on a few subs. I know that Just Virgil has bringing on Erling Haaland, who did actually have a chance in behind, but it was a heavy touch in on goal there to allow the keeper to close the angle down.
Well, it is Just Virgil who's trying to find his way back into this game. What can you do? Now is the time. 20 or so minutes to go. Another pause queued up there. Di Fernandez. Game management, Ryan, just stopping the game, pausing, or do you think he's got some changes? I guess it depends on this attack. Snuffed out.
Yeah, still no pause though. Just be wary if you're watching this, how long this ball doesn't like to play for.
The pace of power.
Well,
well, there you go.
There you go.
About a minute and a half.
One in-game minute right now.
First time I've seen Erling Haaland, pretty much,
genuinely.
in a number of these games. What's it bring, Ryan?
Of course, the power, I spoke about the pace, the finishing, if you get him in the area. The issue is just getting the angle to find that shot, because, again, a lot of the players that you do use at this level will have 5-star skill moves, so they're able to use a reverse elastico or just move a bit more nimbly on the ball.
He's a big old boy, Mike.
Well, I was going to say, with Haaland in particular, when you're dealing with the team of the season items and these upgraded items, he's got such a unique and unorthodox body type that if you get him running with a full head of steam, even after a step over, it's a little bit different. Just
giraffe-esque.
The movement is different. So you need space to work with, but if you get that space, he can unleash something that's a bit of a different package.
Yeah,
I agree. The lengthy meta, the way that he can just accelerate away. What are you giggling at lengthy for? Grow up, you're about 35 years old.
I don't like what's happening over here.
Abu Maka, 4-0 up. I'm just saying. He is absolutely
The mistreatment I'm getting on this side. I've done nothing but nice stuff over here. I've been complimentary.
We'll see that goal.
I'm engaged in the gameplay.
4-0. Abu
He gets
Maka
a buzz
leading.
cut and acts different.
Jumping on board. 13 minutes left to play.
There is indeed. Di
Got a
Fernandez.
V-neck of a hairline.
He's in. Can he make it 3? Mbappe, what's he gonna do? He does. And you hear the roar. He plays to the crowd. He knows exactly what he's just done. One step forward and one step in.
We ain't
possibly.
happy. Just Virgil ain't happy.
Little bit of rafters. Get a camera back over. I want to see what's happening. There's Virgil. You saw him. Let me put this in perspective. Okay. You sit opposite your player.
Yep.
They celebrate. What Just Virgil did was just went, sorry, what are you saying?
Oh, he checked on him.
Yeah.
The comeback starts, there's going to be some roars from Just Virgil's side. But again, you have to celebrate your goals. You have to be happy with them. And I feel as if that's a goal. It's not as if it's a 1-0. 3-0, you're not gonna feel comfortable thinking it's game over. But you're going to be thinking, all right, it's an extra step closer. He needs to score, obviously, a lot more goals to get back into it.
Mike, you were successful in many. I can't say it seriously.
He's taking the mic.
I can't take y'all serious. I'm me.
What sort of celebrator were you?
You guys are chirping at me from the guy who barely plays squad battles well. I can't handle this side of the room right now.
What sort of celebrator were you? Were you giving it large?
I'm breaking tables. I'm throwing everything.
Okay, so
yeah,
mental.
I'm out there. You're going to feel that I'm across from you. I'm tossing sweat rags, the whole ordeal.
That's outrageous. Di Fernandez, 3-0 up. Both of our final matches, pretty substantial leads.
I didn't expect this. It's got to be said, I didn't expect this, but I'm happy for it. May the best player win.
Well, that sets up for some drama, possibly in that second leg. However, Ryan, those attempts, those chances from Just Virgil that we were talking about earlier on in the game seem to have slowed up a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely have. And again, it's a goal that... So again, you can see the way he's playing. He's triggering a lot of runs, which obviously is very effective in FIFA 23. You trigger the runs, but look at the space it leaves when you lose possession.
Exactly.
Instantly in on goal. Well, I won't say directly in on goal, but instantly creates an opportunity to be in on goal. And in that sequence, fortunately for Just Virgil, it didn't lead to a shot at goal.
Well, 84 minutes on the clock, 3-0. Just Virgil looking for a goal. If he can get one before the end of this... Oh, great save. Sometimes it just doesn't fall for you, Ryan, but if Just Virgil can get one, just one, either now or early on in that second leg, it completely changes the landscape.
Absolutely, make it a lot more uncomfortable for Di Fernandez, but again, he'll have his coach over his shoulder. I was just about to say, when he switches to play and keeps it in there, be able to keep possession, but he'll look to hopefully defend this attack and get possession back here for Di Fernandez and just play for the last attack. But I don't even think he needs to. The amount of space, he could even look to get number 4, but he's turned back here. And again, this is the discipline here. This is the thing you've got to be calm and composed with and not have any regrets, because we saw earlier, Anders, of course, did end up winning against Young, but if he had turned back and rotated possession, he wouldn't have considered that last-minute goal from Young.
Well, here it is, last attack.
Beautiful ball.
Di Fernandez. Oh!
I think he thought there was going to be goalkeeper movement. If he shot across goal, that was number 4.
Well, there you have it. Both games, as it currently stands, with pretty substantial goal margins between them. 3-0 on the left-hand side, 4-0 on the right. Ollie Bolly has everything to do if he wants to turn this game around. We've got 2 matches of FIFA left in the playoffs. That is it. And then we're all routes to the E-World Cup. 90 minutes to save your season. Will they do it? Let us know in the Twitch chat if you think the comeback is on. We will be here. We hope you are too after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. back to the FGS playoffs for what could be the final time in a couple of our players' seasons. If the E-World Cup isn't on the radar, they're looking ahead to what lies next season. 2 games remaining, 1 90-minute match, and both games have got pretty wide scorelines. Who's gonna potentially force a comeback? Will it be Oli Bolly against Abu Maka? Will it be just Virgil against D Fernandez? Only one way to find out, and that's get the games underway.
I'm feeling radical over here. I don't think both these games are going to go this clear cut.
Well, it's Abu Maka with possession. Plays it to Hakimi on the wide right-hand side. Switches now to the left. Will we see a switch in this match with Oli Bolly coming through, or will Abu Maka add another to his tally, nearly with Ronaldinho?
And we had some goalkeeper movement there with Koval, but again, Abu Maka's been all over him.
Well, it's back with Abu Maka now. Hullet tries to play the through ball, can't get through the defense of Oli Bolly. So it's now Oli Bolly with Pele. And again, Oli Bolly losing the ball. He's not managed to keep hold of it well enough to create many chances. We're about to find out if he can create one now. Fonzo Davies into Bellingham. Brilliant save by Van der Sar.
He's trying everything. I like that approach. Green time finesse outside of the box, trying to mix and match your offensive capability or offensive options.
Well, he has got Mbappe, and there it is. A goal from Oli Bolly. Will we see the comeback? Is this the start to it? Mbappe with the finish.
In a dream beginning, we knew that you needed something early. 4 goals, a big deficit. It's down to 3. We're 10 minutes in, and Ali Body's already adjusted tactics. You see, he looked at his coach. Coach gave the head nod of approval. They've gone over a much riskier strategy. You can see that they already have a higher back line. They're going to be taking a gamble from the beginning, and they have to.
Well, will this be the start that Oli Bolly needs? He's got an uphill battle on his hands. It's going to be a difficult task, but if anyone could do it, it could be Oli Bolly with all the experience he has in these competitions. But right now, it is Abu Maka with Hakimi. Bellingham just finding those passes. Mbappe manages to keep it in. Mbappe switches the play. And that one's just about kept in as well. Playing dangerously here. He can afford to. He's 4-1 up over the 2 legs as it stands. We could see that change, but at the moment, it is Abu Maka. Ronaldinho into Hullet. Hullet tries to play the pass across goal. It doesn't work for him. And now it will be Oli Bolly. Pele switches it across to Mbappe. Mbappe heads it down, but it's not enough to find a teammate.
You can see Ali Bolly sending a lot of bodies. This was a little bit different than what we saw in the first leg. Granted, again, he has to go for it. If he can get a second goal even this half, it just puts Abu Maka under a little more pressure. And we really haven't had to see him under any of that pressure against Ali Bolly because he was so dominant in that opener.
Well, it has been quite smooth sailing for Abu Maka in the first leg. He's trailing in this second leg, but that could mean nothing if Oli Bolly doesn't manage to get more goals in this second leg. But right now, it is Abu Maka. Plays it into Virgil van Dijk, goes out wide with Hakimi, is trying to utilise the width of the pitch as much as possible and just maintain that possession and stop Oli Bolly from getting any more chances. But right now, it is Abu Maka with the chance. Mbappe, back to Pele. Pele tries to find Ronaldinho with the pass, but it's intercepted at a crucial moment. And Oli Bolly will make sure that Abu Maka doesn't put the ball in the net again. He scored enough, but Mbappe for Oli Bolly loses out to Alphonso Davies.
And you can see Abu Maka's strategy here, having the 5 at the back, the additional width, allowing him to reset, switch the pitch, as you're seeing here as well. More time, and the clock is really his best friend. He's going to be partnered up with that clock. Every attack, if he can take off anywhere between 7 to 10 minutes, it really limits how many attacks Ali Bolly can generate.
You can see that Abu Maka is trying to keep hold of the ball as often as possible. He doesn't need to create too many chances, but he could create one here. He's played it to Bellingham. Bellingham can't get through the back line of Oli Bolly's defence. Oli Bolly loses out to Hakimi for Abu Maka. But he's won it back. Bellingham, Oli Bolly finds R9, and it's fallen again. And there it is, the goal. R9 is the comeback on.
And we've had that first big mistake. Passing out of the back, overtaking possession, easy opportunity. Ali Bali, pause has been cued. We got 2 opening goals in the first 30 minutes. It's a dream beginning here. If you're an Ali Bali fan, if you're a Swedish fan, he's knocking on the door.
Someone who's certainly not knocking on the door, just Virgil at the moment. He's lost the house.
Di Fernandez is doing such a great job in
keeping possession. Just killing the clock down.
He just game management, we said it again, but he's still attacking, he's still going forward, he's still making sure that he's in control of this one. Just Virgil trying to get back in, trying to do something, but Di Fernandez says, no, you might be knocking on the door, but you've not got the keys to the house. Richard Buckley, that's what you should have said before.
Well, he just lost the house, mate. There's no keys there, he don't own it. He's not knocking to get in.
Fair enough.
Sat-nav set in the wrong way.
Anyway, I said that there'd be an upset, possibly. I said that we could have some drama in the second leg. Ryan, it's certainly... It's not coming from this one, is it?
Yeah, not as it stands. I think Di Fernandez has probably been the more likely to score with a few chances that he did miss with great goalkeeper movement from just Virgil.
Well, we're back in action here. Bellingham for Abu Maka. Mbappe on this right-hand side, using that pace. Loses out to De Ligt, and it's back with Oli Bolly in the midfield. And it is Pele. Sprays it out to Alphonso Davies, whips the ball into the box. Is it going to be a goal here? Mbappe! And he's got another chance. Hakimi loses out to Hullet.
I would have liked to see him go a little more direct. He had that early switch, maybe challenge the goalkeeper, take a guess and a check with the goalkeeper movement. If you go green with the time finish, you see a couple cancellations inside the box. This is starting to build like it could be one of the biggest comebacks we have ever seen. I don't want to manifest, but it's possible.
It is possible, the comeback, but right now it's Abu Maka. Plays it to Pele, he's got a chance to shoot at goal, and it is blocked by Oli Bolly. Pele finds Ronaldo, plays the ball over the top for Mbappe, and even with Mbappe's pace, he couldn't latch onto that.
It also looks as if Ali Bali's adjusted his tactics. Before, he was on more of a press after possession loss, where he saw his players really push forward when they'd lose the ball. He sat back a little bit there. I'm not saying that he's no longer pressing, but he doesn't have the same initiative or the same assertiveness. He doesn't have to be as risky, to be fair, because he has a couple goals back, but it's worth noting.
Well, Oli Bolly still has time to get himself back in to this game. Place at the World Cup up for grabs. Very, very important match right now. Oli Bolly, Pele into Bellingham, and Cuckoo!
If it was time green, Sam, I think that goes into the back of the net if it's time green.
You really feel he has to take that opportunity. He can't not take them with everything on the line. And there it is, the half-time whistle.
Either way, coming into half, he's done the job. He's got a couple goals back. He's halfway there.
And he's started to plant the seed of doubt in the mind as well, that this isn't safe. I'm on my way, and I'm coming back with a vengeance. Oli Bolly up the other side of this game. I mean, there's no comeback at the moment for just Virgil.
It hasn't started, although the second half has started.
Let's get into it.
But I'm looking at this one and I'm thinking, just Virgil, what's he got to do now, Ryan? Because everything he's tried for 3 halves of FIFA haven't worked.
I don't think he wanted to go constant press too early, but he's been using team press in-game, and it's been expiring every single time. His second-man press has been expiring just because of the amount of possession Di Fernandez is keeping for long periods of time without giving it away. As you see, the constant press is in effect now. Look at the gaps. Look at the space that he has to exploit.
We're seeing a Di Fernandez possession masterclass.
Yeah, it's a Tuga inspirational performance here. Genuinely, this is it. He's in his...
I'm happy to be completely, to be proved wrong. But I'm just going to say this one very, very quickly. Just Virgil's not coming back into it.
He's not coming back into it. Oli Bolly potentially is coming back into it, Sam.
Well, we're coming back into this game because there's so much action going on right now. Oli Bolly searching for another goal. Will he find it now with Ronaldo? Taken off him at a crucial point. And then there's been a switch of play. Oh, what a chance there.
Kobo off his line, and maybe a different skill move. I would have loved to see a body feint or a step over. Just right on the top of the box. And you're seeing substitutions used here. You've already seen Nkunku, he's on the pitch. We've got CR7 on the pitch. These are not starters.
Well, right now, Abu Maka with Mbappe plays it to Bellingham. Pele, will he get another goal? Outstanding save. And that could prove vital. But Abu Maka has a chance from a corner, goes all the way back. And that was a missed opportunity from a set piece there. It is Oli Bolly on the counter-attack. Doesn't make enough of it, but still manages to keep hold of the ball. Socrates into Bellingham. Will they find that forward pass? Socrates again. Hakimi looks for Ronaldo. Ronaldo unable to get a shot off.
It's great defending. Takes up a lot of space in the midfield there. Ruud Gullit, long hair, you definitely care. He's able to break up plays. A lot of feet that you got to get through, or at least it feels that way. He can gallop through the midfield.
This game has been end-to-end. Abu Maka, Oli Bolly. And it will still be Abu Maka that maintains this lead, but you can't write Oli Bolly off.
I've not heard a noise like that in a leg and a half of
Can we
FIFA.
go over that
What
noise?
is happening, Kyle Walker?
Well, just Virgil. Could we see some late drama in this one? I wrote him off. I said, no, it's not happening. 30 in-game minutes to go. Ryan Pessoa, he needs to find 2 goals after he found that first.
He does, and it was a bit fortunate. We're going to see the replay of that, hopefully, and it was something where, again, it felt as if they needed an element of luck. And here's the replay talking about the element of luck here. Built up here. I thought he could have shot, tried to broil it. It was green timed, and it bounced a couple of times to get past the goalkeeper. See the Portuguese support not happy with that goal as well, but
both games,
up in the air now.
2-goal swings. Is there a comeback in the air? Is there potentially some doubt being cast? We'll have to wait and see. Mike, Oli Bolly, what you made of his game so far? He started really fresh, and now Abu Maka started to reclaim the game.
I love the way that it started, and you could tell that he was going for that risk to reward, where he's a lot of gambles, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, you're going to concede goals. And after he got the second goal, he took that off a little bit.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. A lot of players, I think most
100%.
players would probably do that, but he just came out of a pause. I'm expecting pressure to come back into play.
Let's head back into it. Abu Maka against Oli Bolly. 25 minutes left to play.
Well, there's been some swings and roundabouts in this match. Will Oli Bolly get the comeback? Right now it's Abu Maka, Pele. Pele looking for options, twists and turns, trying to turn his way out of trouble. He's still got hold of the ball to Hakimi. He's having to go backwards, no forward option available. See if he can find a forward pass.
If anything, I think he's trying some game management, switch the pitch, take it down the end line, draw free kicks or throw-ins, stoppages, and then recycle as much as possible. Might not be easy on the eyes, but it's effective, and he's trying to see out the game.
Definitely see he's doing a bit of time wasting, just trying to keep hold of the ball. If the chance does come, and he's using Van Persie.
I have not seen Van Persie in action throughout any portion of this tournament.
I'm surprised Van Persie's not wearing any gloves today, but Theo Hernandez will pass it across, and Hakimi manages to win the ball back into Gullit. Bellingham. Oli Bolly needs to get the ball up the field as quickly as possible. Oh, a cheeky little flick up there going on. Intercepted. Oli Bolly just needs to create more chances now.
It's difficult because one of the biggest advantages when you're going full-out press, you've got to get the ball forward because then you have that instant counter press. And it's so difficult for your opposition to break that down. They don't get that free swinging side to side or a free outlet.
Ronaldo for Oli Bolly. Abu Maka piling on the pressure with the pressing game. Hakimi. Hakimi finds Mbappe. Mbappe tries to thread it through, but it isn't enough. He's still got the ball back with Mbappe. Will Mbappe get the shot off?
He's got to get something out of that. It's a big mistake. You win the 50-50 with Hullet on the header. You got Mbappe top of the box. Got to do some dancing.
There's not long left to go. Will we see an upset? And it is the lit for Oli Bolli. Ronaldo. Ronaldo losing the ball, not something you often see. Hakimi's won it back. Plays it into Bellingham. Hullet. Abu Maka just taking his time, but he found the through ball to Robin van Persie.
Oh, this might be it.
Persie! That was a chance.
What an unlikely hero that would have been.
Kyle, what noises are coming from your mouth right now? What is happening?
Lots of gasps as Just Virgil is pushing, he's trying to get back into this one. He's had a pause queued as well for quite some time. What changes, Ryan, do you think he's going to be looking to make as Di Fernandez comes in?
I think he's running out of subs. And I think he's been constant press for quite some time. So I'm not really sure what he has to change, but he almost scored there. There was a chance we didn't get to see with Haaland, but we briefly just managed to get a glimpse of the stamina bar on his players. They're all running on empty.
They really are. And looking at this,
what changes are being made here?
He's got no more subs.
He's got no more. He's tried to make one. He's got no more.
Over in the other game, what we got? 10 minutes left to play for Oli Bolli to try and force a comeback.
Even less. He has to score next touch, and then kind of hope for some sort of fall apart. I think Abu Maka, I just rebranded. Abu Maka has done this. I think he's closed this game out. I think he's done enough. He's got the ball. He's got the possession. He's going to take it back. We've seen him swing it side to side.
Abu Maka is playing with 5 at the back. He's gone ultra defensive. He wants to defend this lead that he currently has, which could see him send himself into the World Cup. You'll have to stay with us to find out if he does that. But right now it's Oli Bolli. Will he get another goal? Mahrez with the silky touch that he usually has. Bellingham, Mbappe, and that was an opportunity. Well defended by Abu Maka, who finds Nkuku. Just played the ball into Mbappe, but on the other team, into Oli Bolli. Ronaldo looking for the pass. And it's intercepted. Theo Hernandez trying to keep it in play. He can't do that. Ronaldinho loses the ball to Hullet, and it's back in the path of Abu Maka. Plays it forward to Van Persie.
Come on, then.
Oh, Van Persie from distance. That was very cheeky. And there it is, the full-time whistle. Oli Bolli couldn't do enough. It was Abu Maka in the first leg that secured the win. Oli Bolli so close to the comeback, couldn't make it happen, and we can hear the cheers and celebrations from the Abu Maka party going on in the corner. Oli Bolli looks absolutely distraught. He's won this second leg 2-0, but it wasn't enough, Mike.
Stand up, Saudi Arabia. What a performance. Abu Maka will be there at the E-World Cup. Oli Bolli is distraught as we went to the final few moments between Just Virgil and Di Fernandez. The Portuguese FIFA star is moments away.
He is indeed, but it's not from a lack of trying from Just Virgil. Ryan, chance after chance he's had, and he's not put them away.
Genuinely, it should be 3-3.
It should.
It honestly should be 3-3. I think Di Fernandez has been hanging on for dear life, but he's moments away now from securing his spot in the FIFA World Cup. Cal, this is massive for him.
It's absolutely huge. 3 legs of FIFA, he was sensational. The last leg, not so, but it doesn't matter as he very, very nearly makes it. The Portuguese crowd go absolutely wild as the whistle blows. Di Fernandez secures his spot at the FIFA E-World Cup. He had to do it the hard way, Richard Buckley, but who cares when you've got reactions like that? His opponent walks off. He's devastated, Just Virgil. You can see that, but it's absolute elation for that man right there, Di Fernandez.
The Portuguese party will be rolling in to the FIFA E-World Cup, and I want to know where that party is tonight, because they're going till the early hours of the morning. Incredible scenes. Di Fernandez didn't make it easy for himself one bit. and he guarantees his place in the FIFA E World Cup. What an incredible performance from all of our finalists. The Vamosers are out in full swing right now. Wow. This is what we do it for. These are the moments where you realize a dream, where you capture what you've been set out for years. Most players will only ever make one FIFA E World Cup. You have to enjoy it when you make it and relish the moment. And that's what it means right there.
Yes, I mean, you can hear it. It's unbelievable, that reaction. For anyone that can't see, he has been running around celebrating barefoot, hugging everyone, hugging all his friends. He doesn't care right now. He's picking up that Portuguese flag. He wants the pictures. He wants to let the world know, here I am. I'm going to the FIFA E World Cup. There's nothing you can do about it. Did I do it the hard way? Yes, I did. But Ryan, who cares? Because when it comes to that tournament, no one's going to be thinking about this. No one's going to be saying, oh, well, you did it in the lower bracket. We don't care.
Yeah, makes no difference. And again, I have to reiterate, he came through the play-ins to make it, which is incredibly difficult to do in Europe. And again, massive congratulations to him.
Final thoughts. It's been an unbelievable couple of days. Sam, what are you taking away from the playoffs?
About absolutely everything. First of all, the epic celebrations we've just seen. And we've seen that underdogs can do it. Look at the Aussies. They didn't expect to do it. They said to me that they didn't think they were going to, but they've done it. So it just shows if you go into something relaxed, you can get the win. So it's all about belief. But I'm seeing some of the best FIFA players on display, and it's just been absolutely insane.
We've got our final roster assembled. Ryan Pessoa,
Yep.
what do you make of the class of 2023?
I think it's an incredible roster, genuinely. It might be one of the strongest, if not the strongest World Cup roster we've had. The amount of names, of course, that have missed out, but the names that have qualified is unbelievable.
Kyle, it's always a pleasure. What a couple of days.
What a couple of days. I've had the pleasure of being backstage, seeing all the players, seeing the tears, seeing the smiles. I've had the pleasure of being here, seeing all the smiles and the tears from Mike LaBelle as well, as we've absolutely gone in on him so many times. But, you know, a special weekend, and we've got 24 players that are going through. I expect fireworks at the FIFA E World Cup.
Absolutely. It's been fireworks all weekend long. For one final time, let's head on over to our good friend Mike LaBelle with the PlayStation analysis.
Give it to me, Rich. You're going to remember the name. Abumaka. We didn't know what was happening. It definitely went down. We have to review one of his goals. The man put on a masterclass of intangibles and tactical performance. The overlapping runs, the understanding of how to do it, how to take advantage of the space. You see the space that's going to be eligible here. And then you're having low-driven finishes on deck time and time again. Hakimi, you can't get that out. And it is just something spectacular to see. Again, something that I love about competitive FIFA, you decide your own outcome. It's not based on popularity, it's always based on ability. And you see the situation with Abumaka. I can't wait to watch him in action. Everything's going down in Saudi. I see the players are lining up. We've got 12 new qualifications. I'm talking FIFA E World Cup, the pinnacle of all pinnacles. Rich, please take it away.
Mike, great analysis as always. Joined by the finalists. Look, everyone's beaming, and look, what a season it has been. It's been incredible all the way back in October where we started this journey at the EA Sports Cup. Thank you to everybody who has made this possible. The TOs, EA Sports, Esports Engine for putting this together. And what a season it has been. We go again. The FIFA E World Cup in a couple of weeks' time. We will see you all there.
But it is Lamps who manages to kick things off. Come on! So, Mike LaBelle lets out a massive scream.
He scored! Absolute seed!
Is he the real deal? Heaps of pressure. Oh my God! With Anders Vergang against the Brazilian Young.
That is it there. That's the goal for Anders. And Anders is on his feet here.
Get all my paws. Come on, bring it to me.
Can he produce something? He can. Yes, he can.
There's the finish. You tap it home. Last touch of the half.
Oli Bolly looks to the heavens, looks to the skies with a sigh of relief right there. Can he make it three? Mbappe, What's he gonna do? He does! And you hear the roar. He plays to the crowd.